I'm gonna mute when I cough. I woke up feeling like shit today. I had all these fucking notes. I'm not even like going, you know what I mean? I'm just winging it. It's gonna be a natural
We're live.
We're live? All right, there we go. Wait,
All right,
I don't know about your followers. Why know how I am?
Everybody's good with it. No, man. Number one, thanks everybody for showing up. There was no intro. We want to make sure that neither one of us are demonetized for him using his intro or mine or outros or any of that. So yeah, we are live, and we appreciate everybody showing up. Hopefully everybody's having a great week. Happy Wednesday. Happy July 4th weekend coming up. Really look forward to that. 250 years of freedom. I want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. Thank you guys for all your love and support. And Bass, man, thanks for coming on. Look, you and I have been talking.
Thanks for coming on too. We're on both channels today.
Yeah. Thanks for having me in the house. Yeah. You and I have been talking the last couple of days, and I think we have some good conversations, and I think we're gonna have a good conversation tonight.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think we get very tribal in all this, and regardless of what everybody thinks, whether I'm paid by the Jews, TPUSA, the DOD, whatever you people think, I'm not. All right. What I want is the truth. And we can even talk about some of the things early on, very early on, where I evolved on and changed some positions based on new information. I'd be happy to do that. But number one, I guess before we get started, tell my viewers a little bit about you, who you are, and we'll kind of take it from there.
I go by Bayes or RealBayes. The reason I do that is because of Bayes' theorem. It's a math formula that I was using for a lot of my research when I was still camera shy and had no aspirations for getting into content creation. And I grew up in New York, which my followers know. And, you hear me talk for a little bit, even you, it's like, is it Boston or New York? And after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I started doing research right away and, trying to give tips to different creators, whatnot. And eventually I just made my own channel. I don't just investigate and cover the Charlie Kirk case. I try to, a range of topics that are meaningful to me. And my motivations are honest. Like, I love my country. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. I don't believe in tribalism. Part of the reason why I'd made those videos and lashed out at Gary, it was because of a lot of the strays that I was catching from a lot of the rhetoric that was coming from the channel, being called anti-Semitic, woke Reich, which I would like to get into. I got called a cantard a whole bunch of times. And, I ended up taking it out on Gary. We went back and forth for a little bit. It went public on X. He said, why don't we do a show? I said, bring it on. We had a couple of conversations. We kept it respectful. And now we're doing this publicly.
Yeah. And I will say that first, regardless of the reason, I wasn't aware of who you were until I saw you talking with Elizabeth Lane. And that's where I first came across you. I don't even know that I ever even saw you on X. But one of the things that caught my attention on X, well, number one, I had a live stream, and I think you were kind of gearing up for this. I had a live stream. You sent me a super chat. I didn't know who you were, but you said you had a video where you were shooting, I don't even know what you said, pork or something like that.
I said that you were covering pork bone and it was pig butt. So you want me to explain what happened with that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So Elizabeth Lane had worked with my friend Danks. Shout out to both of them, by the way. And again, I don't want to get into, this is just for the context. I don't want to talk about other creators, keep all that aside. But me and Danks do a Saturday show at 10 p.m. And, you had been live and I had caught it and I was watching it and you were dragging her through the mud. And, in all honesty, Danks was like, maybe we should stay out of this. And I got like gassed up because, like me, it's like, I'm not tribal, but I'm like loyal to my friends and friends of friends. So I did not know Elizabeth Lane at that point, but I'm like, bro, like, I'm just letting you know now. If someone's making a video like that about one of my friends, like, we're going in. So he had reached out to Elizabeth to bring her on the stream. And then everything kind of just went from there.
Okay. I'm talking about what you said specifically.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So while we were on the stream, while we were on the stream, somebody had referenced the clip. And I looked at it, and it was you were covering a pork butt being shot. And you had said that obviously it's not an exit wound. I misheard it. Nobody corrected me. I ended up making a clip on it. Nobody even caught it, by the way, not even you. I ended up bringing that up to you myself because that
Well,
was the one detail.
I didn't see your clip. The only thing that I saw was what it, I don't even know what the context was. The point was is you were saying, my perception is that you were saying that I was in my backyard shooting something, and I've never done that. And there's a lot of reasons that I wouldn't do that. But number two, the point was is that you said something like you were confirming. You used that as a statement to say I was on one side of this, and then I suddenly switched. And I don't remember exactly, but the point here was, yes, what I was doing, and I didn't even remember the reference because the only thing I got was like, I've never shot anything in my backyard. I forgot about the clip where I had included a ballistic test where they were shooting some sort of meat. But the point of that video was to show what an exit wound looks like and what it doesn't look like. And at the time, there was a lot of contention, and I guess to some extent now, is whether or not that was an exit wound or an entrance wound. And from the very beginning, I always knew that it was an entrance wound just because of the characteristics of the wound itself and what happened with that wound and how and when we had the arterial bleed that we had. So anyways, there's that. I just wanted to clear that up.
But I think that, and yeah, and like I said, I brought that to your attention. And people need to realize, and this is why it gets so messy with tribalism. When you're conducting an investigation or you're covering something, especially this controversial, where people care so much, and the camera's on you every time, anytime you say anything. When you get tribal and you start taking sides, like everybody's going to get some things right. Everybody's going to get some things wrong. You have to look at the big picture. Like it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And when you just start nitpicking over every little detail, you kind of lose focus at the task. And like you forget that like we're all trying to figure this out, or we should be. And after we had the conversation, I decided, clean slate, give you the benefit of the doubt, and let's have an honest conversation about why you feel the way that you do and I feel the way that I do. See if, we can find some common ground, see, correct each other on some things or maybe change some perspective. I'm not expecting people in the chat, like your followers, to change minds or mine. But, Charlie always talked about open dialogue. Like keep asking questions, hear both sides of the argument. And when you look at everything going on in the world, especially in the Middle East and in Gaza and in our own country with, the Republicans and the Democrats, if you have two conservatives that are on YouTube that can't have an open public conversation and dialogue over the Charlie Kirk case, like how is the rest of the world gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and look, I think I'm willing. Look, I've had a lot of people that disagree with me on this channel. I've had Blake Bednar's on, Kelly Rabone. I've had multiple other ones. You guys go back and check. And I'm always willing to have someone on to talk about these things. Glad to. But what is important to me is that they're operating in good faith. I just had Zach Costello on not too long ago. And every single one of these people, I went in with conversations with them and felt like they were operating in good faith. And I think that's the key. And that's something, by the way, that Charlie even said. And I think there's an argument against that as well, where maybe we should have people on that we don't think are having, operating in good faith. I don't know. The problem with that is that they're so detached from reality that you're no longer having a discussion on the same plane. And like, if you feel like you can, if it's someone that can just say anything without any evidence, without ecological report, I call him Eco. It's a great example of this. We had him on, and it was a fun and interesting conversation. But that dude is not attached to reality whatsoever. So, after talking to you, number one, I offered you right away. I was like, hey, look, you know what? Let's just have this discussion. And you gave me a call, and you're like, hey, look, I don't want to play any games. I don't want you to play any games. I'm like, hey, I won't play any games. So here we are. So let's figure out what we disagree on, what we agree on. And I will do my best not to talk past one another. I will do my absolute best to treat you like a friend, to treat you with respect, to have a civil conversation. And I think that you've expressed that you're going to do the same. And it's as simple as that. So, like, tell me where you're at in this. Like, what do you feel is true? What do you feel is not true? What is your current theory of how Charlie was killed? I guess we can take it from there.
I don't know. I don't know. There's so much misinformation out there. There's like there's just so many anomalies in this case. None of it makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't believe the narrative though. I think that there is a better chance that Charlie is still alive than that Tyler Robinson killed him as a lone shooter with a 30-06.
Okay.
And I mean, we could go, we can start there with the 30-06, because like that's what the case is really built on. Like, is that even possible? And like I said, I'm objective. I'm not going to say that there's like a 0% probability that it happened, but it is very, very unlikely. In fact, I cannot find a single case that has those consistencies where that happened.
All right. I think that's a good place to start. I do believe the current narrative, and we can talk about why. And one of the main reasons is because I went in completely skeptical of the narrative. And I actually went to UVU. I've had 5 or 6 eyewitnesses on. Everything really changed for me personally after going to UVU and seeing what everything looked like, figuring out how easy it actually was, talking to every single eyewitness that I could possibly talk to. And one of the things that they had in common was like, hey, you know what? All of them, and I'm sure there's people that were there that saw it that feel differently. I'm not going to sit there and pretend that every single eyewitness confirms the story. But what I will say is that every single one of them was like, look, I think it was Tyler Robinson, especially, people that were local. And I will also start off by saying, look, going into this, number one, I think it sounds like you followed Charlie Kirk before he was killed.
No.
Okay.
To be honest, I wasn't really a fan. I don't like. I became a fan after the fact.
Okay.
Because the only times I really saw Charlie Kirk was on like Instagram or whatnot, and it's like like social media. It's the hot takes that move. It's the hot takes that gets the views. And a lot of the times when he would pop up on my algorithm, it came off kind of like divisive. Like things weren't put into the proper context. It was like everything was very politicized. And then it wasn't until after I started investigating what happened to him that I went back and just watched more videos. And the more time I spent watching his videos, not only the more I became a fan, but the more that I started to believe in him and believe in what he was about and understand why he's not with us anymore.
Fair enough. Yeah. So I did. I watched all of Charlie's content before he was killed. There was 3 people that I followed, and I'm down to sort of one, and that was Charlie Kirk. I watched all his content, Tucker Carlson and Sean Ryan. Not Sean Ryan. I did watch Sean Ryan a little bit, but Joe Rogan. So anyways, look, when Charlie Kirk was killed, number one, I thought then, I think now, that he was the predominant, most powerful voice in America. And so much so that, Charlie Kirk is attributed with 2.5 million votes for Donald Trump. We beat Kamala Harris by 2.3 million votes. So he is the reason why we won that election. And not only that, he was the reason where we were seeing a spiritual and conservative revival in America, especially on college campuses. Charlie Kirk made it cool to be conservative. And, that's where I started from. And then when he was killed, it felt personal to me. And of course, because there was ballistics involved, not only was I interested in it, but obviously there was a lot of people wanted my opinion on it. And I started off like a lot of people. We had the first few clips, the first day that started coming out on X, and I was screen grabbing all those stuff, and I was interpreting what I saw. And for most people that know, I said, hey, you know what it looks like to me is that we have a deflection off the body armor, and it looks like it goes upward. We have an atypical, asymmetrical entrance wound. That's what it looked like to me. Now, I will tell you, I put that video out on basically the morning of the 11th. By that evening, we had a lot. Well, I won't say a lot more, but we had more information that come out, and people were sending me pictures of basically how thin his shirt was, and and I can pull up kind of clips where you see his whole. What it looks like. It looks like a plate carrier underneath there, a low-profile plate carrier underneath that moves with his shirt, and so. By that evening, one of the first things that I did was like, hey, folks, I just got additional information, and I could be wrong on this. And I corrected the record. And by the way, one of the things that I feel frustrated with your side is I never see the record corrected. What I see is a lot of people that very definitively state something that's taking place and say, this is what killed them. This is what happened. without a lot of evidence. But then when suddenly, like 2 weeks later, we're on to a new theory. And by the way, that was one of the things that really caught my attention with this and made me extremely skeptical about what was going online. Because like by day 2, I start seeing people say that it's a palm gun. And, Rick Cutler has a palm gun. And I look at the video and I can see no muzzle flash. I can tell that there isn't a barrel in between his fingers. I can also tell you that the energy dump that was on Charlie, like that was not a pistol. That was clearly a high-powered rifle. So that didn't make sense to me. So I made a video of it, like, hey guys, look, I don't know who's putting this out there that's not a palm gun. Here's why. And immediately, instead of like that's just like, to me, it was just common sense. But immediately it was like, oh, you're a Fed. And I'm telling you, hundreds and hundreds of people. And I don't think this is organic. And where I'm kind of going with this is, folks, I do believe, and I've talked about this a lot on my channel, when we're dealing with something like this, and I won't even talk about people's motives online, but when there's messages that can be hijacked by our political and foreign enemies, they will do it. And when you're dealing with sophisticated organizations like Iran, China, Russia, and I think half of Europe, like none of these organizations want Trump to win because they are globalists, socialists, and they always do better with somebody other than Trump in office. They always do better when a Democrat, especially, is in office, but we've had a lot of weak Republicans that our enemies have benefited from time and time again. So I do believe that there is an inorganic psychological operation that is hijacked and is pushing and boosting a lot of these messages. And it's not that hard. It's not that sophisticated. We know that they do these things. This is 5th generational warfare. And that's what I think is happening. Now, that is separate from how I feel about the overall investigation. And, but you kind of laid out where you started off at the beginning. And so I wanted to reciprocate.
All right. Now you want to hear my side of that argument? Well, not argument, but from my perspective, I should say. Now you talk about operations, and and we know, like, they're like information, misinformation. Like, you get both sides flooding the zone to some extent. And when I say both sides, I'm referring to the politics, the Republicans, the Democrats, foreign. But you on your show, you talk about how, like, a lot of these creators are colluding together, and that, and not just you specifically, there's a lot of people under the same umbrella that say that, like, a lot of these people pretend to be conservatives and they're Democrats. Like, listen, I got 15 years of metadata of Facebook messages where you're never going to be able to accuse me of being a Democrat. So, like, I'll just put that out there. But with this investigation, I feel like they are trying to put all the attention on the idea that it's not the narrative on specific individuals, and then try to give people every reason they could find to hate them, to the point where they just don't want them to end up being right. Does that make sense?
It does.
Like, they reject the information before they even process it and consider the idea that it could be true. And
I'll tell you, so I can't speak for everybody else, but I don't. I genuinely do try to look at things as objectively as possible and figure out what is true and what is not. And this goes back to one of the comments that I did hear you say, is that, Gary used to be very anti-government. Gary is still anti-government. Gary is still small government. Gary is still as skeptical of the government as I possibly can be. That being said, I don't trust the government, but I also don't just by default not trust the government. And I definitely don't by default, because I don't trust the government, do I just automatically trust social media personalities. What I can tell you is that the majority of the lies that has come into this, that have been seeded into this conversation, have come from social media, not the government. The government isn't the one that came up with the palm gun, 3 different camera guns. We
don't know that, though. We don't know that.
Well, no, I'm saying these are, I do know, like, I can point back to individuals on your side of the argument that have perpetuated these. So, like, we do know, well, I mean, you can say that, I guess the government, I guess the Trump administration paid people on your side now to make videos and perpetuate this stuff. But this all came from social media. And by the way, there was a lot of other things that I saw that was being pushed by people on your side that were intentionally deceptive. And I still see that. So Like,
But
I don't trust any.
how do you know it's intentionally deceptive?
Well, for instance, I
Like,
can,
you can't really assume people's motivations unless you have evidence to know that they knew one thing and then said another.
well, well, here's what I'll say. A good example of this that is more generic, for instance, that a lot of people shared this, and I can pull up my reaction video to it. There's a video of Charlie Kirk behind the table after he was shot, right? And they're down there scrambling around, moving him around. And this video is especially slowed down. It was like 1/20th of the speed. And it was going around social media. It was and it was cropped in. And what we see is we see Charlie's arm go up, and it almost looks like he points upward, and then it goes down. And what people were saying was that Charlie Kirk was still alive. Well, I looked at that. I'm like, okay, hold on. That looks weird to me. Maybe he was still alive, but I actually had that actual video, and I went and looked at it. And by the way, what I had to do, that one was slowed down, but the one I actually had was slowed down, but not nearly, like a quarter of the speed of this other video. And what it was, you can literally see Dan actually grab his arm and move his arm, but that portion was cut out, and it was slowed down to the point to where it looks like he's actually pointing. But what really happened was his arm was moving so fast that his hand whipped, and what they did was like slow it down to where it looked like that was being done by Charlie Kirk.
I had theorized that when I covered that, because when everybody was talking about the arm moving up, I said, I'm like, well, they're pulling him. So when they pull him under the armpit, he can. Now, what stuck out to me specifically that I initially saw as a signal that he could still be alive, it's not that his arm was being moved up, it's that his wrist bent upward and his fingers extended and slowed down, and with all the compression and everything, like, you can't really see exactly what's going on. And I theorized that if he was alive, that it was possible that maybe they could have been dropping him and he could have been reaching to grab onto Dan Flood. But with the quality, like I said, the compression and everything, there was nothing definitive to like actually like bet on that. You know, like, I'm not going to stand by something unless I can actually bet on it, or unless I actually know. And when you talk about the camera being on what was going on behind there were people, they're passing things, that got debunked. You know, did they do this? Did they do that? Hold on. Let me, and I'm going to keep, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to cut you off. But the one thing that I found definitive that nobody's been able to debunk, and I don't think people talk about it enough, is the fact that Rick Cutler was smiling.
He wasn't smiling.
I mean, we get to agree. Like, I'm not going to push back. Like I said, this is a friendly conversation. My position is he was smiling. If your position is that he wasn't, we can move on. I'm not trying to.
Well, when you play that, that's fine. When you play that in real speed, you can see he's grimacing. I mean, he's literally like that. And these are the weird, like, what you don't want me to do is you don't want me to attribute some sort of motivation to you. And for someone to like if you had let's say, I don't even know if you're married, but let's say you have kids, right? If you had kids and some sort of horrific traumatic event happened with your kid, I bet you, as I watched you respond to that, I could pull out a frame and completely mischaracterize that. I don't think for a second that Rick Cutler was smiling. And you're right. That's a subjective thing that neither one of us can prove one way or the other. I don't think there's any evidence for that. And here's my problem. The way that this has been pushed, right? It's like, oh, Rick Cutler had a palm gun. All right. Once that's out into the ether, and and look, they're handing stuff off, so they're in on it. Like, once you start doing that, you've already destroyed an objective view of these people, even if you debunk it. But that's kind of like this manufactured suspicion and demonization of people that didn't deserve it. And that's where I'm at with this. And that has been a clear, like, again, when we talk about, whether we're talking about tunnels underneath Charlie, the palm gun, the camera guns, like all of these theorized possibilities that flooded the zone, all had to include and intentionally included the security team and people around him, right? Like, once you start buying into that, and maybe you're like, okay, you know what? I bought into this for a couple days, a week, whatever else. Like, there is no pulling you back from saying and giving Rick Cutler or anybody else like a fair shot at, like, maybe they weren't in on it. And I bet you if you'd have seen that video in real time and it wasn't manipulated the way that it was, and then plastered all over the place, like that video of Rick Cutler allegedly smiling, like all over the place, can slowed way down. And it was like, he's smiling. And I just thought it was disgusting because I don't think he's smiling. That's my take on it, and was always my take on it, because I knew he didn't, like, immediately when I saw them saying it was a palm gun, I saw misinformation, intentional misinformation flooding the zone right off the bat. And then when you debunked those little things, it was like, you're a Fed, you're paid by the Jews. I remember like day 2 or 3, it was like, you're paid by the Jews. I'm like, where the hell did the Jews come from in this? Like, I don't even know. Like, I said it wasn't a palm gun. And I was right, by the way. When all these people were attacking me with that, with all these people were attacking me about it wasn't a camera gun, it wasn't this, it wasn't this, I was right.
I guess I was right too, because I never thought it was a palm gun.
Yeah.
I said from day one. Actually, you know what? Before we move on, there was something that you brought up that I think is important. When you said that they flooded the zone. Now, the first thing that stood out to me when I saw this, because like I said, I was not like, I was already doing investigations into other things, you know, mostly Epstein and also like deeper in history, like not even things like going on now. Like I was like all over the place. But the first thing that I had noticed, okay, because I follow social media, of course. And in July, you know, I think around July was when they started talking about TikTok, and that, you know, because there was the whole controversy. Like is it owned by China? They're getting our data. They wanted to have Larry Ellison buy it. And in July, I think it was and I'm not trying to go the Jew, you know, like, but I'm just balls and strikes. You know what I mean? So I think her name is Erica Lindell, former IDF instructor, that they were putting her in charge of hate speech and controlling hate speech, or that she was going to have some kind of influence on it on TikTok. And the first thing that I noticed is that when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, that all over social media, the first couple hours, all you saw was that it was actually happening, and that everybody was like getting this like traumatic experience. And then after that, you get like the two sides of the political. You look at one video and it's people crying over Charlie. He was so great. So this, and then you swipe and it's like, oh, I'm glad he's dead. People are dancing. He's a racist. And like that felt intentional to me. It felt intentional. Like maybe not that it was premeditated, but that somebody was trying to capitalize on this at the very least. Because especially my experience now, especially being in YouTube for 7 months, I talk about certain things on the channel and they turn the dial right down. They had the ability from day one, the second that happened, they could have made sure that people weren't seeing it. They could have made sure that people weren't getting traumatized by the blood. They could have made sure that people didn't see some asshole celebrating, saying that they were glad he was dead. That didn't have to happen. And I believe that was deliberate.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of different ways that either side, and I'm talking not just the politics, but look, I mean, there are powerful organizations and think tanks that manipulate things on the right, and I think there's more money and there's more power on the left, because I do think that, like, for instance, the DNC is wholly aligned with the CCP. But I digress. I mean, wouldn't you expect that though? I mean, Charlie Kirk, for all intents and purposes, I mean, he was a divisive character. So I don't doubt. I mean, I don't doubt that. And let me tell you something. There's nobody that understands censorship on YouTube more than me. I come from a gun channel, right? So like everything that I put out is demonetized. Almost everything that I put, especially if it has to do with guns. I just had, between now and September, I've had 90 videos removed. 90 videos removed. And that was like a month ago. I think I've had some, so I might even be up to 100. So look, YouTube is no friend of
sucks. That's a lot of work for nothing.
It's a lot of work. YouTube is no friend of the Second Amendment. They're no friend of the First Amendment. And, you know, that's why I constantly push for people to go over Rumble. Now, can Rumble censor and dial up and like who controls Rumble? I don't know. I don't know. But right now, what I can tell you is that they're not removing videos. And I don't see them demonetize videos, but also, you know, any video you put on Rumble, you're going to see 1/100th or less of the views. It's just a fact. So, and on top of
And
that, Rumble sucks. I mean, Rumble sucks from a
I'm
user.
not on Rumble. And another thing, and this isn't so much for the bigger creators, but for newer creators like me on each side. Because one thing that we see a lot of and hear a lot of is the like the sensationalizing of things.
Sure.
And like the casual viewers that don't make content don't understand that there are sites like vidIQ that you kind of get leaned to because it helps with your algorithm and whatnot. And they're always like vidIQ is always trying to sensationalize my things. Like if you want to get that 99, which I rarely do, because it's like everything is like it borders between false accusations. Everything is like speaking in an ultimate. And one thing that you'll find out about me is I really don't like to speak in ultimates unless I like really know what I'm talking about.
You mean like a definitive, like?
Yes, that's what that was the word I should have used. Thank you.
No problem. I don't know anything about vidIQ. Look, I'll tell you right now, and I have never looked or given a shit about analytics. I just don't. The most that I put into analytics is I'll play around with, I try to put more thought into a thumbnail and my title. That's it. Like any video that I'm going to put out, it's a video that I want to put out. I don't care if it's popular. I don't care if it's not going to be popular. I don't care. So, that's where I've always been with. I've never tried. I always knew that I wasn't going to win the YouTube game, just being a gun tuber. And again, I'm not out there making like these sensational videos, like Grand Thumb, where we're shooting freaking RPGs at dummies or whatever else. I've always wanted to make instructional videos and talk about gear and help people make the right decisions on that. That's what it always was. And then what it turned into is Wednesdays, I started doing a Wednesday live stream where I talked about current events and politics. And then Butler happened. And then I dove deeply into that. And I went to Butler. One of my friends, one of the guys that actually worked for me, I was still working at the government, for the government. I was a third-party contractor, but I worked in, anyways, he was a former Secret Service sniper. And so a counter sniper. So I had him. I was kind of doing an analysis on Butler, and then I had him, and this is like day 2 of all this. So I had him come on, and people can go watch that interview. But I was like, hey, what should have happened? What didn't happen? What do you see? There was still a lot of information that we didn't have at the time. It was still early on in the investigation. But, I do think, by the way, I do think that there was a conspiracy. With that being said,
with Butler, I was going to ask you.
100%. So, one of the things that I went into Butler, I felt, especially with all the social media noise that was coming out of Butler at the beginning, and we were hearing different, like I won't say convinced, I was completely open to and thought that there was a high probability that there was something more on the ground, like additional shooters, a shooter at a different position, all those. I was open to it. And there was a lot of people out there doing audio analysis and things like that.
See, I didn't even think about it. Oh, you want to finish? Sorry.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, look, ultimately, I went to Butler. I did the same thing. I found people online where I could do interviews that were eyewitnesses. I talked to multiple people, both on and off camera, that were literally right there by the AGR building that, confirmed those shots came from there. I also talked about a lot of other things. I spent probably 20 hours on the phone with 3 different professional audio analysis company these people do actual audio forensics, going through all the different audio analysis and things like that. And early on, I would say within a couple of weeks, and then by the way, I went to Butler. I did the same thing I did at UVU. That's where I kind of got the idea of it, is I actually had someone fly a mapping drone to do a 3D survey of the place, so we could actually look at lines of sight and figure out where shooters could be and couldn't be. And so, early on, what I found was like Thomas Crooks was the shooter. Now, everything leading up to that, and by the way, I still have the questions when it comes to Tyler Robinson. I've said it from literally day one. I was like, this has so many parallels with Butler that it doesn't make sense. And I've said at the very beginning that I think that Thomas Crooks was most likely recruited, psychologically profiled, recruited, and radicalized online. And I think somebody weaponized that kid and put him on that roof. And then the other part of the conspiracy is we had Biden administration, and I know for a fact that they withheld security resources at the same time ramping up the rhetoric against the president, or the former president, soon to be the new president. But they were ramping up the rhetoric, saying he's a Nazi, saying that he, all the things that he said, while at the same, and no understanding the security risk against Trump, while withholding resources. That was the first one that was the first event where they actually had a counter sniper team, which was insane considering all the other events. There was a major lack in security. With the counter sniper team, they should have had counter sniper reaction teams on the ground. They should have had surveillance detection teams on the ground. Those didn't exist. Like, there is a standardized package even for, well, here's what I'll say. There's a level of security that the Secret Service is going to provide for any candidate. Then there's a level of security that they're going to provide for somebody that's controversial and or a former president like President Trump. And then, of course, several echelons above that, you're going to have the actual presidential detail. Those are very different, but there's nothing even close to what Trump had on the ground that he should have had on the ground. So I do think that something happened prior to that the Biden administration was in on. And I do think that there is a high chance that there was a conspiracy to weaponize, radicalize, and point to a target, Thomas Crooks. And I think the exact same thing most likely happened to Tyler Robinson. And what I will say, what we do know is that there is an investigation into that. People don't realize it. There's an ongoing investigation into looking at additional conspirators. So that is ongoing, but that's how I feel about the Butler.
That was actually one of my theories too, is that, like, because we know we're not getting the truth. I think if there's one thing that we could agree on is that there is a lot of information being left out that, I don't think that they're like this trial, I think too is going to be a charade. I'll just say it like that. I know some people might have different opinions on that, but I feel like if the deep state is involved, or if there is foreign intelligence involved, that they are not going to want the American people to know. I don't think that they're going to give Lance Twiggs immunity for throwing Tyler Robinson under the bus, because I 100% that he is believe that he is involved. And this was one of the things that, I'll be honest, like with you, I'm like, why isn't he talking about this? Because when those 911 and dispatch audio came out, the audio from whatever it was, dispatch or 911, they were describing someone that fit the description of Lance Twiggs, not Tyler Robinson. And I know you referenced. Oh, I'm gonna let you speak, but no. So I know you had referenced it, and that you said that people make mistakes in the heat of the moment, and I understand that. But you got to realize everything is a data point, and when they start stacking up, especially when you're like me and you're trying to honestly do it objectively, at some point it becomes undeniable that, like, there's some funny business going on. And with Lance Twiggs, there were multiple witnesses. Like you said, you went to UVU and everybody said that, oh, they described Tyler Robinson. But that's not really true, because there were 911 calls. There was dispatch calls. They were describing somebody wearing all black, tactical gear, long hair. Like, that didn't match Tyler Robinson. That fit Lance Twiggs.
So just to be clear, I never said that anyone described Tyler Robinson. What I said is that everyone that I talked to.
No, I said I heard you say that in the heat of the moment, people might get some details wrong.
Yeah, no, and we know that to be true. For instance, where I think that all black tactical gear came from. You remember the video that we see where it shows somebody on the Lossy building from the side that's laying in the prone. We've seen that video. He's in all black, right?
The Lossy.
Where the shooter was laying, I can probably find the picture, but in the video, there's a video from the side of the Lossy building where you can clearly see who I think is allegedly Tyler Robinson laying in the prone. Did you ever see that picture or video?
No. I've seen the ones where there's somebody running off the roof and it didn't look like they were holding a weapon. But again, compression, I'm not speaking in definitives.
Yeah.
While you're looking at that, though, there was something else that you brought up. You were talking about the security not being good at Butler, right? That it was that the security was under. Do you know that yesterday a witness came out and said that there was more security at their UVU graduation than there was on September 10th for the for the Charlie Kirk event?
No, I haven't heard that at all.
And I have heard, Brian Harpole say it. And at the time when I heard him say it, it felt to me like he was passing the buck. And, I was really upset with that. But if that's true, and UVU was not allowing drones or didn't have drones or whatever the case is with that, and that there was less security there, like, shouldn't they be investigated? Like, wasn't the UVU event, like that one called last minute? Like, that wasn't on the initial schedule?
I don't know what you're talking about. UVU graduation.
I'm saying that the graduation couple months prior had more security than they did for the event for Charlie Kirk on September 10th.
So you're saying UVU? You're saying UVU had better
That just like what you said with Butler. Yes,
Gotcha.
UVU provided better protection and security for their graduation than they did for Charlie Kirk.
Look-
And Brian Harpole went on the record saying that people didn't, with the drones or whatever, that they weren't allowing the drones. Why is that? And how come Erica Kirk and TPUSA aren't suing UVU for liability?
Well,
And
I don't know if they are or not, and I can't speak to anything that
that's fair.
What they're doing. Look, I think that UVU is wholly culpable for what took place. I really do. And understanding how close protection details work, like everybody compares Charlie Kirk to the president and the Secret Service detail. Like there's not even a comparison. You're talking about millions per venue when you have even the president, even the amount of security they had at Butler, which was wholly inadequate. I mean, that was millions of dollars worth of resources going into that. Like that's not what TPUSA has ever done. And again, what a close protection security detail is about a 30-yard perimeter. That's what they can do. And unless they wanted to start spending a lot more money. And by the way, it was actually Dan Flood that's in charge of security, not Brian Harpole.
Yes, that I was very I was surprised when I found that out. I didn't find that out from Brian Harpole. I found that out from somebody else that I know that used to work for TPUSA.
Yeah, so Brian Harpole, I mean, all they are is a security contractor, right? It was Dan Flood that makes the determination of what products that they're going to buy from this security contractor. It's on him to decide, right? So and of course, then he has to take these recommendations of whatever he comes up with to the board and ultimately to Charlie back then. And I can tell you right now, I've confirmed this through many different sources, like they weren't willing to spend extra money on security. They just weren't. You can say that like they weren't going to pay for drones and they weren't going to pay for all this other stuff.
Why do you think Charlie wasn't wearing his chest armor? Because I had heard, and I know you have as well, that he did wear it consistently.
So I heard a lot of things when it came to body armor, which is why I always gave a disclaimer for like a month and a half. Like, look, guys, he could have not been wearing body armor, but here's a lot of other information. We had multiple law enforcement authorities mention it. We had Megyn Kelly mention it right there in front of Mike McCoy. And we had a couple others, and I got multiple videos that were back. So I was like holding on because I do think I've always thought like the body armor was the Occam's razor of all this. Like it explained a lot. And the fact is he didn't have body armor. I was wrong.
What about because I rewatched some of your content to prep for this, just because I didn't want to make any assumptions on your opinions. What about the hole in his shirt that came after it happened?
I think what we're seeing that is actually the shirt going up and making contact with the wound, because the shirt does move up. And the problem that we're seeing, let me go back and kind of put a pin in what I was saying too. I have found since then, after talking with people, that Charlie Kirk has never been known to wear body armor. Not once. Not once has he ever worn body armor. So, that's the fact. And they kept trying to get him to wear body armor, and he wouldn't. Charlie Kirk understood the threat that he was under, but he wasn't willing to capitulate to what he felt like were terroristic threats from the left. Charlie Kirk had security for years before he had any problems with Israel. And these were real threats. And by the way, the most radical among them, and he was getting thousands of threats per year, real threats that they were taking seriously, real death threats from leftist lunatics. That's why he had security. That's why he had security. And he didn't want to put any, like, they were trying to get him to put like ballistic glass up in front of him. Not only did he reject that, But he made it to where he said, look, when we open up the question line, when I have somebody that comes up that wants to talk to me, it will be open. You know, you can see at UVU where they have the bike racks, and you can go look back at all of his videos and confirm this too. He didn't even want that barrier between him and the person that he was talking to. And then, you know, Brian Harpole talked about several other events where like the risk was much higher. In California, in oh God, what's the school? Famous leftist school. Regardless, like these people were rioting, and he was like going out in the crowd and talking to people to show that he wasn't afraid of this. So Charlie Kirk understood the risk. And by the way, Brian Harpole was constantly telling Charlie, you can't do this. He's like, you know, fine, you can find another job, basically. I mean, he said he never said that, but it's like, I'm doing this. You better keep up. So, you know, Brian Harpole.
Now, is Brian Harpole still working for TPUSA?
He is not. No.
Okay. What about Dan Flood? Is he still working for TPUSA?
That I don't know.
Okay. What's your take on the hand signal? Now, listen, I'm going to be objective. Like I said, I'm not going to push back, but there was an event back in May where Charlie's talking to somebody and Charlie's talking and he's saying players get call signs, and Dan Flood does the exact motion that he did 1 second before Charlie went down. And he's clearly, this isn't, you know, like the Rick Flood thing where, the Rick Cutler thing where it's like, oh, I think it was a grimace. He was clearly looking to his sides and smirking when he said it. And he did the same exact motion. And on top of that, when Brian Harpole went on the Sean Ryan show, and I said this, you know, because I'm objective. I call it like I see it. I said that Brian Harpole doing that interview with Sean Ryan was the equivalent of bowling with the bumpers. Sean Ryan was walking him through that, trying to make it as easy for him as possible. And now Sean Ryan, if I'm not mistaken, former Navy SEAL, former CIA contractor, Blackwater. Like he is.
I don't know if he ever worked for. I don't know if he ever worked for Blackwater. As a matter of fact, I've never heard that before. But he definitely worked as a GRS contractor for the CIA.
Okay, but we could agree that he's qualified in security detail.
I will say this: the answer is he should be. For instance, I just listened to portions of his interview with Candace, and by the way, portions of his that interview with Brian Harpole. And what Sean Ryan doesn't know never ceases to amaze me. I'll just say it like that.
Do you think he really doesn't know, or you think he's playing dumb? This will be the one creator that we'll actually talk about because it's very pertinent to somebody actually involved in the case.
Look, here's the reality: is chances are coming up through the SEAL teams. I think that and going to combat, I think it's very likely that Sean Ryan has had a lot of TBIs. On top of that, he has admitted that he's abused drugs heavily and alcohol heavily. I think there's something cognitively wrong with Sean Ryan, and I say that with a lot of respect and humility. That's where I'm at. I don't think he has an intention, or I don't think he's sophisticated enough to play dumb. I think with Sean Ryan, you what you see is what you get. And if he says he doesn't know, I don't think he knows. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be completely underestimating him on that, but that's what I think. Maybe he forgets.
I didn't know about his history. Actually, in all honesty, the first time I ever watched a Sean Ryan interview was the Brian Harpole one, and it took me a long time to watch a different one because it did not make a good impression. And you know, like maybe it's the conspiracy theorist in me, but I believe in controlled opposition. I don't just think that everybody who's talking my plot points, you know, like I'm a Whitney Webb fan. Like I'm not sitting there watching all the YouTube channels. Like I want to watch. I'll read One Nation Under Blackmail. You know what I mean? Like I'm sus of everybody. I don't put all my faith into anybody because the last time I did, it was Trump and he let me down. But real quick, I just want to finish before we strike with my point with Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan put so much emphasis saying that he used hand signals on every single detail. And then Brian Harpole said, doing a bubble, he went out of his way to distance himself from hand signals. He said, we don't use hand signals. Why would we use hand signals? If I used hand signals, it would be like this. And is it really hand signals? Is it definitive, or is it somebody scratching your ass? Now, Sean Ryan was off camera. And, you know, again, this is subjective. But in my opinion, Sean Ryan didn't do it exactly like this, but he went like this and went like that. Brian Harpole reacted and said, see what you're doing right there? That's a hand signal. That's definitive. And then Brian Harpole did the same thing. In my opinion, and again, maybe this is the conspiracy theorist in me, but I think that Brian Harpole was trying to distance himself from Dan Flood.
Yeah, you know, like here's what I can tell you is that Dan Flood he moves around a lot. And look, I actually researched this. And this is, again, when I was completely open to the idea that the security team being in on early on. The first thing that I did on a couple of specific issues was on the hand signal issues, like go back and watch some of Charlie Kirk's other content with Dan Flood behind him. And Dan Flood is constantly moving. He's constantly moving his shoulders, moving. Like, here's the thing. I don't know if he was doing hand signals or not. I can't say that definitive. I don't think so.
And one thing that I could tell you from talking to people that used to be affiliated, work with TPUSA, is that I've been told that Brian Harpole was a chatty, friendly, everyday guy, and that Dan Flood didn't talk to anybody.
I don't know if I've ever shared this. Look, before I did an interview with Brian Harpole, like the night before, he came in and we went out to eat. And look, let me tell you something. He was sitting there with me and my wife at the table, and he was talking about Charlie. And I was trying to keep things light, just make sure that, you know, like, hey, we're comfortable with each other, just like you and I. Like, you know, he doesn't know what I'm going to ask him. I don't know what he's going to say, and I don't really care, right? But just, hey, keep it light. Well, he goes, and I'm telling you right now, Brian Harpole had an emotional connection with Charlie Kirk.
I've heard that from people that knew that.
I do not think Forrest. I 100% believe that Brian Harpole, if he could have, he would have thrown himself in front of that bullet or exploding mic or whatever you believe.
I believe that, but I also believe that he knows more than he's ever going to say for reasons unknown.
Well, I mean, you have to believe in a conspiracy. You have to start with a supposition or a conclusion and then work your way back to start. And I think that's,
well, when I say reasons unknown, I'm not just saying like assuming, like, you know, like I'm saying like there could be another investigation, whether it have to do with some sort of foreign intelligence, whether it you know, some kind of internal conflict in the deep state between the left and the right. Like I'm not trying to point any fingers. Like I'm not over here saying, oh, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, the Jews. Like I'm trying to be as objective as possible.
Sure. Hey, real quick, I did want to just do some house cleaning on this. I pulled this up, spent all the time finding it, so I want to address it.
Yeah, I saw this once. I didn't really pay mind because there's so much compression. You can't like images like this. It's like
when you see, I couldn't find the video. So this is about from 400 feet away. I mean, it's a far distance, and he zooms in, and they're like, "Hey, what's this guy doing? He looks like he's in all black." So going back to what you were saying earlier about Tyler Robinson versus Lance Twiggs. Number one, I've never heard of a description that would match Lance Twiggs, and it doesn't really matter to me because we heard this. Somebody said, "Hey, there was a guy in tactical equipment on the roof, and he was in all black." Well, we have video of that. Unless you're going to sit there and like we know that's not true. He was essentially in almost all black, but he didn't have any tactical equipment. So like, there's a lot of things that get thrown into this that. Look, eyewitnesses suck. They do, especially when you're talking about something from distance. And then on top of that, you know, when you have a traumatic event like something like this, like I think a lot of people just start projecting other things they've seen or whatever else going on there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on with traumatic experiences. But I mean, the reality is like we have video of the person, somebody that was on the roof. Like we have clear video. So like he didn't have tactical gear on. That was very clear. So like that, if you're going to pull up that eyewitness account, say somebody said this, like that's been proven false. Don't you agree? Because we don't see that on the video.
I mean, listen, as far as it goes with that, I just want to see the pictures. Show me pictures in high res that shows me who was there, what they were wearing. Because until I actually see it, all I could do is just do the best I can with the information that I have.
Gary, yeah, sure. I found the video.
Play that video. That's definitely worth playing. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. You can play it. And play. And play. So you see how far they are away. They're in front of, there's a generator there.
So what you're saying is that this is the vantage point that you're saying that the witnesses might have had, and that they would have been basing
Yeah.
it off of that.
Yeah.
Do you know that there is also a walkway that wraps around that building that's just a floor below?
I've been there and
Yeah.
I've walked everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. You've been there.
So I'm gonna play this, and I'll hold on. Let me pull
Well,
up.
while you look for that, when you
Yep.
went there, did
Yeah.
they allow you to go onto the roof?
Not on the roof,
Because
but
there was, this is another thing that again, somebody that went to that school, worked for the company, told me, is that because of the trajectory of the roof and where Charlie, because you got to remember the ground on UVU, you know better than me, it's not flat level. Like
No.
where Charlie was sitting is lower than the building itself.
like
And also, Charlie was a tall guy. He was 6'5". He was his chair was on a table, and he was in the back of the tent. So somebody that I know that would know better than me said that they don't think that there's any way that he could have gotten that kind of shot at that kind of angle from that, and I'm not saying that as a fact. I'm just saying, like, this is what I was honestly told.
Yeah, we know that's not true for a lot of different reasons. Bear with me. I'll pull up the kind of proof of.
Can I ask you a tough one?
Sure, go ahead.
If it was up to you, would anybody on that security detail still have that job? If it was like someone close to you, or would you have cleaned house?
I think for liability reasons, if I was Dan Flood, for instance, or I was Dan Flood's boss, whoever is his boss, I think for liability reasons, not because I necessarily believe that they failed. Like I don't necessarily believe that the Secret Service was in on the I haven't seen any real evidence to that. But what I can tell you is that whoever was giving them resources failed them dramatically. So I think for liability reasons, you would fire them and you would replace them. Look, there's no
that's a decision I would make just on emotion. Not even, I wouldn't even be thinking about business. It's like, from my perspective, and this might be a little harsh, but it's how I honestly feel, is that they had one job that day. If it was my loved one, I would be scorched earth. I would fire anybody that had anything to do with security, and any companies that were affiliated. I'd be suing them for everything that they had, and I'd be standing on the rooftops screaming about it. And I think that's, well, not that I think, but me personally, that's one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of Erica. And look, I'm not even going to go into the, there's a lot of things. I'm not going to get into the rhetoric. I'm just saying that the way that she has acted since, and that TPUSA has acted since, and the 180s that they've done on everything from Epstein to Massey to the war in Iran, like, it disgusts me. It does. And then factor that in with now everything with Dan Flood, she went on Glenn Beck, and hold on. This is important. Yeah. This is a big one, because this specifically is why so many people against her feel the way they do. She went on Glenn Beck, and she said to the world that Charlie was not texting anybody before he was killed. He was not afraid anybody was going to kill him, and she would know. She has his phone. And then Candace met with her in person for 4 hours and said that not to be true. And she went soft on her. I got mad at Candace for how soft she went on her, because I thought that was the metaphorical headshot on the case. So
do you think, well, first of all, everything that you're talking about is completely subjective. I don't know if she's lying or not. I don't think that she actually went through his phone to look at his signal and his WhatsApp.
But how could she not? How could she not? And listen, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say she didn't look, right? If it's true that Charlie was messaging Andrew Colvett, the guy now sitting in his chair, and Dan Flood, top of security, the one who did the hand signal, the guy who doesn't talk to anybody else at work. If those are the two individuals, no, let me just finish. But if those are the two individuals that Charlie Kirk was messaging, that he was afraid that he was going to die before he got assassinated, why didn't they tell Erica? Why didn't they warn Erica? Why didn't they tell Erica, like, hey, Charlie was messaging me? Like, why deny it?
For the same reasons that I wouldn't tell my wife when I was going out on high-risk missions when I was overseas, even though I can call her. No,
but she's taking over for the company. Okay, I'll let you go.
And what you just did there is a problem that I have with this entire thing. You've strung together a bunch of things that you have stated multiple times. I don't know if this was a hand signal. I don't know if this. I don't know if this.
No, the Dan Flood one is a hand signal. That is confirmed.
I disagree. I don't think that's not established.
I'm not trying. We could agree to disagree. That's fine.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is this is what happens. Like, your interpretation gets turned into a fact. It turns into one point, and then you start making connections with these multiple made up points that aren't fact. It's your interpretation.
TPUSA endorsed Thomas Massey,
and then well, who cares if they didn't? How does that prove
he was Charlie Kirk's Charlie Kirk went on the record saying that Thomas Massey was one of his favorites.
I could tell you that, like a lot of people, there was a lot of people that Thomas Massey was a favorite of, including mine. But the way that he changed, let's say they did. How does that prove that they were involved in his murder?
I didn't say they were involved in his murder.
But I know
I'm not saying that they were involved in his murder.
That's the implication, though.
No. I'm not saying that they were involved in his murder.
Like, how do
I'm saying that they're not fulfilling his legacy, that they pivoted. TPUSA turned 2.0. They went in a different direction. That is all I'm saying. They went in a different direction.
How do you know that Charlie Kirk wouldn't have taken them that direction to begin with? Because I went in that direction. It was not because the Jews told me to. It's like, no, what
I'm not saying anything about the Jews.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm like, the point is like, I sat here and watched Thomas Massey change. I did. And when you start becoming disruptive against the Trump's agenda, which what I have heard, and I can pull up the clip, like Charlie Kirk says, hey, you know what? Right after the bombing of Iran last year, she says, here's my take on it. I trust the president. He's had my back. I have his. He probably has intelligence that I don't have. And he did a whole show talking about how he respected what Trump was doing because Trump had exhausted all diplomatic possibilities. And like, this is what we got to do. And then he goes on to say, he's like, by the way, folks, don't think that the nuclear program's over. The nuclear program isn't like this, isn't a facility. The nuclear program for Iran, which they cannot have a nuclear program, is an idea. And as long as they pursue that idea, they're going to continue to be a problem. The same things that I would say, the same things that President Trump has said. Like, I voted for President Trump because he committed that Iran would not have a nuclear program.
Yeah, Charlie was also the one that showed up at the White House and was against the war in Iran. When Donald Trump on July 8th, I believe it was July 8th, was saying, you're still talking about Epstein, 48 hours later, Charlie Kirk was doing an interview with Mark Harperin where they were talking about getting a dozen young conservatives to go out and talk to people about Epstein, raise awareness for the Epstein files so that Trump would understand that that's what his base wanted. Charlie Kirk was not just a yes man for Donald Trump. He was not afraid to challenge him. He was not afraid to question him.
And he was not a yes man for Thomas Massey. And if Massey started to diverge, he would break ties with him just as much more quickly than Massey than he would with Donald Trump.
But Massey diverged on a point that Charlie Kirk agreed with him on, and that was the Epstein files.
We never saw Charlie Kirk come out and say, oh, I'm divergent. Like, I don't even know. Let's say all that's true. You don't think that Charlie Kirk knew he had differences with Donald Trump? You don't think that he knew he had differences with him? Of course he did. But again, what he said time and time again, right after the bombing and many months afterward, I support Donald Trump. I support what he did. Here's what I have to say about this. And again, like this doesn't go back to, none of that is proof. And I hear that being used as proof all the time that I guess, like, I don't like.
No, I'm not saying it's proof, but they're all data points.
Well, yeah, but they're not relevant. Like, just
why aren't they relevant?
Well, because if you and I have differences and suddenly you end up dead, and it's like, you know what, Gary had a show and they argued, and I don't know, like,
yeah, but Charlie Kirk isn't the first figure that has been murdered over his political influence that had some kind of shit. And I'll give you an example: Martin Luther King Jr., because that's the person that everybody says as the example. Well, he got shot with 30-06. Like, people got to realize, you hear people talk about how, oh, you know, bullets do weird things. It's like, it's not magic, it's physics. The reason that Martin Luther King Jr., that he didn't have an entrance wound, he didn't get shot in the soft tissue of his neck. He got shot in the chin, and then it went to the spine and hit the cervical and the upper thoracic.
Okay.
It went there.
How far was Martin Luther King away from where the shot was taken?
The distance, you could tell me. I don't.
It's 65 yards. So almost exactly half the distance that Charlie Kirk was. So
it hit a lot more bone. And
well,
like,
hold on.
Okay.
The arguments, here's where the argument starts with 30-06 and that it can't happen. The argument starts with there's no way that it hit a person and there wasn't an exit wound. And then you're like, well, Martin Luther King was 65 yards away. He didn't have an exit wound. Well, that's different because he hit a bone. No, what you just said is that the bullet can't transverse the thickness of the body and not have an exit wound. That's what you said.
I'm going by the book that you recommended.
Oh, hold on. There's no book that said that Charlie Kirk.
They explain the physics on how force works and why bullets do what they do.
Okay. And there's no book that's going to cover it all, but regardless, that's not the point here. The point is so there's no chance that if it hadn't hit his bone, you can tell me with any certainty that it would have still exited the body.
I'm not saying certainty, but name another case where somebody got shot in the neck with 30-06 and there wasn't an exit wound.
I know 4 people by name that have been shot with 30-06 and not a single one of them had an exit wound.
Email me, I'll cover it.
Perfect. We'll get there. But here's the thing. What was the muzzle velocity of the round that hit that hit Martin Luther King?
We
don't know.
It was a Game Master, 760 Game Master. I don't know all the details on the weapon,
and we don't know the exact ammo. And then even then, there's wide variability amongst ammo. So there's no way to say. There's a couple. Hold on. There's a couple of things here. Number one, there's no way to say that if it hadn't hit his jaw, that it wouldn't have exited the body. Period. There's no way to say that. On top of that,
it goes on probability. The more bone, like the bone is what absorbs the most force.
Sure,
you're going to absorb a lot more force on impact of a bone than soft tissue in the neck.
Sure. But again, what we don't know about Martin Luther King is we don't know what that projectile was, what the muzzle velocity was, or anything else.
But we do know that he was targeted by the FBI for his political beliefs, and that later on, after post-investigations,
but that doesn't mean that
they said that there was a likely conspiracy, and then they said later that they couldn't even definitively match the bullet to that gun.
There is absolutely, just because I'll grant you that Martin Luther King was killed by the FBI.
Thank you. No. That's not what I'm saying. Thank you. I'm saying the bullet, the match to the gun. I'm not saying he was killed by the FBI. I'm saying there was a conspiracy.
Let's say he did.
That could have been MK Ultra as well.
The FBI killed him. The FBI killed him. All right. Our government has done a lot of shit. There's no doubt about it. It does not by default say, oh, well, Charlie Kirk was killed by the government, and we can prove it. Like, you can't.
I'm not saying that he was killed by the government, but if he was going to raise awareness of the Epstein files, how many people? Think about it. There's a reason that there's a reason why nobody's gotten arrested. It's not because people love PDFs. It's because they're afraid of what's going to happen if it comes out.
Bayes, have you gone through the Epstein files? Because I have. I spent days
a lot, and it makes no sense.
What in there? Hold on. What in there is actionable?
What in there is actionable?
Yeah, what in there?
Just follow the money. You could just the 2008 financial crisis.
That's a talking point. That's not even real. That's not anything real.
Let me ask you this: Do you think that Mark Middleton hung himself after he shot himself in the chest?
I have no idea. I doubt it. Okay.
Do you know who Thomas Boyers is?
No, I don't. But here's the thing. Okay. There's not a single thing in there that I've been able to find, and not a single thing in there that anyone else has been able to find. And so to sit there and say Donald Trump wasn't pursuing the Epstein files, so he had Charlie Kirk killed. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
I'm not saying, but that's what I mean. That's not what I'm saying.
Hold on. That's the implication. That is the implication.
No, that's not the implication.
So
we don't know. There could be somebody in the files that's never even been on TV. We don't know their name. We don't know their face. And that they want to keep it that way.
Do you think that killing Charlie Kirk stopped people talking about the Epstein files?
100%. How many people are covering Charlie Kirk right now on YouTube?
How many people are talking about the Epstein files? It's nonstop talking about the Epstein files. What I don't see, I hear a lot of people bitching about the Epstein files. What I haven't seen from a single person is somebody that's presented information from the Epstein files, said, hey, you know what? This is actionable. We can actually get a probable cause warrant on this information. There isn't. As a matter of fact, I went through this for days and days and days and days, looking through the Epstein files to find information. The one thing that I can find that could potentially maybe is all of these different photo albums of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton went on all these trips, and there's individual photo albums, all these different countries with Epstein. And he's like, there's a picture of Epstein with a bunch of girls. You like can't tell if they're 19, 16, or 22. You know what I mean? It's like they're young. But then in the same background, you'll have a picture of Bill Clinton by himself. Like, they made it very careful to not mix the two. But you have photo album after photo album after photo album. I don't hear anybody I don't hear a single person saying, you know what, we need to lock up Bill Clinton, because like the most evidence that we have on anybody is Bill Clinton that I've found so far.
Well, if you were friends with me on Facebook for the last 10 years, you'd know a lot of people. Trust me.
Yeah. So my point is, let me ask you this.
Wait, can I just point out one data point? Because this is what drives me the craziest with Trump.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Because Trump goes around saying that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax. And I'll give you this. When the files came out and they said that Trump's name was named the most, I said bullshit. I said there's no fucking way, because Epstein was a Democrat. The people that he ran with were Democrats. And that I thought that they cooked the books to make it look worse for Trump, so that if they did release it, that he would have went down with them. That's what I believe.
So what in there with all the mentionings of Donald Trump? Well, no, I want to back up just a little bit.
Before those files came out, I never had a reason to believe that Trump was a PDF. People were so mad at me for saying that.
There's not a single thing in there that indicates that Donald Trump is a PDF.
And not to mention, hold on, this is really important. I don't want to forget. Remember a couple of years ago when they hit him with all those?
Are important.
No, but come on. All right, that's kind of funny. I'll give you that. But listen, no, this is though. You'll agree with me. A couple of years ago, they hit him with those 38 felonies over clerical errors. Remember the Democrats? Yeah. If the Democrats really didn't want Trump to run, and they really wanted him in jail, why didn't they release those files if his name was in there 38,000 times?
Because there's nothing in there to convict him with. And here's the thing. So we had the Democrats committing lawfare against Trump. Would you concede that there was a deep state conspiracy to stop Donald Trump? His first term.
I never concede. I was screaming that from the rooftops. Okay. I was as big of a Trump supporter as you get until he said the Epstein files are a hoax. Stop talking about it. And then I felt betrayed.
Okay, simple yes. We agree on that. All right, so they were using lawfare against Trump. And then the Epstein files, which by the way, were actually held by the Biden administration for 4 years. We have no idea what they took out of there. We have no idea what they put in there.
1,000%.
Any of those things, right? And just like you said, if there was something in there, they had control of them. They could cherry pick whatever they had. You don't think that they would have pulled something out and used it against Trump? Now, let me extend this a little bit further.
There's things in there that they could be. There's threads that could be getting pulled that they could be investigating that they're not.
Did
you see the email? Did you see the email where somebody emailed?
You have to hold on. Do you want a country with rule and law, or do you want just like people that are curious to start using the Department of Justice against people? You actually there's like a standard of evidence here that you get for probable cause. And we can't just say, well, they're in the Epstein files. John Mappin's in the Epstein files. Hell, there's a freaking audio clip of John Mappin doing some really crazy shit, and nobody gives a shit about John Mappin.
There's one email specifically that I want to point out, because I'm not trying to make this all about Epstein. I want to, but it is pertinent to what I was talking about. But there's one email where somebody tells Epstein, but there was one email where somebody said to Epstein, hey, that thing that you and Bill Gates were talking about, getting rid of poor people or getting rid of all the poor people, I have a solution.
Okay.
Bill Gates should not have testified behind closed doors. That shit should have been public.
What was his solution?
Can you agree with that?
I don't know what his look. You're not going to
no. Can you agree that Bill Gates? No, but can you agree? No, listen. And can you agree that Bill Gates should have testified publicly on camera?
Yeah, I think all of the testimony, especially with Bill Gates, should be on camera in public, without a doubt.
All I needed to know.
Yeah. So there's that. What evidence do you have that is actionable against Donald Trump from the Epstein files? One thing. Tell me one thing that you could take to a judge and a grand jury or even a prosecutor and say, hey, you know what? Here's this information. We need to get a warrant so that we can investigate this further.
Dude, I just told you that I think they cooked the books on him.
Okay, so, but why? Why would they protect Donald Trump? Why would
No. Cook the books. I mean that they made him look bad.
But I mean, he doesn't look bad in there. There's one.
His name's all over. And listen, I'm not saying that Donald Trump's completely innocent either. I'm just saying that his name. There are a lot of other people that should have been named more than him.
I don't care. Like, just because someone's name's listed in the Epstein files by volume does not make them guilty. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, 100%.
So I don't. I don't know what the Epstein.
But you keep assuming that like
I didn't
my
bring up the
position is
Epstein
that
files.
Donald Trump. No, but I feel like you think that because you said the implication is that Trump had Charlie Kirk. I never said that. I didn't say that Trump should be arrested. I'm not attacking Trump.
Well, when I said that, what evidence do you have about Charlie Kirk being killed by the government? You start bringing up the Epstein files.
I didn't say killed by the government. I said that the fact that Charlie Kirk has the influence that he has and that he was going to use his resources to raise awareness for the Epstein files, that there could be somebody in there. I don't know, because everything's redacted and nothing's getting released. I don't know. I'm not pointing a finger at any. I'm not saying that this one or that one did it. I'm saying that somebody did it. I don't believe it was Tyler Robinson for a fucking second. And that they're like a lot of people are, I don't know, whatever.
Okay. Let's go back to where we were.
No, it's the lone shooter who had never been on campus.
I'm gonna close this and then move this forward so it doesn't include what she has to say. I want everybody to see what I do have a problem with is many people out there that have characterized. Look, here's what I'll tell you this to me. Before I went to UVU, I had somebody that was regularly in my comments, Bayes, that said they knew people that worked at UVU. And they said there's no way to get on the roof, and that to get on the roof, you actually have to have a security card and only a very few people. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. I don't know what to think about that. How did he get on the roof? And I kept hearing people say he had to scale the roof like Spider-Man. Someone specific that continues to say that, by the way.
I never. This is the first I'm hearing. I used to do free running so I could get on roofs. So that wasn't like a major thing for me.
All right. So my point is that to not show this information, when this information is out there, is an omission of the facts, and it's a real problem. All right, folks, so here's the stairs that go to the roof. Wow. This wall is about maybe 3 feet tall. All right, so right there is the shooting position. So that's how you get on the roof. You step over that rail. That's it. Like, there's nothing complicated about it. Now, earlier, you also talked about whether or not there was a line of sight. There was, oops, let me remove that. Let me add this. There was definitely a line of sight, easily a line of sight. As a matter of fact.
Yes, if this is the vantage point, then yeah.
And I'll illustrate that even further. And by the way, folks, if you guys want the free, I spent tens of thousands of dollars on this thing. And of course, now it's, look, we have a free 3D model that is plus or minus about 1 inch of this whole thing. So if you want this, oops, and now it's not. Oh my God, dude, come on. You can download this 3D model for free on Blender or this other program that you do have to pay for. It's called Rhino. That one's expensive, but you can download the Blender model for free. I'll try to put that. It's on my X account. You can look that up. But I do. Let me see how to show this. I'll share this window. Oh. About 200 feet away from there. All right. And I'll get this in a perspective that doesn't look retarded. So this model, all right. Anyways, let me try to get this. I don't know why normally this thing just snaps into where it's supposed to be, but now it's all skewed. I don't know what happened. This is how it works when you're trying to do something. All right. So anyways, here we go. And I'm going to show some different perspectives here that we have built in. So this is the lossy building perspective. This is exactly where Tyler Robinson was we can zoom in. You can see that there is a clear line of sight. Early on, one of the reasons I went there is there was these ideas that there was like the Bushman shooter over here, which I knew there wasn't a line of sight. Let me see this one. All right, so this one, there's a line of sight, but I have problems with that by a lot because everything's so much closer. Let me see the other one. There's one over there that could potentially have a line of sight. And all right, so this is from the top, actually right up on the edge. You'd have to get all the way right at the edge. A lot of people were saying that there was a shooter right here. There could have never been a shooter right there. There was no line of sight on that. And then, of course, over here on the... Oh, that's not it. Over by where the bush, there wasn't a line of sight either. All right, just had to take my word for it. I don't know where that vantage point came from. But you guys can download this. We have this all built in. I mean, this cost a lot of money that I spent on my own, and we did have one other viewer that helped contribute to this. Actually, a lot. He built all the... he's the one... Let me stop sharing this. This is the problem. He's the one that built in all the 3D imagery, all the tent and everything. His entire team spent a lot of time and money making sure that was right. But you can download that. You can check that out. It's free. Don't charge you anything. So you can take a look at that. But so the point is that we definitely had a line of sight. And here's the thing. All these things start to stack. When you start saying, it wasn't the right guy up there. They didn't have a line of sight. He couldn't get on the roof. Like having anything objective when you get all the facts, like people's minds are ruined. Like I think the narrative on this was polluted from the very beginning. And I think that was intentional. And like there was a conspiracy being built right off the top. And, that's my take on that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, from the first day, before anybody, like any content creator actually started covering it, like when you just see how the zone got flooded with both sides and all the celebrating and the crying and the blood, it's like it felt like a psyop. It was like a mess from Jump Street.
Do you feel like that when the zone is flooded with misinformation, when people are saying, it's a camera gun, it's a palm gun, it's, the Bush shooter, the shot came from behind, came from tunnels underneath, there's tunnels underneath Charlie. Don't you think that is, more lies? I think if you're honest, you'd have to say that there's more lies that have come from social media. And by the way, a lot of the social media creators right now, than any lies that have come from the government. The government's been pretty consistent. And I went to UVU trying to prove them wrong. I really did. But that was where I between what they had in the charging documents, between what I found, how easy it was to plan, looking at the escape route, I walked Tyler's entire route of what he did as much as I could. Where the firearm was located, and I got some questions and comments for you on that. The other false narratives that were intentionally being put out to undermine the investigation, I found out were absolute lies. That's a problem. And what I'm saying is, you don't think, who benefits from this? Like, the Democrats benefit from this. For one, I think that a leftist trans activist is the one that killed Charlie Kirk. And what they've been able to do is completely sidestep any blame for that whatsoever. It's like, nope, they didn't do it. Israel did it. Trump did it. The FBI did it. The military did it.
But that's subjective because we're never going to know who benefited because we're never going to know for sure what direction Charlie would have gone in.
Well, we know who's benefiting for sure. And that is anybody, MAGA's not benefiting from it. This has fractured the party in a way that I never expected it to. Even when I saw what was taking place back in December, when I was absolutely 100% convinced that Candace Owens was being at least used for a psychological operation to fracture the right. Let me ask you this. So now you're disenchanted with Donald Trump, right? You don't like Donald Trump.
Listen, I told you, I was a really big Donald Trump supporter. I believed in him. I still want to believe in him. But between the files, the wars, okay, let me ask you. Now, I've been trying to avoid, the Jews or Israel, but you like we're both trying to be objective here. Like we're asking each other, like we're just keeping it real. What's your take on Section 224 and this idea that we're going to merge intelligence? And if you have a take on it, like you have knowledge on it, I'd love to hear it, because I think that it's a horrible idea. I think the optics are terrible. I think that it's un-American. And I think that trying to gaslight people who disagree with it, calling them the woke Reich or anti-Semitic, is completely un-American.
Well, I've never said that about that particular issue, period. Like the people that I call the woke right and the people that I think are anti-Semitic are the people that I believe that are anti-Semitic, plain and simple. When your conclusion is that the Jews in Israel are the cause of all your problems, when we have Qatar spending like 50 times in this country to interfere with politics, to fund universities, and you have all these other countries, like we can have a discussion about foreign interference. I'm cool with that. Let's have the discussion. I'm cool with the discussion about how much money that we send to Israel. I think I've done a lot of research on this since the beginning of this, and I feel like that it's a good investment, and there's a reason why we have the relationship with Israel. And by the way, but let me go back to my first point, because that one's really a point. We can dive into all that. So you're disenchanted with Donald Trump. You think, I don't even care what you think. You have beef with Donald Trump right now. We'll leave it like that. Do you think it's a positive if we lose the midterms?
Listen, after what's happened, I don't even care anymore. I think that I think that on the civilian level, we're fucked either way, because none of them give a shit about us.
I don't think there's any proof of that. All right, Donald Trump.
I would love to be proven wrong. I'll say that. I would love to be proven wrong.
Here's what I'll say. What we can say that Donald Trump has done since he's been in office. Number one, he's closed the border. That's something that everybody said that couldn't happen. We have net negative migration, 100%. He's done a lot for the economy. He's done as much as he possibly could through executive orders. So he's done a lot for this country, and you can go through and you can look at all the different. He's done a lot. People keep saying that there's no deportations. Folks, deportations are taking place. I know the whole thing on Minnesota got a lot of attention, and yeah, we slowed deportations there, but deportations are still taking place all over the United States. And as a matter of fact, just like 2 days ago, the head of the Border Patrol came out and said, we're on track. By August, we'll have more deportations in 2026 than we did in 2025. So we have net negative migration, which I'll tell you, like, immigration was destroying this country, and it may still destroy this country. What was taking place under Joe Biden? It is a much better place. If he just did that, I would be happy with the 4 years of Donald Trump. But let's kind of take a look at what's going to happen in the next couple of years if the Democrats actually win the midterms. The Democrats win midterms. They've already said they're going to impeach Donald Trump again. All right, they're going to get rid of the filibuster. They're going to be able to stop Trump from doing anything else positive. If he loses the midterms, the Democrats will win 2028, because they'll have 2 years to beat him about the head. And if we lose 2028, we lose the House, the Senate, and the executive branch, we are fucked. And there's no other way to say it, because what they've said they're going to do, get rid of the filibuster, pack the Supreme Court, they're going to reopen the borders, and because they're going to have the ability to push legislation through, they're going to be able to have a pathway to citizenship, and these people that are in this country illegally will be voting. They will be voting. They will flood all of our federal courts with activist judges. There is no way for us to win again. And I know what the woke right is doing. I've been saying this since back in December or January. I 100% believe that they're capitalizing on this. People like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all of these people. And what they think they're going to do, which I think is just a globalist agenda that's repackaged for the right. They think they're going to create another party, an opposition party. Number one, they're going to make sure that we lose the midterms. They're going to make sure that we lose 2028. For 2032, that whole time, they're going to try to recreate. And by the way, it just came out today that Tucker Carlson said himself, they're trying to start a third party. Folks, a third party is guaranteed to lose. What they think they're going to do is run an opposition against the Democrats and ultimately they're going to run a platform on decoupling from Israel, and they're going to run on a platform of extreme isolationism. The only thing that's worse than us going around and starting all these wars and getting in quagmires, which I'm totally against, and so was Charlie Kirk, and by the way, so is Donald Trump. Nobody wants to get into an extended war. Nobody wants to get into an extended quagmire. But he hasn't been. All right, we saw Venezuela. There are things that we can do militarily that we haven't done in the past that doesn't kick the can down the road, but addresses it in a way that the U.S. military can actually do it. What we did in Iraq and Afghanistan was a travesty to the American people. It cost lives, treasures, friends that I know are dead that died there, and just as many, if not more, died when they got back. So I understand the cost of all this stuff, but I also understand that if in Iran we let a homicidal, suicidal regime continue to operate and continue to pursue a nuclear weapon, we can say, you know what, we're not going to deal with them now. All right. But guess what? Your kids and your grandkids, that's what you're doing. You're putting this fight onto them because they already have committed to killing us, both theologically, politically, verbally. That's what they're going to do. And to sit there and like, oh, no, we just need to not worry about it. They'll leave us alone. You are as naive and moronic as it gets. So there are ways that we can do these things smartly. But I'm telling you right now, what Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and these other people are doing in the way that they are capitalizing on what's happening and destroying the right, it is a pathway to destroying our country. Period. Like, there is no way for us to come back from that. When someone is telling, do you think Charlie Kirk would ever tell anybody, don't vote in the midterms? You know what? There's no difference between the left and the right. There couldn't be a bigger difference between the left and the right.
No. Okay. Well, now this is something, because I say that the election. It's not that I say that the elections don't matter, and I'm going to come off hypocritical because I've said it before. But what I say is, if you're only waiting for the big presidential election to get involved and to know what's going on, then it's already too late. I advocate for on my channel getting involved in politics. Find out what's going on in your local community. Find out who's starting from the bottom up and get involved there. Don't wait till after the primary to see who's running for your party. Because if you're not paying attention and you don't know, then it's going to be somebody that already sold you out. Now, as for everything that you just said, I mean, there was a reason why I didn't want to bring up the other creators, and you did, and I'm not going to hold it against you. I got into the Epstein, you went the Candace Tucker way, but I just want to point out that the second you bring them up, it's like the people are taking the focus off of us and the topic. Now you're making it about them, and the Candace haters are just going to agree with you. The people that like Candace are going to go against you. It's like doing a disservice to yourself.
The same thing applies with bringing up Erica Kirk and TPUSA. I don't know why
it's different though, because Erica Kirk was the wife. She's CEO of the company.
Yeah, but you haven't presented any evidence. You got a lot of feels, you got a lot of perceptions, you got a lot of subjective observations that you feel like.
Well, did the FBI ever go through Charlie's phone? If so, why not release that information? Let's see those text messages.
I don't know. Why
was there anybody else that Charlie text that he was afraid he was going to get killed?
They could have absolutely went through his phone. They could have. I don't know if they did or not. I mean, it's a fair question, but your follow-on question doesn't make sense. Why don't we see those texts? Why would they show you the texts?
Well, that's a fair point, and that's why I've said that there is something more going on. I'm not sitting here saying that. Listen, I'm not accusing anyone specifically of pulling the trigger, making the call, killing Charlie Kirk. I said that since Charlie died, that there is a clear pivot in Charlie's messages. There are a lot of inconsistencies. Listen, we could agree to dish. I'm not Harry, that's the thing. I'm not here trying to argue with you. I'm not trying to change your mind.
Okay.
We are sharing a platform. We are having dialogue. We are giving our opinions. We're telling the people how we feel, and they're gonna take it and process it how they want. I'm not I know you referenced other interviews you did before, but if you notice, I'm trying to go out of my way not to cut you off, even if I disagree with you. I'm not trying, you know what I mean?
Sure. No, and I'm doing the same, even when you cut me off, because it's real important.
Yeah, is that going to be the joke now?
It's really. I don't know. This was real important. That'll be the joke. No, look, and again, you've treated me with nothing but respect, and I hope you feel the same,
and vice versa.
Yeah, my problem. So everything that you just said is, hey, there's all this information we don't know, and then you're filling it with information that you have that requires you to have come to a conclusion and seek evidence for. This is the different, and this is where I feel like we've thrown logic out the window. Almost everybody that I talk to on your side, in you, is like, I can tell that you've come to a conclusion, and you're constantly looking for evidence to support that conclusion. You've already stated that there's no way for you to know. that Tyler Robinson isn't guilty. There's no way for you to know. I don't.
No, I think that he was very likely involved. I'm not.
I think he,
yeah, I think that's pretty clear.
Let me clarify. There is no way for you to know that he didn't pull the trigger. As a matter of fact, I feel like what you're doing there is you're creating a lot of things without evidence, and you're completely rejecting the evidence that we have. We have there is a lot of evidence, or at least we have a document of evidence that we have. We know that there's DNA on the gun. We know that his DNA is on the screwdriver. We know that his DNA is on the towel. We know that his DNA is on the fired cartridge. We know that it is possible that people can get shot with 30-06 and not have an exit wound. We know those things because we have Chuck Ritter. He was shot from 25 yards with the 30-06. Specifically, he was shot with 7.62 by 54, which is the Russian equivalent of 30-06. Ballistically, the exact same. He was shot from 25 yards away. It hit him in his spine. Not only did it not have an exit wound, it deflected downward, and guess what? He's still alive. Then we have Martin Luther King was shot from 65 yards away. You can say that the jawbone makes a big difference or not. I don't know, and neither do you, because we don't know ballistically what that compares to with what Charlie Kirk. We have no idea about the ammo other than them.
Again, you recommended a book, and I analyzed it, and that had a lot to do with how I came to that conclusion.
Well,
because I am objective.
Hold on. I've read that book all the way through. I've spent the last 20 plus years doing ballistics for a living. This is what I do for a living. I teach long-range ballistics for a living. I have my own line of long-range custom rifles. This is what I do, and I can tell you right now, what we don't study enough is terminal ballistics. Weird things do happen. I don't care. Yes, it is physics, but the problem is that there's so many variables involved that it is such a high-speed event and high energetic event that you can't account for everything. You just can't. And here's the thing.
You're kind of contradicting yourself, because when you did that live stream with Nate, you said that there was a 0% chance that it was a 30-06. You agreed with Nate. Then you told me on that super chat that you did the research and you referenced the book, and I'm using the book I'm implementing. I'm being objective.
Fine. Where in that book, what did you read that proved that Charlie Kirk couldn't have been shot with a 30-06? I
analyze. I have a system I use with AI. I factored it into an equation. That's Bayes' theorem.
Provide a quote that out of that book that convinced you that it's impossible. I didn't
say it's impossible. I said that the probability is very, very low, and that I can't find another case where that happened. You said that there's multiple cases. I told you, send it to me and I'll cover it. I'm not like, this isn't like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying my best here to be objective. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
so Martin Luther King was shot from 65 yards away. We didn't have an exit wound. It hit him in the spine. It deflected downward.
It hit him in the chin, and then the multiple parts of the spine.
It hit him in the jaw.
A lot of bone.
It hit him in the jaw, then hit him in the spine, deflected downward. That one doesn't count. 65, half the distance. So more energy, theoretically, more energy. Now, so that one doesn't count. Now we have Chuck Ritter shot in the spine at 25 yards away, didn't exit, deflected downward with him in the spine, and he didn't die. Still alive. You can go look at, matter of fact, they captured it on camera. He's put when he came onto the scene after he retired, which is right around the time Charlie Kirk was killed, he was like, yeah, this isn't a big deal. It happened to me, because and this is where the argument starts. There's no way that a round could have hit him and not exited. Period. Well, Martin Luther King, but it hit his jawbone. Okay.
I never said is 0% probability.
I'm saying generally. This is what I keep hearing. And then it's like, oh, well, no, if it would have blown his head clean off. I hear that one all the time. It didn't do that to Martin Luther King. As a matter of fact, Thomas Crooks, who did have an exit wound, was shot with a 300 Win Mag, which is like 50% more energy than 30-06. He had an exit wound down his back. It went through his mouth, went out his back. His head didn't blow off. Like a lot of this stuff is, and again, you can shoot. Like what do you think? What do you think penetrates further, 9mm or a 30-06?
What penetrates further?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by what penetrate? Like, if you're going by force, like a 30-06 is going to do a lot more. It's going to have a lot more force behind it.
So let's say, for instance, we set up.
I'll tell you this: if you shoot someone in the soft tissue of the neck from 150 yards with a 9mm, there's a higher probability you'll have an exit wound than that you won't with a 30-06. I don't know if anyone kept up with that.
I'm not sure.
If you take a 9mm and a 30-06 from 150 yards away and you fire them both 100 times, you're going to have more exit wounds with the 9mm than you will no exit wound with the 30-06.
Okay, so let's say, for instance, let me see. Let's say, for instance, we set up 9mm. We set up some ballistic blocks, gel blocks. We shot 9mm or 30-06. Which one would penetrate further?
Tell me.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll do even better. What we will do, let me see, is we'll actually watch it happen. Let me remove that, add this. All right, so here is Mythbusters from over 20 years ago.
Dude.
Hold on. So they are shooting a 9mm.
That was without any, awareness of to what was going to happen to Charlie Kirk 20 years later.
So there's that. Let me pull that down. And so all these overnight ballistic experts, they're like, oh, I know what's going to happen with 30-06. You don't. You don't. Number one, ballistics are extremely unpredictable. They really are, especially when you're like, we don't have his rifle. We don't know if that round was stabilized. There's lots of reasons. We could be able to get his ammunition, his rifle, and be able to replicate that 10 out of 10 times. Possibly. I don't know. I'm just saying. We don't even know. And for you to say like, oh, well, Martin Luther King doesn't count because that was 65 yards away, half the distance, but it hit him in the jaw. It would have definitely exited his body if it had him in the jaw. You don't know that. And then we go to Tyler Robinson. We have no idea what ammunition he was shooting. We don't know if the muzzle velocity was the same. We don't know if the projectile type or the projectile weight. So to come on this conclusion is like, as a matter of fact, I'll just put it back on you for a moment. You said, can you give me any examples that this has happened? I can give you 4. Charlie Kirk, Martin Luther King, Chuck Ritter, and a guy named Shane Hill. Shane Hill was shot in the back, very close distance with 30-06. I just found out this example the other day. No exit wound. All right. The bullet stayed in his body. I can give you 4 examples. And by the way, if you go through military pathology reports and other pathology reports, you can find more. It is actually a lot more common than people think, more common than I thought going into this. And by the way, I didn't say on VFT that it was 100% that it didn't happen. I said it's unlikely. And by the way, that was the episode. This is probably like a week, maybe 2 weeks into this. That was the episode where somebody brought up the Martin Luther King. And literally in a super chat, like, what about Martin Luther King? I was like, yeah, it kind of hit him in the jaw. And then I thought about that. I'm like, well, just because it hit him in the jaw doesn't mean that if it didn't hit him in the jaw, that it actually wouldn't exit the body.
Well, no, me bringing up the jaw, I had already done that. I did that research on my
what
own.
I'm saying is,
well, hold on, Gary, because like,
it's important.
Listen, I'm trying. I'm okay.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, it's just a joke. Okay, now listen. See, now this is where it starts to get like, tense. And this is also why I said I don't want to talk about creators. I don't want to play clips because like Ian Carroll, I'm a fan of his. I'm a supporter of his. He's a friend of my channel. You and him, not so much. Maybe not open to the same kind of dialogue. But you're dropping names. You're playing clips. I have a clip right now that I covered of Ian Carroll covering another specialist where it's blowing the thing off. And listen, I'm not going to try to put you on the spot to play it. It's got a ton of views anyway. But like, this is what I mean. And then you say that, oh, screw the book. Like, this is what I do for a living. Dude, when you said that there was a 0% chance that it was a 30-06, that was from all your experience. What did you read in the book that made you change your mind?
Here's what I've said from the beginning with this. And I've been very clear, and people that have followed me know. I have 20 plus years of teaching ballistics. I've been to combat 4 times. I've seen a lot of crazy things with rounds. I understand the unpredictability of the round. That being said, what I didn't have experience on, and by the way, most people don't. There's a very few percentage of people. Most people that are ballistic experts, there's 3 types of ballistics: internal, external, and terminal. All right, we're really good at internal. We do a lot of reloading. I got, $25,000 worth of reloading equipment over there. And so we're very good at that. We're very good at external ballistics, learning how to make sure that if we're shooting a target at 1,000 yards away, we know how to take in the wind speed, the elevation, and the windage that we need to apply to this and apply basic calculations or rules of thumb and get a hit on target. We're good at that. What we don't do is sit around and look at the terminal ballistics of any guns. What I haven't done, I've probably shot a 30-06 5 or 6 times. It didn't matter if I shot a 30-06 1,000 times or 1,000,000 times. What I haven't done is like, oh, what's the energy? What does it actually do to a target? What I can tell you for sure is I get hunters sending me pictures all the time where 30-06, they shot a 30-06, it hit a freaking deer in the neck and like slammed into the spine and didn't go any further. Didn't blow his head off, didn't do anything like that. And then what we also need to look at when it comes to Charlie Kirk, that I think is misunderstood completely, is everybody thinks it was like a straight on shot right here. All right,
no, I'll do you one because I pay attention and I'm objective and I don't want you. You know, I told you there's no gotcha. I'm going to call it how I see it. And this, you pointed out, I got this from you in that same video. You know, so I don't want you to think that I'm cherry picking. You know what I mean? You called it out. You pointed out.
Let me real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to kind of put a pin on that point. My point is from that episode, what I had to do was have a little humility and be like, Gary, you know what? Do you really know that much about terminal ballistics, especially with 30-06? And the answer is no. And so what I started doing, number one, the first thing that I did is that right after that show, the next couple of days, I went and dove through everything that I could find on MLK. And I realized, wow, you know, this is so similar to Charlie Kirk. It hit him in the jaw, yes, but it ended up hitting him in the spine, deflecting downward, and with no exit wound. And by the way, Martin Luther King had an open casket funeral. Like if you go look at the pictures, you can't even tell. And yes, initially it did bust open his jaw and create a large laceration on his jawbone. So it looked ugly, but I mean, that's really irrelevant. And then I went and I did look through military journals, specifically to 30-06. There's a lot of them, as well as pathology reports. And I was like, you know what? This happens a lot more than I thought it did. And that's where I was like, you know what? Until I find evidence that excludes that he did this, I have to, it might have been a 1 in a million shot when it came to Tyler Robinson hitting Charlie Kirk and not having an exit wound. It's a lot less than that. I think we've demonstrated that, but it doesn't matter. That's what happened until we can find something else. There was no other shooter. Like there's 3,000 phones down there. There's this video everywhere. There's 3,000 people on the ground.
Gary, with Martin Luther King Jr. though, we didn't find out like the facts about the Martin Luther King and COINTELPRO and all that. Like things didn't start getting confirmed until decades later. You conceded the point earlier that maybe a government agency or somebody killed and I'm saying this generously because you said FBI killed Martin Luther King Jr. I'll give you that. I didn't even say that. You did. So why are you so sure that Tyler Robinson did this and that there's not government with Charlie Kirk?
Because this isn't 1963 or whenever he was killed. The same thing. It's like I hate this comparison where it's like, well, what about JFK?
What about again? A perfect example. They tried to pass a magic bullet then. They're trying to pass a magic bullet now. And JFK was against Israel. Those are the files they're not releasing.
How are you saying that it's a magic bullet?
That's what they said.
What is magic about this bullet? Listen, and by the way, the government didn't say it was a magic bullet. It was a conspiracy theorist that later on said, well, you know, it went this way.
No, it was the government that said it was a magic bullet.
No, I don't believe that at all.
They went against their theory, their narrative went against physics.
Okay, and
it just came out yesterday that they're connecting Jack Ruby to MK Ultra. And maybe they'll connect Lance Swiggs or Tyler Robinson too. I don't know.
Do you feel like that's evidence that the government killed Charlie Kirk?
I think they're data points. I think it needs to be taken into consideration. Yeah, exactly. Everything's a data point.
Would you think that like, hey, what we should do is we should isolate each event and actually investigate that event and follow the evidence as opposed to saying, well, because he did this, because this happened, by default, this happened. Like, I'm not going to accept that Charlie Kirk was killed by a government agency, even if we prove that that Martin Luther King or JFK was killed by the government agency. That's stupid. That's making yourself.
I'm not stating that as fact. I just think it's stupid to deny it.
What I'm saying is you're open yourself up to a bias as opposed to independently analyzing the information in front of you.
I disagree.
And then going with the evidence. I mean, like that's.
Listen, then we see it differently. I'm not like I said. This is about us giving our. I'm not fighting with you. I'm not. You know what I mean? Like.
But what these data points really are, for most of them, they're not data points. It's gish galloping, right? It's just throwing in all this other information. Like, but what about this? What about this? What about that? Like, that has nothing to do with that. I don't care if Erica Kirk wore sparkly pants. Tell me how she was involved in the conspiracy. That's what I want to know. I don't care if you think that she lied about this or lied about that. How does that lead to a point to where she is in a government conspiracy? Because I can tell you that all these other people have lied too. They said they were 100% certain this happened or this happened or this happened. And then they don't even go in and correct the record. We're all going to get things wrong, but at least come out and correct the record. If you're Candace Owens or anybody else, and you're like, hey, you know what? How did he get on the roof? I don't know. He climbed up there like Spider-Man. Well, then, and you don't show the information like, hey, you guess what? You just walk up on the roof. Like, that is a lie by omission. Like, that's a real problem. When she meets with Erica Kirk, and Erica Kirk says, hey, Brian Harpool wasn't at Fort Huachuca. Here's the information. And you don't share that. I don't care if you believe it or not. You don't
Is
have to
Graham Allen really running the FBI fast response account on X?
Not that I've never even heard
I got text that while we're on stream.
I've never
I'm just asking.
I've never
I told you not to bring these people up.
But what I'm saying is like, those are data points. Those are data points. And what you're saying is, hey, the FBI lied about this, this, and this. Well, I can tell you these people lied about this, this, and this, demonstrably so. And it's like, no one's ever held accountable for that. Like, no one's ever held accountable to like go back and correct the record for that. And that's a problem, because you know what else is a data point? That this is highly incentivized. There's a lot of money being made by creators. There's a lot of money being made by people out there for this. And
believe me,
like,
I know. I called out Candace Owens on something once. I got my dick kicked in.
Yeah. And that's the other part of this. You know what? There's always a problem if you can't hold someone accountable. And this goes with government. This goes with social media personality. It goes with anybody. If you can't point out a direct lie or hold them accountable for something they did wrong without immediately getting attacked, that is a sign of something for sure. That the FBI would call that a clue. Like, that's a real problem. It's like, yeah, you know what? They did lie, and we should, like, all of my viewers, if I get something wrong, I expect them to hold me accountable. I'm not going to attack them and say, you know what, you're just paid by the Jews, or you're just this, or you're just that. Like, those are smear campaigns. You're not actually making any arguments at all. So that's where I'm at on that. What else we got?
Well, it's up to you. But Gary, you know, before we go any further, you know, like, this is all you can't have these tough kind of conversations and not expect things to get tense a little bit. But I just want like everybody to like understand that, like, you know, like this is what it is about, though. Like, the dialogue, the different points. You've had a lot of good points. I think I've had a lot of good points. And like, this is the only way we're going to hash it out as a country, you know? And like, in the chat, like, could you imagine if the chats were like merged right now? And you know what I mean? Like, it would be so toxic, and that shouldn't be what it's about. We should be trying to bring people together. And you know what I mean? I don't know. I just want to throw that out there.
No, I think, look, my best friends are some of the people that I disagree with the most. And I actually enjoy arguing with, like, my best friend that I was his best man. Like, every time we get together, my wife hates it because all we're going to do is like argue over dumb shit. And we can sit there and scream at each other and curse each other out. And we know when we're done with it, we're going to be friends. And I will tell you, that was one of the things that really bothered me with all this is I did collaborate with a lot of people. I did try to create a collaborative effort in the beginning of this, and all I did was get attacked for it. Like, I did not say ne'er a negative word about anybody until December 6th when I released that first Candace video. And I knew I was going up against Goliath. I expected that I was going to lose 150,000 followers that day, just releasing that video. But I also knew that it was important to get the truth out. The truth is all that matters. And when there are people out there.
So hold on. Now, I want to ask you two questions. One, once you and Candace started having issues and the people are attacking you and your people are attacking her, do you think that gave both of you, not just you, I'm not putting you on the spot, but do you think that it's fair to say that maybe you guys ended up having a bias against each other because of the toxicity? And you could even blame her for it.
I'm sure
that's an honest question.
Here's where I started with Candace is all I did. You guys go look back at that first video. I pointed out obvious lies, and I pointed out obvious false narratives that she was pushing. And I pointed out obvious narrative framing that she was doing that I felt were very basic, but effective psychological manipulation tactics. And I saw that throughout. And then what came down was the Fort Huachuca story. Same thing. I don't know that again, none of this was a personal attack until later on. I pointed out the obvious. Look, there is zero chance that there was some sort of undercover, top secret meeting at Fort Huachuca with Mitch Snow. Mitch Snow is a known liar.
Yo, so I'm just gonna say here, I was never like that's where she kind of lost me for a little bit. Like the Fort Huachuca Egyptian plains.
Yeah.
Like I just like I'm not ruling it out. I'm just saying like my focus was in other places. But I will say this. Oh, I will say this since you're gonna bash Mitch.
Hold on. I'll just clear up with this. Look, my critiques of Candace Owens was the obvious lies and the misinformation and the false narratives that she was pushing. She immediately went to attack me at a personal level, tried to say that I was being paid by TPUSA, say that I was being paid by the government, say that I was being like, these were personal attacks on me. And they're highly effective. And look, I knew, look, again, I'm going up against somebody that has 6 million viewers, against millions and millions of views. I knew what I was signing up for. And I don't care. I don't care if my channel burns to the freaking ground, folks. I don't care. I'll still be here saying what I'm saying. Guess what? Before I did that, I was getting 4,000 to 5,000 new subscribers. It was December. I had like 285,000 subscribers. I was getting 4,000 to 5,000 subscribers per month. And then on top of that, I was getting thousands of views. I thought that I would lose 100,000 followers overnight. 100%. Did I? No. Good. That's good. Where am I now? What are we? That's December. We're what? 8 months later. 8 months later, here we are. I'm still at 285,000 views. So I'm replacing those people, which I'm happy to do. Because I don't care. But the fact is yes, it definitely hit me on views. I don't care. It hit me on subscribers. I don't care. I don't care. I don't look at my analytics, and I never will, and I could give two shits about it. What I'm going to do is get on here and tell the truth. I fought the Taliban, Al Qaeda, ISIS. I'm not afraid of Candace Owens or Baron Coleman or anybody else. I'm not. So you guys say whatever you want about me. It's not going to even bother me. I'm going to continue to point out where it is obvious to me that you're lying and that you are deceiving Americans for clicks, views, likes, and a false narrative that I think is destructive to this country. And ultimately, whether they're involved or not, it's a psychological operation to make sure that the communists, the globalists, the Democrats, and the woke right win. And that means that MAGA doesn't win. And that means America is weaker. And I'm not going to stand by and say nothing while that is taking place. I'm just not. So that's where I stand. All you, buddy. I'll shut up for a while.
All right. Here's the thing. And
yeah.
I mean, listen, it's subjective as to whether or not I've been pushing conspiracy theories at any point on this. But I think that it's fair to say that I haven't, like, I'm not sitting here, oh, it was this, it was that, like how Charlie was killed. I'm telling you, I don't know. And I'm just how I got there, where I'm at, what's I'm identifying as, you know, red flags.
Sure.
But if those pictures are legitimate, and that really is.
What pictures?
The ones that Candace put out with the broken glass in the SUV. If that's real, combined with the hole in the shirt and the elongated wound that you pointed out yourself, which I'm not saying it makes sense for the lapel mic, that is a data point for the 30-06. No, it's true. It's true. An elongated wound in the fucking book that you told me, elongated wound could be, it takes away from some of that velocity. I don't think it takes away enough to not make the exit wound, so but I'm not going to spin it. I'm not going to spin it.
What could cause an elongated wound?
It would, from a 30-06, it would have had to, just like Martin Luther King Jr., would have had to hit the bone, and it would have had to keep hitting bone. You're talking about thousands of pounds of force.
No, the elongated entrance wound. It's not hitting bone, so something's going on to create a
that goes with the bullet. You know how you were saying? Listen, you're the expert, not me. You know how you were saying that sometimes
I'm asking, like, what are some causes of that potentially that atypical entrance wound? Because it looks larger than it should with a 30-06 with a entrance wound. Entrance wounds, whether you're talking about 30 caliber or 5.56, like entrance wounds tend to close up. Now, what I will tell you, that book, that if you downloaded the same book that I'm talking about, what that guy did talk about was that wounds to the neck tend to open up more because we have much more kind of tighter elastic skin on the neck that is pulling omnidirectionally, right? So it's pulling. So that could be an explanation of that. But there are at least one more that we need to discuss that I don't know if you're aware of. What's another reason we could have a atypical entrance wound with a firearm?
I listen, but this is what I mean. Like, I don't like speak on stuff that
not
I
a
don't know about.
gotcha.
Like,
I'm not.
no. I don't know. You know, I don't know. Like, you're the expert. That should be the part that you're teaching. You know what I mean? Like, I'm
So
not
let
going
me-
to sit here and pretend. You know, like that's crazy.
So let me ask: do you think that allegedly Tyler Robinson or whatever shooter was aiming for Charlie's neck? Do you think that's likely?
I don't know. I don't see how they could. It's such a small target. You would have to. I mean, you're the sniper. Like, would you have aimed for his neck?
I wouldn't have aimed for his neck. All right. So that tells me one of two things. Either he was aiming for his head or he was aiming for his chest, and we had some sort of deviation take place. So there's a couple of things you could account for. I think he was aiming for the high center mass of his chest. That's where I think he was. And when we talk about a 9.5-degree slope, if he was sighting in for 140 yards, if he knew what that was, it would actually hit high. Or like, I don't know how much planning he did. He could have had that just mapped out on Google Earth. That would give him about 140 yards. He could have had that dialed in. He could have, I don't know. Either way, he wasn't aiming for the neck. So there's another thing that could account for that, and that is being unstabilized, right? So you need gyroscopic stabilization to make sure that that round goes where it needs to go. And what that means is, like, obviously, have you shot a rifle before on paper?
I went shooting probably twice in my life. I'm
All right,
not. I'm a pacifist.
I mean, you're in New York. Just talking about guns is like 3 felonies. So, so if you're sighting in a rifle and everything's going the way that it is, whether it's 100 yards, 10 yards, doesn't matter. All right, it makes a clean, clear hole, right? Circular hole. That's what we get. Now, what you also get is if it is not properly stabilized, and there's many reasons for that, you will get what's called yaw. So, for instance, number one, we already have a round that is coming in at 10 degrees, and on top of that, Charlie Kirk is leaning over. So, number one, people say, hey, you know, the round is just going straight. First of all, it was never going straight. It was always coming down at a downward angle. And then on top of that, he's leaned over. So now that round is actually going to go into his neck and deeper into his body than most people are accounting for. Those are just facts. So there's that. But then you have yaw. So what we're talking about with yaw is when it's not spinning perfectly. If you think of perfect spiral football, right? You ever tried to throw a football or watch somebody that's never thrown a football before? They throw it, and it's like, whoa, all right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
yawing.
Oh,
right?
that's what yaw means?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what yaw is.
I saw the word. I didn't, you know.
So think about perfect. If we have perfect stabilization.
So the yawing minimizes the velocity, which means that it's not going to need as much impact to be absorbed, and it's also going to cause the elongation.
Well, we'll
Is that
talk
where
about
you're
that.
going?
Yeah. So if a bullet is yawing, what you'll see on paper is an elongated hole. Now, it could be it is so unstabilized that it's now tumbling through the air, right? So it's tumbling through the air, and actually we call it keyholing, where a round hits a piece of paper, you literally see the profile of the bullet. Other times when it's stabilized more than that, what we see is just slightly oval or a larger, depending on if this is going straight, if it goes straight through the paper, perfect circle, depending on how high this thing is wobbling around, this is yaw. All right, that's yawing. Depending on how that round goes into that target. And if it's yawing like this, we are almost guaranteed not to have any sort of exit wound, because it's going to be dumping energy a lot quicker because it's tumbling the moment that it hits the skin, and it's going to hit the spine and deflect downward. And we have additional proof of that or evidence to support that with the fact that we have a round that is broken up. It's fragmented, which we would expect that almost no matter what, depending on the round. Now, if it's a bonded round or a different type of hunting round that is, specifically engineered for penetration, we wouldn't expect that. But I think what it's going to end up being is 150 core locked. That's what I think it's going to be. And it could have been a low recoil round. They sell those. They're readily available. I got some around here. This is custom light, so it's a low recoil round.
And guys, my chat, people watching, I want you guys to pay attention, because Gary's not saying bullshit right now. Like the yawing is like I've done the research on what it would take for a 30-06 to not make an entrance wound, and you would need the stars to like really, really fucking align. Sorry for cursing, but like, you know what I mean? Like my people know, like I don't do the definitives. I don't say 0%, 100% unless like I know. It's just this, like, I don't believe it. It's just, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Well, first of all, to to characterize it as the stars need to align, I think that's BS. You may get that out of that. Like if I have a gun that's not stabilizing a round, it's going to do that 100 times out of 100 times.
Yeah, but hitting the soft tissue with the neck, going in like that.
I'm sorry?
I'm going in at the
What
soft
I'm
tissue with the
saying
neck.
is, here's what I'm saying. If the bullet is yawing, it probably is not, the probability of it not exiting goes up exponentially. Does that make sense? And what I'm saying is,
I'll have to look into that more. I do know that if the bullet hits the bone and not the soft tissue, that is lower. So if you're saying that the yawing is similar, and I could fact check
what
that,
I'm saying is if that round tumbles sooner, it's going to display, and that's another thing too. Like we see his entire head blow up. I mean, his whole head expands.
That's part of the reason why people thought that it was staged too. That's why they were like, "There's got to be a prosthetic. That's not natural."
They've just never seen somebody get shot, and we've definitely never seen somebody get shot in the neck with a 30-06, and then it slowed down to the point that we watched that. It's like this is the first time people have ever seen anything like this, anything close to it, and they're like, "Oh, this is whatever." Anyways, so we got low recoil rounds. All right, he could have bought those, but I think what we're going to end up having is, and going back to what I'm saying, is to characterize it as like such a low percentage of stars have to, like that's just not true. That gun may do it every single time. Like if I have a gun that the rifling is burnt out of that thing, and every single round that I put down range, it is yawing, it's going to cause the same exact result almost every single time. If we're using the same
can you set that up? Like, is there a way that you can like that?
Yeah.
Because if it's doing it, if it's happening for a reason. Like this is what I was saying before with like bullets do weird things. It's like, listen, it's not magic, it's physics. Like there, and that's the thing for this particular case. There has to be a rational explanation for every single anomaly. Like it's not just one thing. It's not just one piece.
I think people are creating anomalies where anomalies don't exist, where there's a gap of information because they're like we have more information about this particular, the amount of information that the FBI has actually shared is, and that we've also gotten from search warrants, court cases or court hearings already. Like there's a phenomenal amount of information, and the small amount of information gaps people are exploiting. I won't even say that. Like they're so into this, like they can't step back and say, okay, well, this data point to this data point can't be explained. So I'm going to throw this in here with all kinds of crazy stuff that just doesn't even make sense. And if you just watch what happens, you're going to see that those do make sense. And there's nothing wrong with that. The problem that I have with all of this too, the thing that really concerns me is there's nothing wrong with questioning the government. There's nothing wrong with questioning the narrative. There's nothing wrong with investigating this and trying to find answers. When you start turning these into an attack and accusing people of murder with zero evidence, with all you got is feels, vibes, observations, and saying that, Erica Kirk's she cries too much. She doesn't cry enough. Dan Flood did this hand motion that he does. Like, again, go look at his other videos. I'm not, maybe it was a hand signal. Even if I can see that's a hand signal, now you have to tell me where's the evidence they were in on killing Charlie Kirk. And you don't have that. You don't. And so to jump to that conclusion with the amount of information you have is morally and ethically wrong. It actually is.
No. I'm not. Listen.
I'm not saying you.
No. Okay. No. But when I brought that up, the reason that I brought that up is because like Sean Ryan was telling Brian Harpole, like I did hand signals every single time, every single detail, and then Brian Harpole went out of his way to say that there were no hand signals, and then all of a sudden he's doing something similar to Dan Flood saying that's a definitive hand signal. Just watch it back. Because I had to watch that interview like 4 times, and it wasn't until the second or third time that I saw it that way. The first time I thought he was just talking out of his head.
I can tell you right, like for diplomatic security, who I used to train, Department of State diplomatic security, used to teach close protection. They did not use hand signals. There was no SOP for hand signals. They used comms because hand signals. It's like, what do I do if this happens? Freaking Team America. What does it mean? What does he say?
Now that's really important.
Like there's too much, like we don't do like hand signals. I'm not saying there aren't people and units and things like that can stop them, but for the most part, hand and arm signals are not used because we've gotten so much better with comms. Comms work, they're reliable. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a backup for certain things, maybe like some primary things, but like pretending they're just sitting there doing sign language, like they're on a baseball field. That is not what's happening at a security detail. Their primary focus and their primary threat is the 3,000 people in front of them. UVU is is a carry campus. So you figure 3,000 people, 10% to 5% probably had firearms on them. So they had 150-ish to 300 people with
that's
firearms.
another thing. That's another thing that a lot of people, I'm glad you mentioned that. Why didn't any of them draw them? When Charlie went down, none of them drew their guns. None of the security. None of them were worried about it, an active shooter, a second shooter.
Until you identify a target, you do not pull out a gun, and period. You don't do that.
Okay.
Like in a security detail, civilian security detail, their job is to bunker on the protectee and to get them off the X. That's what they're going to do. They don't have the authority to just start shooting people, and especially if you don't have if you don't see a threat. If you look around, I don't see a threat, I'm not going for my gun and pulling that out. Now, because if I have a gun in my hand, I can't render aid. I can't move a body. I can't figure out what's happening and what else. And by the way, I may, under stress, accidentally shoot somebody or misidentify somebody. And they don't really have the authority to do that to begin with. It has to be a very clear and present danger before a civilian, without the law enforcement authority, is actually going to pull a weapon and actually shoot somebody. That's just not a thing. Like they'd have to be standing right there in front of them. And we talk about the security.
I'm glad you said that, by the way.
We may talk about the security blunders or deficiencies that people have, or the criticisms that they have with Brian Harple and his team and everything that happened at UVU. The problem is I see 50 to 100 other vulnerabilities that could have been exploited just as easily. Like, for instance, we had like 100 people on that rope line at the very front of the stage, right? We have, I don't know, 5 or 6 security personnel that are standing on the other side of those rails. Like, I could have got a gun out and shot Charlie with a pistol before any of these people could have responded. And most decent shooters could have done the same. Another example of this is like the way that they kill a lot of people, VIPs, especially in South America and Mexico and things like that, are in vehicles. Like, all I had to do, if I wanted to kill Charlie Kirk, I could have just waited until they were getting ready to leave. Now I know where he's going. I go to the first stop sign, I walk in front of it or have somebody else walk in front of it, and I just shoot up the car. Like, there's 1,000 vulnerabilities, especially private security is their bodyguards. And the only thing that you can really do is serve as a deterrent. To pretend that they're the Secret Service and they have the authority to go, like the other thing too, like one of the things I noticed while I was there is there's all of these windows that are open and not open, but had a view of Charlie Kirk. Now, I don't know if all of these classrooms or whatever they were, office rooms, whatever else, but they had a clear line of sight of Charlie Kirk. He could have just walked into one of those and shot through the glass or just shot Charlie if one of the windows open. So, and he wouldn't be able to, if you're going to shoot through glass, you got to create a hole and then reshoot. But anyways, some of those windows I'm sure open. The point is that there's 1,000 things that people are like, hey, they should have accounted for, but they don't have the budget. They don't have the manpower. Like, they expect people to be flawless. The Secret Service, with millions and millions of dollars of assets and personnel and much more trained personnel, like all the bells and whistles, like they can't keep the president secure. And let me let you guys on a little secret. If there's somebody that knows what they're doing, that knows what vulnerabilities to look for at any event that Donald Trump or any future president will be, there's a vulnerability that can and will be exploited if they want to take a president out. It's actually not that hard, because you can have all of the security that you want to. And I'm telling you, there's plenty of vulnerabilities that could have been taken advantage. Same thing with Thomas Crooks. Like, somebody could have, I mean, what if somebody drove a vehicle through that little fence and ended up trying to kill Donald Trump or a bunch of other people? Like, there's no way they could have stopped somebody doing that. I mean, there's 1,000 different ways. There's 1,000 different positions that somebody could have gotten, and I think better positions, by the way, that they could have gotten at Butler and taken out Donald Trump. Easily. They had nothing secured at that far fence, which is probably 100 yards from Donald Trump. Somebody could have just walked up there, pulled a gun out of their bag, and probably got a shot off before anybody could have responded off the back of that fence. 100-yard shot with a rifle is nothing. So the point is like, when there's a will, there's a way. And I know I haven't even looked at the comments. I know people like, oh, he's coping. Like, this is just reality. This is security reality. And you don't have to like it. You don't have to accept it. And you can say, I'm just making excuses. I'm just telling you that's the truth. And I think if you are honest with yourself, you know that I'm telling the truth. And let me tell you something, like, people talk about drones. I can tell you from firsthand experience, UVU, I started flying a drone without permission on UVU property. All right. They made me pull the drone down. A cop came and talked to me. I had a licensed drone operator right there. They're like, get that drone down. I'm like, well, technically, that's FAA airspace. We don't have to do that. And it's like, well, you want to go to jail? I'm not going to sit there and argue. He is wrong. All right. The UVU does not have control of that airspace. By law, they don't know what the F they're talking about. They have a policy that is illegal. What am I going to do? I'm going to go to jail and then go fight that later on. But with that being said, like, I don't think that there was any intention or a plan in place for Brian Harpole's team to ever fly a drone. I don't think that had been. Yes, they bought drones. They were using drones on other venues and other clients. That's not a service that I think that Charlie Kirk and TPUSA even wanted. I know he made some excuses for that, and they're true, by the way. UVU was not going to allow me to fly a drone. They wouldn't have allowed him to fly a drone, period. But I think that was what he said specifically as to why. I think the more honest answer there would have been, like, they weren't paying for drones, so we weren't going to fly drones. And I mean, that's like, they weren't paying for armored cars. Like, people's expectations of Charlie Kirk's small security team is way disproportional to reality and what the cost. Like, if they'd have done what everybody wanted to do, it would have been, $20,000-$30,000 more per venue. Should they have, in retrospect, do I think they've changed their TTP's protocols, how they run security? I'm sure they do, but that's what this always takes. There has to be a tragic event that takes place before people change, because we get normalcy bias, right? Like,
yeah, people aren't going to think about that and look at it from the logistics and business standpoint. All they're going to see is the money that they got in donations after he died.
Yeah. Well,
no, I'm being serious. Like, if you're gonna point out one, you should try to be objective about the other.
No, absolutely. And look,
that wasn't like there was nothing. You know what I mean? Like, that was.
Yeah. No, it clicked what you're saying. My point is, ultimately, I don't see the benefit. Like, TPUSA didn't benefit. Donald Trump didn't benefit. Like, show me, and I don't even want to get into motive because I want to stick to evidence, but none of that makes sense to me. It really doesn't. Even when you talk about Israel, even if you think that Charlie Kirk was just turning 180 degrees on Israel, maybe it was. I don't know. I don't think that you can draw that conclusion from the information that we have. You're reading a lot into that. Just because suddenly he was frustrated with donors, American donors, by the way, American Jewish donors. I mean, I have clients like that. I have viewers like that, and you may have
that. The whole. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been trying to avoid. Not that I'm trying to avoid. It's just, Israel, Candace Owens. Once you start going in certain directions, people just get their mind made up, and I'm trying to just keep things more on the evidence, the facts, my perspective, your perspective, and just stay away from certain or avoid certain things that are gonna give people, make up people's minds, and you know what I mean. Like, enough people are talking about all that. That doesn't need, we don't want anything to swallow the room and take up all the conversation.
All right, let me ask you a question and see what you believe.
Sure.
I've been hitting this hard for the last couple of weeks because I can't believe it's still being pushed. The exploding mic theory. Where are you at on that?
I was never big on the exploding mic theory. I said that if anything, that if something was under the shirt, I was more interested to see if it was the necklace, not from an evidentiary standpoint, but from a symbolic standpoint. Because and now we're talking conspiracy theories, if somebody that Charlie had taken money from, and he was not playing ball, my theory is it would be because he chose Jesus over them, and it would have been a fuck you on the way out. But that is a conspiracy theory. Like you need no, but I'm being serious. That is a conspiracy theory. You need something more there. And then all of a sudden evidence started coming out with the lapel mic. That's what I was saying before. Like, because seriously, what if that glass or plastic, whatever it is, what if they say that's a broken, exploded road mic and that it's there and it's real? Like, then what?
Well, before we get to that, look, there's a possibility. And by the way, the debris. I actually shot a video today and I broke a road mic and I pulled the glass off there after I smashed it with a hammer to look at what it looked like. And I can tell you, those don't even come close to matching, but forget about that. We got to start off at the beginning and first principles here. And it's like, so you believe that there was an explosion that took place under Charlie's shirt with enough force to kill a man and enough force to completely decimate the microphone itself. But we see no visible, observable evidence of an explosion, no flash, no burning, no opposite.
Well, the theory there is that that's why the mic was under the shirt and not over it.
So we're talking about a very thin shirt. You couldn't have shot a firecracker off under his shirt. I mean, it's just physically impossible.
I mean, there was a hole in the shirt though after, which could have been because we don't know if the bullet's yawning and then it hits, did something chip away and put the hole in the shirt? But then, my point is every anomaly has to make sense.
You talking about the gray hole that
yes.
So
yes,
I'm not convinced it's a hole. Okay. I think it actually the shirt because we see the shirt go up, and I think it made contact with the wound, and through chromatic aberration, it just looks. That's what I think.
You think it could have been a blood stain? Is that what you're saying?
I think it went up. I think the shirt made contact with the wound and then it comes back down. That's what I think that is. But regardless, look, this is physics. This defies physics, what people are saying. You cannot have an explosion that has so much energy that it actually explodes the mic body itself, creates an entrance wound on the opposite side of his neck. And I know part of the other theory, and this gets moved around too, is like it went into his chest and then went upward. Matt Tardio, who's a former Green Beret as well, 18 Charlie, an actual weapons explosives expert, goes through the calculations and tells you exactly why a shaped charge wouldn't do that. Folks, for the people that don't know, a shaped charge doesn't mean that all the energy is actually projected one direction. You still have an omnidirectional explosion. You can't get away from that, which they're admitting because they're saying that the microphone was busted. Underneath that thin shirt, there is no way that we had an explosion with no charring, no burning, no equal and opposite reaction. As a matter of fact, the microphone, if you're saying that, it further defies physics because at the time of impact, the microphone goes toward the alleged direction of the shape charge. So that's impossible. And no matter what, even a small shape charge, we're talking about hundreds of pounds of force. We see it still attached to the magnet. You can see the structure of that underneath there. There is zero chance at an exploding mic. Like, find another theory.
But can you understand why people, look at the story with the exploding pagers?
Sure.
And see that as a data point? Israel did that. He was fighting with Israel. Charlie, you know what I mean? No, I'm just saying. I'm not pushing that narrative. That's something a lot of people believe. Like,
so that's where we go to default thinking, and that's the danger of default thinking.
But do you think it's fair to label people that have that theory as anti-Semitic? I don't.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that at all. No. That was a question. I wasn't accusing you of saying that. I'm glad people got to see your initial reaction for that. You can think that Israel killed Charlie and not be anti-Semitic. That's perfectly plausible. It's all the other things that get pushed that I'm like, it's weird. So, like, here's the thing. You would think that these are like the idea that the government or even Israel killed Charlie Kirk is a standalone belief, right? And then anti-Semitism, where it's like, I just believe that Israel's the worst thing ever. There's all these problems. Jews do this, they do this. Bibi leads Trump around by the nose. Like, genuine anti-Semitism, all right, over here. Like, the Jews killed Jews, whatever you want to go with. So you have that. Like, those should be able to, like, stand alone. Every time I talk to somebody that believes this stuff, they are extremely anti-Semitic. And that it's easy to justify some of those, and that's fine. I don't care. It's like, but I don't meet somebody that says Charlie Kirk was killed by the government, or basically Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk, and they don't hold these pretty anti-Semitic or extremely prejudiced against Israel beliefs as well. Like, for some reason, those should be separate beliefs, but they never are. It's like, if you're
what about me? Do you think they are with me?
I've never looked at what you believe. I don't know.
But I'm saying, from this impression, do I come off as somebody that's more objective on the other side?
Yes.
Or do you think I'm somebody just trying to push nonsense and I'm
No,
Okay.
I don't. And
I appreciate that.
Again, I don't know what I'm not ascribing any of this stuff to you. I'm just saying this has been my observation.
But you can understand why I came at you when other people that watch your show were coming at me with that type of rhetoric. Like I was falling under the umbrella. I'm a cantard. I'm a Russian agent. I'm anti-Semitic. I'm the woke right. I'm a liberal. You know what I mean? Like, then it's like you, Tim Pool, Steven Crowder. Like, I was taking shots at everybody. I'm like, fuck all these guys. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying.
Well, and that's why these discussions that you and I are having right now are important, right? And by the way, I don't even know how far we're going to get in all this, but I would say, like, no matter how far we get tonight, I think we're going to have like 87% still left on the table. And I think we should do another one of these.
That's another point that I want to make, because whether you watch you or me or Candace or anybody else, Baron, it's, if you are like a regular everyday American and you have a job and you are working 9 to 5 and you don't have the time to do all your own research and you're just relying on any of us, then you don't know. You know, is that fair to say? Like me, I have done this full time, not just making content, but doing research, reading, trying to see every side, trying to analyze, like, you know, like, and with the book that you recommended, I didn't buy it and read it. I like went online, did a thing to get like get the gist of it, and uploaded it as a data point, the same way that I do with everything else. No, but I'm saying the same way that I do with everything else.
Sure. Look, my point, since we're going back to the book, there's nothing in that book that would have you draw the conclusion that there was no way that Charlie Kirk, or it was such a low statistically probable event. It's just not. It's more.
What I got out of it is that you would need the stars to align. And you know what, Gary? Even if we agree to disagree on that, I think that that's a lot more than anybody else has given you.
Look, I don't care what people give me.
No, but you know what I mean? Like,
look, every actual ballistic expert I know, whether we're talking about Green Beret Nap Time, Matt Tardio, who's also a sniper, Al Chapo, who's also a sniper instructor, Tim from the Military Arms Channel, all the actual ballistic experts, not people that decided they were a ballistic expert, like people that do this for a living, all of them agree with me. And I don't even like the last thing that I try to ever do is like come from a position of authority, the position of authority fallacy. I'm not. What I'm saying is don't come from the ignorance fallacy either, and sit there and say, because my grandpappy's gun did X, Y, and you have these tangential experiences that are anecdotal for sure. But what I'm telling you is, like, you're like, Gary, give me an example where this happens. I name the only 4 people that I actually know were shot with a .30-06 didn't have an exit wound. Like, how many people do you know that were shot in the neck that did have an exit wound?
Wait, how many people I know that were shot? 1.
Okay.
Yeah, one. Somebody I know, it's his son actually. It's kind of a fucked up story, but whatever. I'll tell you that another time.
And he was shot in the neck, and there was an exit wound.
Yeah.
With a 30-06.
And then no, it wasn't a 30-06. I don't know the caliber. And then they got in a car accident on the way to the hospital.
What I'm saying is that what people think 30-06 is, and if you go through the data, like I did, and like take it, what I genuinely try to do every time is like prove my own theories wrong, right? The first thing that I did the very night that I got information about the body armor, I tried to prove that wrong. I was trying to get a hold of people at TPUSA to confirm or deny this information. I kept seeing it come up, but I kept throwing out the disclaimer. Hey guys, I think I'm wrong on this, or at least I could be wrong on this. Here's a new data point where we have Megyn Kelly saying we know he was wearing body armor. We had
yeah. You know what else Megyn Kelly said? She said that, oh, he did it. We know. I hope he gets the death penalty. I wish I could be there. Like, seriously. And that's another thing too, because you see one side I'm going to try to calm down. I don't want to get too worked up. But you see one side and everybody's attacking them saying, oh, Tyler Robinson's going to get off. Tyler Robinson's going to get off because of this, going to get off because of Candace Owens. But what about the other side that's saying that he's guilty? Assume like he's 22 years old. We don't know. We don't know. And when you have people with massive,
I don't know,
but when you have people with massive followings and millions of people watching that have law degrees, getting on TV saying he did it, telling their audience he did it, I want him dead, I wish I could be there. You don't think that that is like completely unprofessional and that that's a bias, that that's going to affect the jury pool? Sure. Like these things go both ways. They go both ways.
Yeah, the difference is, okay, your argument would have a little bit more force with me if you didn't do the exact same thing, your side, not necessarily, I don't know where you stand on this, but like turning it against Mikey McCoy, Erica Kirk. Like, what if you guys are wrong? Like, have you ever thought
Listen,
about
I've been saying for 2 weeks, I love Rob McCoy. Fucking Charlie Kirk got shot. He went right on Fox. He's like, in my opinion, obviously it was a professional hit. You know what I mean? So, but that's the thing. People, you know, like unless you're in these situations, you don't know how they're going to react, how they're going to handle. Like when I asked you, why didn't they pull out their guns? You know, like I'm not sitting here talking over you saying, oh, that's bullshit. They should have done this. Like, who am I to say that? I don't have the experience. You do. If that's your answer, you put it on the record. You know what I mean? It is like, what am I going to do? You know, like.
Well, the other thing too, even with like the inconsistencies with a little bit between what they were talking about and how they were recalling events. Folks, all you got to do is like, go Google this. Look at what happens to your memory under traumatic events. And I've experienced this firsthand. I've been in some really crazy firefights and other situations where there's casualties involved. And then we go back to the team room and we're debriefing of what, like, people remember some effed up things. Like, that didn't happen at all, bro. Like, that's like, but under stress, under fire, like your brain fills in a lot of gaps and you're dealing with auditory and visual occlusion. That happens. Like, I think people need to give a little bit more grace. And the other thing that I'm just never going to get over is like this idea that all this evidence that they say they have didn't have, like, don't you see that that's a problem when we're trying to involve or a conspiracy that involves local, state, federal law enforcement, multiple agencies, all of these things, all these documents, all these different tests and all this other stuff. And it's just, you think it's just made up? Like they're not going.
No, but I'll tell you, there is a really justifiable answer to that. It's when we see time and time again, cover up after cover up, deception, targeting from the government, targeting from intelligence. We saw it with Martin Luther King Jr. We saw it with JFK. I'm not going to sit here and rattle off all the names. You know, the Epstein files being covered up. Like we see this time and time again. So when something happens, why are we going to give them the benefit of the doubt? Of course, we're going to question everything.
I don't think you should look. You shouldn't give them the benefit of the doubt, and you should be skeptical. But my problem is when people are just making things up.
Right off the bat, Kash Patel got before Congress and said that there's no credible evidence to, like, finding loopholes in his rhetoric to justify not arresting people in the Epstein files. Right away, he lost all credibility, And then you find out that his girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, who is one of the people that's spreading the anti-Candace, she's a Russian propagandist rhetoric while she's suing someone else for $5 million for calling her a honeypot. And she has connections with TPUSA. And then you find out that Dan Bongino, number 2 at the FBI, that his wife has connections with TPUSA and is a friend of Andrew Colvett. There's a lot of overlap here. And there's a lot of other like, data points that I have that I'm not even bringing up.
But none of that is evidence. Like
of
here's
course it is. Of course it is.
Hold on. It's
there's conflicts of interest left and right.
But it doesn't mean that anything that they're saying when Kash Patel goes up there, I haven't seen anything in the Epstein. Do you not think that it's
okay? Let me ask you this: how do you justify Kash Patel telling Joe Kent that he can't investigate foreign involvement?
Because Joe Kent doesn't have investigatory authority. That as the national counterterrorism, like that's not his job. That's not what he does. You understand that the NCTC is a fusion center for intelligence. He doesn't investigate anything. Like, that's crazy. I mean, please, everybody look that up. He doesn't have an investigatory authority. That's literally like somebody, you might as well say a freaking mailman.
But did to your knowledge, did they investigate if there was foreign involvement?
I don't know. They've actually said that they have. And here's the thing. Even Joe Kent, I don't know if you listen to his spaces. I've listened to every word that Joe Kent says.
No, I don't even follow him on X. I got to start though.
So here's the thing. What he has admitted to, he's like, look, there were some leads. I'm not saying that there was anything actionable or anything else. I just felt like it should have been investigated more than it was.
But you're saying that it was out of his jurisdiction?
He has zero jurisdiction.
Okay, that's something I don't know.
And most people don't. Like, he doesn't even. It's like, so for instance, if a cop comes up to an attorney or the prosecuting attorney, like, it is up to, like, hey, cop says, look, I really think this guy's guilty. Here's the evidence. Do you want to pursue this? Like, and the prosecutor is like, no, look, there's not enough there. That happens all the time. This happens across agencies all the time, where people start getting involved in shit that isn't under their authority or under their purview. Like, he has zero investigative authority at all. That's not even what he's supposed to be doing. What he's supposed to be doing is running the Fusion Center for Intelligence, where the DIA, the CIA, the NSA, all that information comes through there, and they go through it and they analyze it, and then they pump it out at request.
But then they fired him, and now they want to merge it with Israel.
They didn't fire him. He quit.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. He resigned. He resigned over the war. And now they want to fuse the intelligence with America and Israel. And I know that that's a different issue. I'm not trying to merge the two, but like that's something that I'm adamant about.
I researched that when it first came out. I feel like you're mischaracterizing exactly what was going on. I could be wrong. I don't care. Like, the government makes bad decisions with information that they share with our allies and not our allies all the time. Look, I think all of those are real discussions that should be had, and we need to know the facts of these, and then people need to be informed. And the problem is that we have people that are uninformed about the facts of this, and then going out and opining and giving their opinion on this and convincing other people of, like, facts that aren't based on facts. And then it starts stacking, right? We get a freaking it's like, I based my opinion on this, that was incorrect, and because of that, now I've based my opinion on this, that's incorrect, and it just goes down the line, and it creates these narratives that shouldn't exist to begin with, and aren't based in reality, and aren't based in evidence.
It muddies the water.
It muddies the water to where there's, like, some people, like, what I'm curious, what will happen at the trial if they present all the evidence they say is there, and I don't think there's any reason not to believe that they won't. And you see, I don't know, his parents come in and say, yes, we turned him in. Yes, we think he's guilty. Yes, he confessed to us. The defense team is going to go through and they're going to prosecute all the evidence, including all the text messages, the Discord. Like, they have their own team of forensics to try to prove that stuff illegitimate. If it goes through and you see all the evidence that the state of Utah says it has against Tyler, and the confessions line up, and the eyewitness testimonies line up, like, will you accept that Tyler Robinson was a shooter or no?
See, and I'll give you my honest answer is,
sure,
with everything that we've seen over the years, going back to, JFK, 9/11, the 2008 financial crisis, COVID, the Epstein files, it is so hard to trust the government right now because there is so little transparency that if they come in and it plays out like that, then I'm going to assume one of two things. One, that they don't want us to know the truth, and it was dealt with behind the scenes, just like everything else. And in 50 years, maybe we'll get some tidbits of the truth. Or it's the whole fucking thing is a psyop and he's not even dead. And a lot of people are going to feel that way. But it's not because they're crazy. It's not because they're conspiracy theorists. It's because of the lack of transparency that we have in our government and this multi-tier justice system that we've been living through.
Do you think that we need to be careful not to fall for psychological operations that are being perpetrated?
But how? They do it since time we're born.
Hold on. I hear you.
Sorry. I'm trying.
From political, do you think that the left is capitalizing on this and pushing this through social media? Look, Google or YouTube, they're no friend of the right. They love this. They love that. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so wildly popular on social media. I think it is artificially boosted just through Google.
I think most of it's bread and circus, that they want the people mad at each other, arguing with each other instead of getting organized, getting involved in their local politics, and getting these people the fuck out of office.
I don't disagree with any of that, but are the political adversaries going to capitalize and exploit this situation against the right?
They always, that's part of the game.
Fair.
But do you think it's possible that that there are people, you know, in whatever you want to call it, the deep state, the Epstein class, whatever. Do you think that it's possible that there are people that are funding both sides at any point, that are stirring the pot for their own agenda?
Sure. But I see a much larger push coming from one way, and I see what's actually undermines the faith and trust, what little faith and trust we have in our institutions, right? And I'm with you. Look, the American people are traumatized, especially by the Biden administration, where we had the DOJ weaponized against us. We had the 34 different felonies against Donald Trump that were all BS, completely novel, new, attempted prosecutions. Like this was all bread and circus to stop Donald Trump. We saw COVID, the COVID lockdowns, Biden trying to force the jab, even through trying to do it at work in many other places through other avenues.
What's your take? What's your position on Tulsi Gabbard releasing the stuff on Fauci on her way out after the statute of limitations ran out?
I'm glad she released it. I don't know why that wasn't released sooner, right?
But do you understand when things like that happen with convenient timing where there's no accountability, that it makes people believe that they're organized behind the scenes?
Oh, they're definitely organized behind the scenes. Here's what I'll say when it comes to my take on this, on like government transparency and everything that's happening now versus Biden. Look, everybody is upset when Trump came into office. They expected immediately people to be perp walked, like people go to jail, the Epstein files be released, and all these other, like, you understand, like most of the all the redactions are court ordered. That has nothing to do with Trump. Trump just can't just freaking do whatever he wants.
But see, the thing is like you say that, and then you're like, well, what happened? What if this happens at trial? Like that's a reason to trust the courts even less. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I don't, you're not wrong, but what I'm saying is like, that's a big difference. Again, this is like this default thinking. Like we see this one situation. It's like, that is definitely being applied.
Yeah, no, but you say it's default thinking, but you know what my default thinking, if people were getting arrested and everything was coming out without redactions, Charlie Kirk would have gotten assassinated. Cash Patel would have got on, in front of a podium and said what happened, and I'd have fucking believed him. You know what I mean? Like if you change the way that you're like, accountability starts at the top and trickles down. If they really were transparent and they were demanding accountability, people were getting arrested, we did see the change, then I would believe them. I would trust them. I would trust the courts. I would care about the midterms.
Well,
is that a fair position?
It's fair. I think it's flawed. I mean, it just is. Again, every situation you have to assess on its own as an independent situation. Like that's what you got to do. Yeah, you can take all this other information, but just to automatically say, you know what, I don't know what's going on here, but
systematic problems that are trickling down and affecting all of us.
Well, you're not wrong.
Dude, America doesn't even teach kids the real map in school. They give you a bullshit version of the map so America and Europe look center and big. Like the indoctrination starts when kids are young.
I don't disagree with you. But what I'm also telling you is that all the same apparatus that you just talked about can get people like you and me and many other people out there to vote and to act against their own interests. And that's what I'm seeing here. It's like they're taking the state. Look, I think that the left killed Charlie Kirk. They've been saying they were going to kill him. They celebrated after he died, and they immediately were like, nope, it wasn't the leftist. It wasn't the gay furry trans kid. It was somebody else. It was Trump administration, or it was Israel, or it was the French Foreign Legion, or like all these things that people are saying that they were so sure of, but then they abandoned. And you know why they abandoned them so quick? Because it was never based on evidence. It was based on anonymous sources with unverifiable information. At least here's the litmus test for me. At least the government, when they put in a document, put it in the charging documents, hey, we have this evidence. Guess what? That evidence has to be shown in court. When you say, you know what, I heard from an anonymous source, X, Y, and Z, you can't verify it. I don't have to show you proof of it. Nope, not doing that. I want evidence. I want evidence from my government because I think the government will trick me. But let me tell you something. It is highly incentivized and dangerous to listen to social media personalities as well, because they're full of shit too. And they're getting lots of millions of dollars. And you're telling me that they're just going to like come out and admit, you know what? Everything actually lines up. The evidence lines up. Yep. They can't. The grift dies. And people are incentivized by money for sure. And again, I would love to be able to tell people something extremely commercially valuable to them to where they're like, oh, that's cool. Like, I'm just sitting here telling you the truth. You don't like it. You don't like me. And now you get to smear me and attack me personally and character assassinate me. It's fine. I don't care because it's not going to bother me. But I'm going to tell you the truth, regardless if it is popular or profitable. I'm just not going to do it. There was a wise man that once said, the truth is not always popular, but it's always worth it. That was Charlie Kirk. And that's where I'm at with this. I don't think that there's this grand conspiracy. I think what we see is what we see. And you have to come up with, you have to reject a lot of evidence, and you have to make up a lot of things and interpret things one way every single time to come to a different conclusion. Like, the evidence is nuts. And this is just what we know about. Wait till we get to trial and we actually see all these things. One of the biggest things for me is like the parents turn them in and haven't said shit since then. Do you have kids?
Yeah.
All right. Like, if your kids were in jail and you thought the government was turning them into a patsy and he was guilty, like, there is nothing. I don't care what it would. There's no court order. There's policemen could surround my house. I'm going to smuggle a phone in and I'm going to talk to a reporter like, my kid didn't do it.
That's a good point. Why do you think that Charlie's parents aren't talking?
I think they have talked to investigators. I think they're where I'm at. Like, they've asked a lot of questions and they're like, you know what? Tyler Robinson looks like he killed him. You have to make up a lot of other evidence and wild things that don't make sense, that aren't backed by it. Like, this is the thing.
Then why? How come if they think that Tyler Robinson did it, they got to see everything that's going on? How come they're not speaking out to defend Erica?
You'd have to ask them. I don't know.
I have a theory.
Maybe Erica doesn't want them to. Maybe
or maybe it's because ever since Charlie died, TPUSA did a complete 180 and have been ruining his legacy.
You can say that, but you make that up. That's your there's a thousand other reasons.
The key positions that matter to me.
Hold on. Let's just kind of go through an exercise. Genuinely speaking, what are some reasons that, and I'll do the same thing. Like, what are some reasons that Charlie's parents?
I'll just give. Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna say something else.
No. What are some reasons that Charlie's parents wouldn't be speaking out?
No, I'm just asking what you think. I'm
asking you, like, on the other side, like,
if
listen,
it's hard to put myself in somebody's shoes like that.
You just did. You don't mind. See, that's
I was asking you. No, I was asking you to do it.
You don't mind doing it. But, you don't put yourself in their shoes.
No, listen. If I believe the narrative, and all jokes aside, if I was Charlie's parents and I believed the narrative, and I saw that like Erica was getting on stage and people were calling her a pedophile protector and booing her off, and everybody was saying that they think that she was a honeypot and that she's has something to do with him being dead, yeah, I would definitely speak up for her.
And what if they've talked to her and she said, look, I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to look like,
nah. Me personally, I mean, listen, you're interacting with me. I'm a little different.
That. Well, we can't project our own thoughts, feelings, and situation.
Well, that's why I said,
we don't know what their situation is. Like, there's 1,000 good reasons why they're not speaking out. There's 1,000 good reasons.
Maybe.
But it's a big difference when your kid is possibly going on for the death penalty. Like, there's nothing that would stop me from talking and saying, look, my kid's not guilty. It just wouldn't happen. Yeah. So.
Yeah, exactly. That goes both ways. That doesn't mean
it's a big difference.
Well, I'm not gonna like get.
I mean, you don't think there's a difference between Erica Kirk's situation and?
No, I'm saying that Tyler's parents not speaking could be spun both ways. It doesn't mean that you can't assume that he's guilty. You could also make the assumption that they're all in on it and the whole thing's a charade and they're just letting it play out.
You think
them not speaking does
parents-
not assume guilt of Tyler Robinson? Because if you could put yourself in that logic, you would think that they would know that and then they would speak out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I think they believe he's guilty. He confessed to them. If
But
you
then why would his grandfather say that he doesn't?
I don't know that his grandfather said that. I don't know that that was his actual grandfather. And by the way, it doesn't matter if his grandfather did. If my kid did a horrific, like, I don't know what relationship he has with his grandfather. If my kid did a horrific something like this, right? My mother sees my kids once every year, sometimes once every 2 years. She lives down in Texas, right? Like the last time, I have an older son now. I got, anyways, look, if my kid did something horrific, I don't doubt that she'd be like in denial completely. Like, what about your grandparents? Like like if you told your grandparents half the shit that you're guilty of, they'd be like, my God, you are not my grandson anymore. Like, same thing with me. If my grandparents knew some of the crazy stuff that I've done, and like, man, you're a turd. Like, our grandparents don't know who we are.
All right, let me bring up this point because one of the reasons that everybody believed that, and again, this specifically is not targeted at you. This is something that I've seen from other creators. I don't know if you spoke on this. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, but I just want your opinion.
Sure.
One of the reasons that a lot of people assume Tyler Robinson's guilt is because of the Discord messages. And then people have said that Lance Twiggs, who's getting the immunity, could have had access, or it could have got hacked, or this or that. And a lot of other right-wing creators are saying, like, no, like, there's no way. But then when Daniel Cormier comes out tweeting screenshots of his conversation with Eric Trump, all of a sudden the assumption is that he was hacked. Like, can you see the hypocrisy?
Sure. I mean, all you got to do is look.
That's all,
Like, I mean, you're gonna have to. I had oh God, blinking out right now, getting tired. Anyways, I had a defense attorney on, and we talked about this, and I wanted her to go on this, and actually Andrea Burkhart. So Andrea, she's a defense attorney. Like, I wanted her to, not long after the charging documents came out, I'm like, Andrea, let's go through these charge documents. I want to hear from like the defense. If you're the defense, because I know I could get prosecuting attorneys on here and go through this and say whatever. What I wanted was the defense side of this, where we're going to go through this. And I'm like, hey, could they fabricate these text messages and things like that? And one thing she says, like, look, as a defense attorney, I have a lot of power to hire all these forensics, and they're going to be able to tell immediately whether or not this is real or not. Like, they can tell where those came from, if they was sent from this phone, if it was not sent from, if they were hacked. Like, those things are all going to be resolved to a high degree. Now, the problem that I see is they're going to say the defense attorneys were in on it, the prosecutor was in on it, the parents were in on it. Like, do you think the parents are in on it?
Wait, with Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. Do you think his parents?
Listen, like I said, this whole thing is weird. Like, I'm collecting a lot of data. I'm analyzing everything I can, but I've never come. I'm not one of these people that's like, oh, well, it was this, it was this, it was. It's like, how can anybody rational, real? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So I need more. I do want to see the preliminary hearing. I do want to see the trial.
Sure. What is your best evidence that Tyler Robinson didn't shoot Charlie Kirk?
The best evidence that he didn't shoot Charlie Kirk is I'm not convinced of the 30-06. I'm still not convinced of the 30-06. I'm not writing it off. I'm not one of these people that say it's impossible, but all of these other data points, the 180 that TPUSA did is completely shady. The fact that, and listen, there could be rational explanations for Erica Kirk, not coming out about the text messages that Charlie was sending Dan Flood and Andrew Colvett and God knows who else about, whether, if Charlie thought that he was going to get killed. But like I said, at the end of this, for me to believe something, every single anomaly has to be explained, from the shirt to the glass in the car to the bullet, like the gun, the whole store, the screwdriver on the roof. Did he decide like? And that's another thing. I want to ask you that. How do you think? Now you show me how he got how you believe he got onto the roof, or how he could have got onto the roof, how he could have taken the shot, and how he got down.
Mm-hmm.
What about the transportation of the gun?
What about it?
How do you think he got the gun on and off the roof?
It's very clear how he got the gun on and off the roof.
No, and bringing it there. Do you think that he had the gun fully assembled in his pants?
No, I think he had the stock removed from the barreled action. And Matt, there's multiple people that have replicated this very easily. I mean, I don't think there's anything that sophisticated about this. You can put the barreled action down your pants, and then you have the stock stowed away somewhere else. And we see him walking, and that was the other crazy thing. Now, there's the video of him walking through the neighborhood, clearly with one stiff leg. I think it was the left leg.
But there's also images of him going up the stairs with both knees bent.
Well, you can still bend your knees to some extent. And again, Matt,
but you don't. He's wearing like skinny jeans. There's no bulge like
that we can see necessarily. And again, like these things have been.
And then what about the screw? What about the screwdriver? So you think that he brought it in without the stock, put it on with the screwdriver, and then carried it off whole?
Yeah. I mean,
what's your take on the fact that there's multiple DNA on the screwdriver and the gun?
Well, I don't think it actually. They said multiple DNA. They said multiple fingerprints on the scene. That's what was said, and that's been turned into. Candace did that. That was inaccurate. They said there's multiple fingerprints on the scene. They actually, and I would expect whether it's fingerprints or DNA. You don't think there's going to be other people's DNA on the gun? Like that. It's still his DNA on the gun.
I don't know. I'm not gonna like sit here and give a hypothesis on what I would do if I was Tyler Robinson. You know what I mean?
Well, let's just break this down so people actually know the facts. The facts are that they found DNA on the trigger, DNA on 3 of the unspent cartridges, DNA on the spent cartridge, DNA on the rifle itself, DNA on the screwdriver, and DNA on the towel. And they also, I went there, you could still see the streak marks where they most likely got contact DNA off the siding. And who knows where else they potentially got DNA off. So they're going to be able to put him, not only with that, but they're also going to be able to put him there with phone data. I don't know if you actually went through all of the latest, the Apple search warrants, but they were tracking him all over the place. They knew exactly where he was just through the phone data. And so they knew exactly where he was. They knew exactly, there's a whole bunch of other messages on there if people are interested in them. So there's much more context to what's happening. So like almost all these questions, if you have an open mind, and I don't have a problem with you being skeptical of them, but it's wild to me to sit there and say there's no way that Tyler Robinson was on the roof. There's no way that he didn't take that shot. Right now, I think there's no way that he didn't take that shot.
But I'm not one of those people that have said that. I never even ruled out
and here's the thing, like if you give me evidence tomorrow that there was a different shooter or somebody else was involved, I'm going to follow that. And I'll turn 180 degrees. Just like when I saw the evidence, like, you know what? It's actually a lot more common to have a 30-06 not exit the human body than anybody thinks. People are wandering around. I still people see in the comments saying, "Oh, it's an elephant gun." It's not an elephant gun, you moron. Like nobody would use that to hunt elephants. Guess what? You have ammunition that you can buy for it to shoot varmints. You whatever you want. We got low recoil ammunition, even lower recoil ammunition. Like what? There's like 100 different projectiles that you can put in one of those, or you can buy ammunition for, that are going to have wildly variable results. And then, by the way, if I shot the exact same target with 5 different boxes of this exact same ammo, I'm going to get a variety of results. I mean, there's variability even within ammo. And this, like, even if I had match grade ammunition, which we buy all the time, we did a long range course last year, had Hornady ELDM match grade ammunition and 6mm Creedmoor. Guys, we've bought that 100 times. We had a client that was shooting it, and like I saw no impact. I'm like, got nothing, man. Nothing hit around the target. Like, send another one. Nothing. And then I get right behind his gun, and I'm watching, and I see the trace leave his gun, and then I see a poof. The ammunition was exploding midair, like 50 feet from his muzzle. And then, again, we get clients that are like, yeah, this gun's great. I've been using it forever. We get down there and, it's shooting a group like this, or we've had people that, again, we have rounds tumbling at 100 yards. Like there's such a wide variability of ammunition from gun to the ammunition itself to the shooter. Like to sit here and pretend that you're going to get the same result from this wide variety of ammunition is insanity. And just to say like there's no way it didn't exit the body, that's fine. I've always said it's an atypical result. But the more information you like, first we kind of look at it as it's going straight through. So, we're talking about, I don't know, 6 to 9 inches, even if it hits the spine, but that's not actually what happened, right? So again, the round is coming in at 10-degree angle. It's hitting his neck. And by the way, Charlie Kirk was leaned over when it happened. So it's actually like where it actually hit his spine was much further. He had a lot more material there than people realize. And there again, on top of that, if it wasn't gyroscopically stabilized, all right, and it was actually in yaw, 10 out of 10 times it probably wouldn't exit. So, I think the evidence that supports what Tyler Robinson is 1,000 times stronger than any sort of evidence I've seen so far that says that he didn't do it. And then on top of that, you actually have social media. Like there's like 9 different social media that we know of prior to the event. And these are all coming from LGBTQ accounts, those types, right? You have some weird things going on with Armed Queers of SLC, who is a radical leftist organization. He could have had contacts with them. So I'm completely open to the idea that there were other people involved. I'm with you when it comes to Lance Twiggs. I think that there's almost zero chance that he wasn't involved somehow. I don't think it's all that weird that the state would give him immunity so that they can get the one that actually killed him. But I think it's absolutely preposterous that he didn't. As a matter of fact, I think.
Do you think that part of the deal was some sort of reward money? Because I've heard reports that his family relocated and that they came into a bunch of money. And then if that's the case, does that give them, would that give him a financial incentive to throw Tyler Robinson under the bus?
So if that's the case, and if you found out about it, you better believe the defense found out about it. And that's going to completely damage any sort of eyewitness credibility that he has. I don't think that happened. That normally wouldn't happen. I've never heard of that before. This is the first time I'm hearing about it about Lance Twiggs. So, that's my thought on it.
Well, we've been going 3 hours.
Yeah, I guess we should hit some super chats, huh?
You sure that's a good idea?
I'm fine with it.
I saw Allie Topfile said one. She can be pretty brutal.
I can take it. Thank you, Ironic.
And Allie Topfiles has done a lot of great work.
And by the way, folks, many of these will be his as well. So we'll just go through there.
Oh yeah, this should be fun.
Equally. Liz, where's the evidence of his claims? I'm not sure who you're talking about. You look familiar to me. I think you're one of my folks. Gifted 5 RealBayes memberships. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Go support RealBayes. Look, regardless if you're from my channel, you're watching this later and you disagree with Bayes, I applaud his 2 things. Number 1, his ability to come on here and have the courage to do so and have this conversation, but also to do it so respectfully. I like you, Bayes. You're a freaking good dude, man.
Yeah, this went better than I always tell people anyway, like be objective. Like don't make up your mind about people because of what other people think. Get all the information, because even somebody that you really don't like or that's wrong 99% of the time, that 1% they might get, and that I'm not alluding to, I'm just saying in generalization. Like that's how I go into things anyway. And because I did come at you first, I got myself involved in something that wasn't any of my business. Like the second you said, hey buddy, like come here and say, it's and if you would have said like, listen, fuck, you said this, like, come down, like I'd have done that too.
Fair enough. Troy's became a YouTube member. Oh gosh. Hey Jen, do me a favor. If you're adding any extra stars, please don't, because it throws everything out of whack here. Oh god. So I'm trying to get to the one I'm trying to get to, but it's jumping on me. All right. Roberto Calamari. He's a squid.
That's a name.
As someone who was in Scout Platoon in the 82nd and 100 all my life, it drives me insane when people pretend to know what a 30-06 will and won't do. We don't even know what the ammo he used. This is correct. Bayes, you got this. Ignore the word salad. Stick to the facts. You are so smart. Do not be emotional. Do like you do with thanks. Hold the line. Well, I think he did a great job. I don't think he was emotional.
But you're gonna see a pattern there. I believe that you're gonna see a pattern there with both of our chats that
Sure.
may have their own mind made up. That's like, you know.
Look, I was having this discussion with somebody the other day, and this is why I think it's really typically not a good idea to debate somebody or even have a discussion like this when they're not operating in good faith. Like, it rarely changes anybody's minds, right? It just rarely does. For a great example of this, and this will probably be a really good example that I have someone like you that might like Owen Schroyer. For instance, I watched the Andrew Wilson and Owen Schroyer debate, and I just felt like that Owen Schroyer had no concept of the facts, that Andrew Wilson absolutely destroyed him. And I just think that was like objective analysis. Whether you thought, but then I looked at the comments, I looked at social media, and all I saw were clips of Owen Schroyer destroyed Andrew Wilson and so, like, I don't know how much ground is gained. Like, what I thought I could get out of this, primarily, not so much that would change your followers' minds or other people's minds, was that you and I could have a discussion, and this was more about you and me than it was about viewers.
Yes. And we're just doing it publicly for everybody to see, because we had 2 conversations on the phone and they were both pretty brief.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we just wanted to, like, get off to the right start. And then, like, the second we got into TPUSA, it's like, no, we'll save that. First time we talk about that, we're going to do it live.
Yeah. Donnie Max says there's more chance that Elvis is alive and married to Tupac than a chance that the mic exploded.
But again, what if that plastic or glass, what if it comes back that that's real, that was there?
So that's fine.
Then that's actual evidence.
Of what?
Oh, it's evidence of something. If there's really like a burned piece of a mic and then pieces of it,
it doesn't change the physics involved. Period. Like, so for instance, could be the glass. I actually can show you that it almost definitively isn't, but let's say it is. He had the mic on him when they pulled. I didn't see them take the mic off him. So it's a good chance that mic got thrown into the bottom of the car and then it got crushed and maybe there were some glass particles from it. I don't think that's true, but that still doesn't mean, even if that is the mic definitively, doesn't mean that there was an explosion. As a matter of fact, physics itself, Bayes, listen to me. I'm just telling you what God knows. Please search this. Go look at what Matt Tardio said with this. But there is no way that there was an explosion that took place under there. There's just not. Like, it defies physics.
But you don't think that the amount of cavitation, like the amount of force to call it, because there was when I think you said it, that when you were explaining the shirt anomaly, you're saying that you're getting between 1,500 and 2,000 pounds of force. The reality is that it would probably be closer to 3,000. But then if it's yawning, then it's less, and we don't know how much less. Like, it's very hard to gauge.
Hold on. This is part of the problem I constantly see. From the muzzle, most 30-06 rounds are going to have 3,000 foot-pounds of force. Just not. It's probably going to be more like 2,500. 138 yards away, we're nowhere near that. Like, the initial drop in so all of those things that you're looking at, that's muzzle velocity, and that is energy at the muzzle. So it's probably somewhere around 1,500 to 2,000 by the time it would travel down 138 yards. And I'm always hearing this, like, it always gets exaggerated in one direction.
No, I'm not trying to exaggerate anything.
That's fine,
I'm
that's
going
fine.
by what I read, and and because I also read that it takes 670 pounds of force to break the neck.
Sure.
So from my perspective, if it's
let's even talk about that. Let's talk about that figure. Break the neck of who? Is that an average?
No. That's not like a verifiable, like, black and white. This is like hypothesis that I'm trying to understand, things that I would never even think about if I wasn't investigating this. I'm learning as I go, and that's part of the reason why I'm not like just trying to cut you off, because I'm trying to,
No, I think we've had a great discussion, and I appreciate that. And I've really enjoyed it, to be honest with you. But look, this is what we see here. There is zero chance that there was an explosion of that. And we have the magnetic class go toward the direction of the alleged blast. That's impossible. We don't see any smoke. We don't see any fire. We don't see any, like, all of these observables would be there no matter what. If there was any, like, and forget about that for a second. There's nobody that has come out and said, you know what, I heard a blast come from Charlie Kirk. If there was a firecracker underneath Charlie Kirk's shirt and we still had a gun go off 138 yards behind us, they would hear that single firecracker. At least somebody would. But we're saying that there was enough explosive force here to actually kill this man, which would be significant. And we don't, and it destroyed the microphone. And we don't see nothing. We don't hear nothing. There's not even a residue here. Like, you're talking about things that don't exist. It literally defies physics. There is no way. And then, by the way, go watch Matt Tardeo. He goes into a very technical aspect of this, even more so than I ever could. I used explosives my whole SF career. I know what they look like. I know what they sound like. I've done a lot, but I don't know the technical, like, he is a literal explosive expert. He knows exactly the formula, what it takes to create a shaped charge. And a shaped charge does not only direct energy in one direction. And by the way, if it did direct energy in one direction, we would see equal and opposite reaction. We do not see that here. This mic would go flying through his shirt if we had enough force to kill this man. It would burn it. It would scorch it. Even the pictures Baron Coleman showed of his chest, there is nothing there that's a burn mark. That it would be so, his skin would be absolutely black and scorched. There would be, again, blast.
Now let me ask you this: if that's your theory on this being an exploding mic. Now, remember, all the research that I do is probability based. Even if I don't believe something, I will entertain it, and I will entertain it as objectively and try to get all the information as possible and treat every theory the same to the best of my ability without bias. And I think you could at the very least believe that I try based on this conversation, how it's gone and how we started. And, you know, like I said, like when you're really trying to be objective, and it's easier for me because I wasn't a fan of Charlie Kirk when I started. I think that makes it a lot easier for me too. But anyway, where I'm going with this is, wouldn't that technically raise the probability a little bit that the thing was staged? You know, like have you seen Jordan Henshaw's work?
I'm familiar with some of the things. He basically doesn't believe that Charlie Kirk's dead. And
I think he made a big mistake saying that when he started the work. I wish he would have came off more objective and just said, hey, I'm going to try different things to reenact it. If he would have done that theory and then did the exploding mic theory and like made a series of that, I think that, you know, but he told, because he texted me today saying good luck. He's a friend of the channel. And he told me that you guys had a discussion about him coming on too, to have a debate. And then you didn't want to.
I mean, dude, I have that discussion. People are in my comments 24/7. I have gotten a little bit, there's been a couple of people I've had on, not that because I think they've proved me wrong. It was a waste of my time, to be honest with you.
It's interesting though, because there are a lot of people, and it's a growing number, that do believe it's staged. So if you're really going to be objective and you want to be taken serious, like I think it's a good idea. Like, acknowledge everybody, treat everybody like I'm not, listen, you do whatever you want with your channel. I don't care. But what I'm saying is, when you're ignoring people like that, and then you're making all these episodes trashing Candace and trashing Tucker, you're isolating yourself from a lot of people.
Hold on. I'm not trashing anyone. I am freaking pointing out that they're lying, and there's a big difference. And that is the thing too. It's like, there's a big difference between me saying that Candace lied about X, Y, and Z. And I don't know what is happening with my share screen thing, but this thing is really pissing me off. Anyways, there's a big difference between me calling her out or anyone else, whether it's Baron Coleman, Candace, it doesn't matter. If I'm saying, hey, you're lying, here's why you're lying. And by the way, I've noticed a pattern, and I think you're doing this intentionally and deceptively.
Me?
No. I'm just.
I was like, you like caught me off guard for a second. I'm like, what? What I do? I brought up Jordan Henshaw.
Well, so again, you know, that's the point. And
there it is.
Now, what I have done, I will be the first to admit to you, because I'm an honest man, especially about myself. Look, I don't know if you can. So first of all, since I have come after Candace, especially after the whole Fort Huachuca thing, look, that didn't happen. That's a lie. And she's getting sued for it, and she's going to lose that lawsuit, by the way. I don't want to go down that road. But anyways, the point here is,
Yeah, that was part of the reason why I didn't even want to talk about these people. Yeah, hear about lawsuits and everything. It's like,
what I can tell you is the way that I've been attacked. I've been doxxed multiple times. My property has been damaged like 2 days after I was doxxed. People have spread pictures and things and created just false narratives of my wife and my kids. Pictures of my kids have been put all over the place. Like, I have been talking about left-wing politics for a long time as a conservative person, talking against Antifa, and I've had all this stuff, all these things. I have never been attacked the way that I have since I went against Candace. And again, this time there was nothing ad hominem. I engage in that sometimes. I admit it. And I do call people retards, and I should probably dial those things.
We all do it.
Yeah. So the point here is like the amount of attacks and personal attacks, like being called a traitor, like youth, like, and I know
yeah.
Like, bro, I've risked my life for this country 4 times, going on some of the highest risk missions possible. I've lost too much. I've seen too many people die and all those other things. So like, yeah, I've gotten a little pissed off, and I do my best to keep my spirit in check. I'm a Christian. I believe I should be representing Christ when I do these things. And sometimes I fail. And sometimes after, like, go look at my comment section, dude. I'm telling you right now, even you, I think you would even admit, for whatever reason, there's hundreds of bots in there. There's definitely some real people, but there's hundreds of bots.
I don't know about that. I don't listen, hundreds of bots. I'm not going to get into the bots. Again, like, now I need evidence of that.
And I will be the first
from my own experience interacting with people that are on like there are a lot of people out there, and I could tell you why this is the case. It's because the people that come at her on social media, like when you talk about Russian propaganda, there's an operation. There is a legitimate operation from our greatest, not so greatest ally, whatever your position, to discredit her. There is. It's very clear. Whenever something happens,
it doesn't help.
You see the same names with the attacks every single time. And then her supporters rally behind her. If the attacks weren't going at her the way that they were, the people wouldn't be defending her as hard because they wouldn't feel the need to.
This is the problem always, is saying that she's lying and being able to prove it time and time again, where it's not even close. Like, she's pushed some false narratives. When she's come to a fork in the road to tell the truth, to push a narrative, she's went with the narrative every single time. And I don't think that her intentions are good. And I do think that there's a clear look. I think China, Russia, Iran, and many other folks are pushing her narrative because it's destructive to the United States and destructive to the one thing, the one person that actually has stood up against them, and that's Donald Trump. Like, you're not going to get me to choose Candace Owens over Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump has done a lot for this country. He's taken a bullet for this country. And he is the only one. And he's not perfect. And I have a lot to criticize about him. There's a lot of things that I wish he would do and be doing better and focus on, for instance. But look, what he's done for this country just since he came in office has been phenomenal. And you can have issues with him on this is the crazy thing. Even if I was completely against the Iranian war, and I wished he did more with the Epstein files, I don't think there's anything there. And by the way, if there was something there to present that, like, somebody would have found it. Nobody has. They sit there and bitch about, like, I hear people bitching about the Epstein files. Show them.
If there was nothing there, so many people wouldn't have gotten killed.
Well, who got killed?
Mark Middleton, Thomas Bowers,
Oh,
Jean-Luc
Do we
Brunel,
know that they got
Virginia
killed because
Dupre.
of the Epstein files? I'm not saying it
Well,
was.
I mean, unless you believe that Mark Middleton, shot himself and then
I don't
hung
believe
himself, and they couldn't find the gun when they got there, then they did. I mean, he was the person that brought Epstein to the Clinton White House 17 times.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying that there was a lot of illegal activity that was taking place, and the Epstein files reference it or represent that. What I'm saying is, I don't think there's anything in the Epstein files that I've seen. And look, they got a lot more that they need to, and I think is they should be as transparent as possible with the American people. I agree with all those things. That being said, all right, again, you can have problems with the Epstein files, you can have problems with the Iranian war, and still realize that losing the midterms and losing 2028 is the absolute end of our country. And I do not say that with any hyperbole. Like if the
I
Democrats,
don't believe that. I think that the covering up of the Epstein files has been the end of our country.
I think that's crazy to say that.
That's what, but the thing is I feel that passionately about that subject, and
I
so
think
do a
you've
lot of
been-
people, and so do Candace's followers.
Well,
Listen, when you see what's going, it's like the people that look at what's going on in the Middle East and they try to deny that children are being targeted in Gaza. It's like people don't want this evil. Like they,
Of course we don't.
But the government is like the world is run by very, very bad people doing very, very evil things.
Who should be
and
arrested?
we haven't even spoken about data centers. There should be legitimate investigations.
Who should we arrest?
This is a whole other conversation. If you want, I'll be transparent. I'll share my notes with you. You know,
but who should we arrest in the Epstein files? Should Donald Trump be arrested?
Listen, it's just like what we're talking about here. We need the files. They have to be released without the redactions. We can't come to those conclusions. If nobody should be arrested, then there should be no reason to redact them and not to put them all out.
It's the lawyers that had them redacted for victims.
Come on.
I mean, that's true. That's true. Lawyers and the courts decided.
What lawyer? Wait, hold on. What lawyer? Alan Dershowitz? You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about here?
Hold on. Let's look this up.
Like, do you realize when Trump had his legal troubles, what his team of lawyers were? You had Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche, the two AGs that covered up the files, and then you had Alan Dershowitz and Ken Starr, who are two of Epstein's lawyers. Alan Dershowitz was one of Epstein's best friends.
Don't disagree with any of this.
What the hell is that freaking the law firm that is representing Brian Harpole in his lawsuit against Candace Owens was also affiliated with Trump and represented him. And fucking Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law is on the case. Matter? And Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law is one of the lawyers suing Candace Owens.
Like, I'm just curious.
It all matters. Listen, if you don't think it matters, then I don't know what to tell you. It's like, you know, it's like, look, if you're in denial about what's going on or you have an agenda, like that is not for me to know. I'm saying this respectfully. I'm saying like, that's why I'm not trying to like take this personal. Like you've been nothing but respectful to me. I'm trying to reciprocate the same. And listen, and I'll be honest about this. There are a lot of people in my personal life, in my family, people that it's like hard for me to be around and talk to because they share your views. And I know that they're not feds. You know what I mean? So like, I'm keeping an open mind. I'll say, you know, put that on the record, you know, that a lot of people don't get it or it's not resonating with them and it should. That's my point.
Okay. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, that's fun. Agree to disagree.
Thanks for going on the panel with Andrew Wilson. Please reach out to him. He doesn't know what you know about Charlie's murder, and he could really use your help to educate him to repeat the wackos. You're welcome. He's talking about an X space that I attended the other day. Conspiracy at Butler, but not one at UVU. Come on, man. Like I just said literally the same. I am suspicious that the exact same conspiracy behind Butler is the same conspiracy behind UVU.
That's an interesting statement because a lot of people think that Butler was staged. Personally, I never really looked into it because at that point in time, I was just happy that Trump was alive. I didn't care. This is before all this stuff. That's what my focus was. He's alive. He's going to win. You know, like that's it.
It was before you were propagandized.
Hey, that's a cheap shot.
It is a cheap shot, but it was
before I did. Okay, at least you admitted it's a cheap job. It's a joke. Cheap. Tongue-tied.
The idea that it was staged, that somebody would risk getting hit. And by the way, Corey Comparator was killed. I don't know what to say if you believe.
I wasn't saying my beliefs. I'm saying what other people believe.
I know you said a lot of people. Like, if you believe that, I can understand why you might believe the exploded mic theory. Dude, he is literally talking about Tyler. Radicalized online, up on the roof. Lord, Gary, go back to speaking in third person. We want the Gary before the contract. Yeah, there you go. Exploding Mike would have blown a hole in the shirt. Also, the amount of glass would be around where he got shot, not in the car. LOL, did the glass?
That's what I thought initially.
As thin as paper, follow them to the car. So I will actually share this real quick because I looked at this today.
And notice that I'm saying, what if it's real, not assuming that it's real and it, you know what I mean?
Yep. All right, so this is a video that I shot today, and I decided to smash to pieces a Rode microphone so we can see what the glass actually looks like. And we will we see what we see up there in the corner. That is what came out of the SUV. And I will show you guys like 99% of this.
The large portions of the debris that we're seeing isn't this. It just isn't. And on top of that, we already see from the video that this was still intact when it was on Charlie Kirk. You can see it from the clip.
And I got another comparison I'll show you. But it is so fine. 99% of it is just
There's no
so
flash.
fine.
Nothing that we would see that would be characteristic of an explosion. We just don't see it. And this is very, very different from any of the large pieces of debris that we see in the pictures of the SUV. It just is.
Can I show everybody the inside of it?
Also, I want you to look at this battery pack. I know they're saying what it looks like to me is hemostatic gauze that actually has blood on it. This tiny little battery pack there's no way to account for the size of what we see in there. I'm not sure what that is. It looks like hemostatic gauze that we see in that picture.
Wait, hold on. Can I just say something?
Sure.
I just want to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
So when between the operation in Venezuela, when we got Maduro, there was stories that there was like previously unused weapons. I don't know if that's true or not, like whatever tech, who said it, but I had heard that there was some sort of technology that wasn't known to us that they used for that. And then I believe that there was a soldier that they rescued in Iran, and Trump let something slip or, announced something that was previously unknown, that they used some sort of technology to track him and identify him by his heartbeat. Is that true?
There's been rumors. I don't think there's anything confirmed,
but my point is when you're seeing different operations where they're using tech that we don't have knowledge of, isn't it at least plausible to believe that there is technology out there that could have been used by them or someone else that could have done something else to Charlie?
Defied physics?
Oh, some sort of unknown technology. I mean, what would have defied physics? I mean, I'm sure there's technology now that
could have been it could have been an invisible ray gun from a freaking Jew base on the moon. I don't.
Someone's gonna clip that shit.
I mean, it could be. I mean, where do we end? Like where does it in the realm of physics? Like, well, it could have been this. Like, it could have been
an invisible. Wait, did you just say an invisible ray gun from a Jew base on the moon?
Yeah, I mean, it could have been. Like, how do we know that there's not Jew bases on the moon? Like, I don't know. The hats are so tiny you can't see them with a telescope. So, I mean,
the fact that we can spend 3.5 hours debating like this publicly and then share a laugh over a Jew joke.
I mean, it could have happened. Became a YouTube member. Thank you very much. Gary, what has Erica done that can be observed as odd or unexpected? Is she upholding the same message and values that Charlie did at TPUSA? As someone that watched Charlie Kirk all the time and followed his content and understanding some of the nuance that I think is being lost, I don't see any major difference. Now, you can say that Massey, the turn on Massey and have you guys actually listened to what they're saying about the Iranian war? It's not like, you should probably listen to what Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff actually said about they are not like, oh, this is what we should be doing. And by the way, I can play a clip right now where, Charlie Kirk, after the bombing, he talked about all the same things that they're saying now. Charlie Kirk, what he said is like, he said, I'm not a dove. I'm not against military action. What I don't want is a quagmire of a war. Like, that's what he said.
Diplomacy first was
diplomacy first. Absolutely. So, to sit here and pretend, I don't know where Charlie Kirk would be on the war, and you sure as hell don't either. And nobody out there does. A lot of things have happened. A lot of things have transpired. We don't know. And I try not to like put words in Charlie's mouth, but that's all I've seen. Suddenly the woke right, all these people that hated Charlie Kirk, they all hated him. Suddenly,
but there you go with the labels again. Not everybody that has some of these positions has it for the same reason. Like, that's just reinforcing the tribalism.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is they didn't like Charlie Kirk before he died. And now that he's dead, they're using him like a ventriloquist puppet and saying, oh, he would have thought this. He would have thought this. You don't know. And then so let's carry that on a little further to sit here and say that Erica's taken TPUSA in completely direction. Okay, we don't know what direction that Charlie Kirk.
I don't think Erica is actually making any decisions.
That's
That's my personal opinion. I'm not saying it,
Yeah, and let's say she is. Guess what? She's the CEF&O right now. All right, so she can make whatever decisions that she wants to. And if that's
okay. Since you brought it up, do you think that that's what Charlie would have wanted?
I don't.
Or do you think that he would have wanted her home with the kids?
I don't see anything of substance that is being done differently now than before Charlie Kirk was killed. I don't. Like, their goal has always been to get out the vote. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And this is why I think that there is a psychological operation, a information operation to destroy TPUSA.
No, but you see, this is where we disagree, because before they would be getting out the vote to elect Thomas Massey, and now they're, not.
Before Trump liked Thomas Massey. It was when Thomas Massey started going against his agenda and becoming an obstacle. That's why the people of Kentucky voted him out.
That's a whole other situation.
No, hold on. Let's play this out. This is important. So the people of Kentucky elected Thomas Massey multiple times. Guess what? Thomas Massey clearly changed. I've seen it. The people of Kentucky seen it, and they said, "Get the F out of our state. We're gonna hire."
Have you seen the history of the vote totals in those primaries?
Yeah, I know what the vote totals were in the primaries. It was he won. He lost by a lot.
Yes. Do you know that the vote totals with Thomas Massey were very consistent? If you go back the last 12 years, his opposition usually averaged about 18,000 votes. In this one, it was like 56,000, something in that range. It was plus 55,000. So now you have 30,000 people, 25 to 30,000 unaccounted votes, or an anomaly. I won't even say anomaly. You have a surplus of 25 to 30,000 votes against Thomas Massey while his numbers remain consistent. You don't think that that's a little odd? It's just like the 2020 election
I'd have to look at the data.
See, those types of analytics, like you're the expert on the guns and everything, but when it comes to like analytics and pattern recognition and breaks in patterns and consistency, I am all over that shit. I don't buy the fucking the Thomas Massey election for 1 second.
I want to look this up real quick.
Yeah, I know COVID. With the mail-in ballots, everything was big with COVID.
And I 100% agree with you. I think the 2020 election was definitely stolen, and I've been tracking this since back then.
And the same anomaly that you saw in 2020, where there's like this lopsided spike in votes, and then the next year it stabilizes again. I mean, I can't speak for the next primary, but there is that type of spike, and it's very lopsided, and that is undeniable.
Well,
is it possible that they just went out of their way to get 30,000 more people? Like they worked that much harder? I mean, yeah, it's also possible that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk with the 30-06. Is it probable? Not in my opinion.
Sure. It's 20.
See, like, that's the thing. Like, I might have some strong views from time to time, and I'll be wrong at times, and I'll admit it. Just like how we started this. We started this by me talking about a big error that I made on you. But for the most part, like my views are not baseless. There's always something solid behind them and verifiable.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of non-verifiable stuff tonight. I'll be honest with you. But
you just haven't taken the time to verify it yet.
No, like your strongest evidence that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk was the fact that a 30-06. You don't think that's not a thing, right? I mean, it could have not, but then let's say it didn't. Let's say the 30-06 didn't. Now give me some sort of evidence how somebody else.
There is so much on the line right now that when you cross-reference this with other political assassinations and other similar cases and people that had look at the motivations. If as you said, the FBI killed Martin Luther King Jr., which I didn't say, but that was what his political influence with the black community. Like you said it yourself, Charlie Kirk won Trump the election.
Mm-hmm.
If Charlie Kirk went the other way and he wasn't on board with their direction might not happen. We might not be at war with Iran right now. People might be protesting out on the street about the Epstein files, but the mics go back and forth. You can't.
And we may have
cherry pick.
And we may have a death laser on a Jew base on the moon. Like,
no, that's not a fair comparison.
No, it is. It is. Like,
no,
this might happen. This might happen. This might happen. Like, you have no evidence for that. You have zero evidence that there was really any major daylight. And I don't care if Charlie Kirk completely disagreed with Trump on the Epstein files. There is zero chance that he would be telling people not to go vote in the midterms, that not to vote for.
And listen, I'll say this. I'll put this on the record because a lot of people on my side, as you call it, says that TPUSA and Erica Kirk betrayed Charlie, which I believe, but that is not the equivalent of saying that they killed him or that they covered it up or that they were in on it or that they had inside knowledge. It's in my opinion, they betrayed him with the direction that they went after. That everything got politicized and they were just on board with what was best for Trump and what Trump wanted, not what Charlie would have done.
Okay.
That was Howie Top Files. Was that a nasty one?
No. I was going to, while I address this, that's fine if you think that TPUSA is going in a different direction. My problem, criticize away. I don't care. But that's not really what everyone is implying. Like, I think that is probably one of the first disingenuous things that you're saying right now, because
they are in a different direction.
They're implying that Erica Kirk and TPUSA were involved in a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk, and that's one of the other things that really
no. There are people that say that. But I said I'm speaking for me personally.
Yeah, got it. Thanks for this amazing live stream. This is for Gary, Dan Flood, and Rick Cutler. Don't speak English? ? Where are they, and why did Brian Harple speak out and not Dan Flood, who's the head of security? Is that not odd to you? Brian Harple is the fall guy. Well, there's a lot of different reasons. First of all, if Dan Flood, I'm sure is under contract directly with TPUSA, so he has a lot. I don't even know. First of all, we have to determine, does he want to speak out? And there's probably a lot of good reasons why he wouldn't want to speak out. I wouldn't if I was Dan Flood. That being said, he also may be under subpoena and he can't speak out. There may be a gag order on him. I'm not 100% sure about that. I know there's not a gag order on Brian Harple. People have talked about that. That's been clarified by the judge. The other part of this is TPUSA at being their employer. Number one, he has NDA contracts for sure, and guarantee the lawyers at TPUSA are saying, don't do it. I don't know that there's an upside to it. I think a lot of this is TPUSA is like, you know what, we're going to look at the trial, and I think the trial is going to resolve a lot of these questions. I think people getting out there and outside of responding to that they killed Charlie Kirk, a lot of the stuff is emotional. Like, again, when you're sitting there telling Erica that going after her mom and the way that people have done, like, I just think it's disgusting. And there's going to be an emotional response. I don't know if they plan another thing too. They could be planning lawsuits. I don't know. So there's lots of good reasons why they wouldn't do that. So take that for what it is. I try my best, but I can't with numbnuts. No clips. You came locked and loaded. Glad it was Candace's evidence she presented. Okay. Discord and debates are the only way forward. Kudos to you both. Bayes is based. Bayes is based, generally speaking, except for the alleged death ray by the Jews on the moon.
That was your fucking thing.
Oh,
you said that.
I'm out there. I'm just going to make a video. Bayes said it was a death ray on the moon. You know what? You'll probably get a lot of traction. You'll probably get a lot of traction. Like, yeah.
One anti-Semitic joke in the 4-hour stream. It came from Gary. You just get that on record. No, I'm kidding.
Paramount asked RealBayes if he plans to watch the TR trial. All right,
yes, of course.
All right. Gary, you are a descendant of the Kandahar Giants. Yes, I am. This has been proven. Oh, Gary. Gary, why I oughta. Okay, cool. We should be able to discuss evidential facts without immediately jumping to what the other person must think it implies. That's not how evidence works. Yeah, but you also, and this is one of my folks, so I don't know like we also need to understand. I mean, you kind of need to understand exactly like where you're going with this. I disagree with you, and I think you're kind of coming at Bays a little bit, but I think it's like, okay, where is this going? Like, because here's the thing: it's like if you say, for instance, this is a great example. TPUSA, it's evident to me, and I'm being Bays right now. Pretend I'm Bays. It's evident to me that TPUSA went a different direction than Charlie Kirk because they didn't support Thomas Massey. That's true. That is evidence for you. I'm not saying it's correct. That is. What it's not evidence of is Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk or TPUSA was involved in it. And that's what I want to separate. I don't care if you're just going to take some evidence and interpret it as they're changing directions with TPUSA. Fine. All right. But it's a big leap, and that leap gets made a lot. It's illogical. It's nonsensical to say because of this is proof that Erica Kirk and TPUSA killed Charlie Kirk. That's where I think it's important to have a little bit of nuance in that discussion. Do you agree, Bays?
Yeah, I mean, you were speaking for me. I wasn't disagreeing with myself.
Yeah. I just didn't like that laser joke you made. This is the problem. This is the problem with people like this. Just because conspiracies happen doesn't mean everything is a conspiracy. It's a case-by-case basis. I agree with that. A wise man once said, if you believe that everything is a conspiracy, you're an idiot. If you believe that conspiracies don't exist, you're also an idiot.
Well, remember what J.D. Vance said, while Trump was on the campaign?
No, what did he say?
Something along the lines of a conspiracy theory is just 6 months away from being proven a fact. Something along those lines.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that true. And I'll tell you, under the Biden administration, I saw that true all the time. I don't think that we can take all of the sins of the Biden administration and lump them on Trump. I see a completely different cabinet. I see a completely different operation of government. That's my perspective. This is completely subjective. You're welcome to interpret all of that however you'd like. So, I mean, things are different. Right on, girl. The hoax Trump was talking about, and this is important. I'm glad she brought this up. It was talking about, and he did clarify this, the way that Dems were weaponizing the Epstein files, not the whole Epstein files was a hoax. That's what he was saying.
Yes.
And so, no.
Because from my own research, which I'm not going to get into now, Epstein had a lot of strong affiliations with Democrats. So it's like very sus. They're like, oh, now the Democrats are like, oh, Trump's not releasing it. He's all over. Trump's saying, oh, Epstein's a Democrat hoax. It's not what Epstein did, was doing, who he was doing it with. That's the hoax. It's the files, the files that refer to him. And
look, I do think that the Democrats and the woke right have weaponized the whole Epstein thing to the point to where it is like, there's no substance that they're. And I'll go back to this too. You tell me if you agree with this. When I first heard about the Epstein files, what I thought we were going to get was literally like this trove of videos that made it very clear that there's this politician doing some really horrible things with kids, right?
It's so much more than that. Epstein was involved in Iran-Contra. He was involved in the 2008 financial crisis. He was involved in a lot of shit. He was involved in a lot of acquisitions. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but it's not just like pedophilia and trafficking.
What I'm saying is that what I thought we were getting was going to be something much more clear-cut than it is. And there's a lot of information there. And it's clear that Epstein and many associates were doing things illegally. I just don't think, again, I think they were careful enough, two things. Either they were careful enough when all of this stuff was going down to where they didn't put a lot of incriminating evidence in there. And then on top of that, we did have the Biden administration hold on to these for 4 years. We don't know what's been done to them. So
was my point before it even came out. I said, like, I'm happy some of it's coming out, but I didn't have high expectations for what was going to come out of it because I don't trust the fucking Democrats.
No, and again, I think those are all good points, but I am all about, let me tell you something, like PDFs, let's kill them in the most horrible way. Like, I think they should be laid on the ground and a very slow steamroller should go over them. That's what I think should happen. That being said, like, just give me some evidence so that we can prosecute them, and I'm down with that. But if you're just going to use this as a political weapon, then you lose credibility. That's my point with this.
No, this is for me. For me, it's something that I've been following for a long time. Epstein's affiliations with the Clintons, as you referenced before, was the reason why I started paying attention to politics and rallied behind Trump in the first place back in 2016. And everything that Trump has done so far, you know what? I won't say everything, but there are a lot of things that I've seen come out of this administration now in 2026 that I was afraid was going to come from Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Like what? What's one thing that came out that you wish didn't come out there that you disagree with?
I'm saying that the Epstein files being covered up, the war with Iran, a lot of the conflicts of interest in deals with money behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot.
Do you agree that? Well, number one, 40,000 less deaths per year from opioid overdoses are happening compared to Biden this year versus Biden's administration per year because we actually have control of the border.
And that's a win. And that's the you know, I'm glad you brought that up because listen, when you are against, and this is the same thing that happens with Candace, okay? Because people will hate her or dislike her for one reason, and then they won't give her credit for all of the wins and all the things that she gets right. They just assume it's all bullshit. So for me to sit here and say that the good that has come from Kash Patel and the Trump administration, the people that they have arrested, you're closing the border, like that would take away from myself and my own integrity. I'm not going to root against my president and minimize the good that they're doing because they didn't do the thing that I wanted them to do. Just like people shouldn't act like Candace Owens is wrong about everything and everything's a lie because she got something wrong. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
I think the first part of it's fair. The last part I disagree with. I think she's just gotten too much wrong that shows an intentionality that just doesn't make sense. But there's no point to debate that. Gary, I'm not a palm gun guy. Rick guy, but he did tense up and change his stance seconds before the blast. It looks suspicious as if he knew it was coming. Yeah, look, there's a lot of stuff. And man, I went through this like what happened with Butler and people investigating Butler, the comparisons, talking about drones, talking about jumping from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. The same thing. You can look into any crowd and find, or even a security team and look at things that you pick up on moments before something happens. A great example of this, you remember the iPhone gun? Like there was like some kid over in the corner, like he just happened to be moving like at the exact same time. And it was like, this is an iPhone gun. And I was like, I don't know what that kid's doing. I don't know what he's doing. But
and I was making fun of some of the stuff that was going on, some of the conspiracy theories. Like I made one video where I'm like, where's the man in the bush? What happened to the man in the bush? You know what I mean? Like I don't cherry pick when I'm going to be critical and who I'm going to be critical with.
There is like any type of event like this, if there's enough cameras, you're going to find people that do something that could be associated with the event. And you're welcome to believe it or not. I've watched everything that Rick Cutler did. At the end of the day, I don't see anything that indicates that he had foreknowledge or anything else. And I don't believe he was smiling. Let's talk about the fact that 6,500 kids saved from trafficking. 65,000 kids, by the way, 65,000 kids. Yeah, we don't want to talk about that. The other thing that really, I think shows a little hypocrisy from well, I'm just going to say woke right. Don't take it as pejorative. It's the only way that I know to describe you people.
Okay. Well, if you're going to keep using the term, can you let your followers know what your opinion is on me with whatever you think the definition is?
I will say this conservative faction that thinks that Trump is as bad as Biden. I'll clean it up I think that's about as generous as I can go with that. So anyways, yeah, the thing, one thing that is clear on the hypocrisy, and I don't understand it. It's okay if you don't like Israel. It's okay if you don't like Jews. That's between you and God, and you got to figure out.
You talking about me personally, or are you speaking?
No. I'm talking about. That's why I said the woke right, because I don't know what other to call it.
I've had more friends over the years that are not just Jewish, but actually from Israel than you would probably ever believe.
Sure, I have one friend that I know that's really Jewish. I mean, I have always been so indifferent on Israel, but regardless, my point is if you're worried about PDF and you're not out there talking about what's happening with the invasion of this country with Islam, like we have a problem. and you don't want to talk about the global institution of PDF in every Islamic country, we have a problem because there's such a disparity on that. And I really irritates me when I see Tucker Carlson glazing Russia, talking about how democratic they are, what great family values and everything else they are, and then sitting there and glazing Islam and pretending that there's any comparison between Christianity and Islam, and that drives me crazy. Folks,
Yeah, but that argument goes both ways, because then there are a lot of Christians, myself included, that think that this idea of Judeo-Christianity is just propaganda. That it's bullshit. Like, you're a Christian because you believe in Jesus. You're Jewish because you don't.
Fine.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's like,
that's fine. I don't care if you want to parse that out. I don't know.
At the end of the day, there should be an individual accountability. Everybody should respect each other regardless of how they pray or even vote.
That's true. But what I'm saying is, if you're so worried about the Epstein files and you're not talking about Islam and what goes on in Islam as an institution, I got a problem with that. And by the way, when it comes to stopping PDF, Trump has done more in that just by closing the border. We're talking about tens of thousands of kids that were being child trafficked.
But when you talk about the problem with radical Islam, it also goes hand in hand with the problem with the opioid crisis. It's us going into Afghanistan, going into Iraq. Like, they had Osama bin Laden cornered in Bora Bora in December of 2001. Like, let's not pretend that the Clean Break initiative is not real and that they didn't want these wars, just like they want the war with Iran.
I don't think anyone really wants the war with Iran. I think people like me.
You don't think Benjamin Netanyahu wants the war with Iran? He's been begging for it since 1996.
He may, because he sees. I think that he sees Iran as an existential threat because their missiles can actually reach him. So I think that a leader that sees an existential threat and has a country that, by the way, is working toward a nuclear weapon and has promised to destroy them and wipe them off.
But there was never intelligence. Listen, the same intelligence that's telling us that Iran is working on a nuclear weapon is Israel, just like they were telling us Iraq had weapons of mass destruction.
No, like there's no comparison. There's no comparison between Iraq and the predicate to go into Iraq versus Iran. We know for a fact that they have a nuclear weapons program. We know for a fact that they were enriching uranium. We know for a fact that they have 60% uranium rich right now.
But wasn't that like in terms of the deal that they had? Like, did Iran ever go over what they were supposed to have while the deal was in place?
Do you know what the percentage of enriched uranium you need for nuclear power?
No, but that's not my question. My question is, whatever the deal was, whether it was Trump, Obama, whatever, but like, were they keeping up to their end of the deal? Because if Obama gave a bad deal and Obama said 60% and they stay at 60% and they're not going over.
So I don't care what Obama did. I really don't. What I'm saying is they're going to sit there and say that they were not trying to go, that they didn't have a nuclear weapons program. Multiple of their own people that are high in government have come out and admitted that they had. Look, we don't know what they were doing under the JCPOA because we didn't actually have any visibility, none whatsoever. Like what Obama was doing with the IAEA was an absolute joke. They were getting denied access to actually do any inspections. It's around 3% is what you need for actually having you're enriching uranium for nuclear power. 60% is 20 times what you need. Like, there's only one reason why you would enrich uranium.
Do you think that Iran would even want to have nuclear weapons if Israel didn't have illegal ones already?
Yeah. But did North Korea only want nuclear weapons because Israel did?
But we're not funding North Korea and talking about merging intelligence.
Israel does not have illegal nuclear weapons. That is a lie. That's a lie.
It's been stated by.
Hold on.
Listen, we can agree together. I'm not trying to. We're already on 4 hours. We can save that for another time. We can save that for another time. We can say. Listen. Well, just look up Jonathan Pollard. Watch a couple of Jonathan Pollard. Our current ambassador, Mike Huckabee's
I understand who Jonathan Pollard is. I know what he did. What I'm saying is that
Mike Huckabee was one of the people that advocated for his release.
Hold on. There is nothing that makes Israel's nuclear weapons program illegal. There's nothing. What laws are they violating? Did they sign a treaty for those? No, they didn't. So there's nothing that makes it illegal. That fact.
What about the fact that they stole it from us?
That's fine. Have that discussion.
That's
it doesn't make it illegal. It doesn't make it illegal.
I'm pretty sure stealing nuclear weapons from America is got to be illegal somewhere. Somewhere in international
illegal
law,
within the
that
United
has to
States,
be illegal.
and anyone
if
that
it's
was
not, they
complicit in
should
that-
fix that.
I mean, China steals IP information all the time. British has stolen secrets from
Listen, we're not
like,
talking
this
about
is what we do
stealing
with allies.
secrets. We're talking about a hostile nation that wants war with the world that's stealing illegal nuclear weapons.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They're not illegal. Bayes, you just got a new sub. Gary, please stop embarrassing yourself. You're proving just how low IQ you are. I know. I've done that all night. RealBayes, I got here late. He almost got me. I started to think he was a good dude with good intentions. And I don't know what
I think his intentions. Listen, I've spoken to plenty of people in my personal life that have the same views as you, and I could tell based on what you've showed me and what you presented to the debate about Tyler Robinson, where your head was at when you were doing your investigation and how you invested your resources. We're just looking at things through different lenses in different directions, and we're seeing different things. And that's all the more reason why we should come together and have these conversations and dialogue so we can see the other side, because nobody's going to get everything themselves.
Sure. No, I agree with that. And yep, I agree with that. Gary, all we're hearing is excuses. We don't care about anything you were saying. All that matters is War Israel PDF's EP. I mean, I've given plenty of logical reasons. You don't have to accept them, but they're not excuses. I think that's exactly what Charlie would have said, Gary. I will not ever vote again unless I feel like I have something to believe in. Well, I can tell you he would not say that. You need to fact check this full real time. You need some help. You need someone to help you.
I think that's one of yours.
No, that's yours.
Wait, but that's my super?
Yeah, that's your super.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You need to fact check me real time, bro.
Those are the kind of comments I normally get from
Those are just my normal comments. Answer the question. How do you feel about your government sharing intelligence with the foreign government as a rule? For or against Gary, patriot or traitor Gary? This is a hell of a binary choice. Still waiting. We see you, Gary. Thanks for deflecting. Be the light, Bayes. Be the light. Look, I don't like we share intelligence all the time with foreign governments. I don't know even.
No, not in a way like Section 2.
Hold on. I need to go back and research that and get exactly what that is. If it is intelligence that we're sharing that puts us at some sort of disadvantage, I have a problem with that. If it is intelligence that we are sharing because of shared operations, it is what it is. But I'll have to research that.
Think about how much data the companies like Palantir is currently collecting on American citizens. Literally all their metadata. Do you think you think any foreign nation should be able to have all of the metadata for American citizens?
I think almost we have been complicit in that as individuals. This is a whole different argument altogether. You don't think China has every bit of data on every bit of person?
We're not handing it to them on a platter.
Oh, well, yeah, we are. Yeah, we are through social media and many other different ways. Like, again, we can have that discussion. I don't want other countries to have our data. I don't want this country to have.
And they're also sharing AI access, which is pretty much as bad.
It's a problem. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's not where we're talking about tonight, but I hear what you're saying, and I disagree.
Well, I wasn't bringing up that was
like we can agree on that 100%. So we don't do Iraq again. What's the evidence that they have weapons of mass destruction? I just don't want to get fooled again. Different decade. Well, we do know it's been confirmed through inspections and everything else. We know that they have, and they've admitted. I have to check on that. We know that they have 60%. And we also know that they actually had a nuclear weapons program. Like, that's not even a thing. Here's the problem, too, is like we went into this war saying that we understood that they had their ballistic missiles were only good for 2,500 kilometers. Next thing you know, they're actually launching out to 4,500 kilometers plus. So Iran has been lying to us about their weapons developments. And by the way, that was intelligence that both Israel and the United States missed. What else are they doing that we don't know about? So, like, the problem that we have here, there's some knowns for sure. Like, Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror. They're sponsoring Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, the Quds Force. So we know that, and we've seen that. Like, we can't allow someone like that to exist. They've killed thousands of Americans. All right. They were importing EFPs from Iran to Iraq to kill U.S. soldiers and servicemen and women. So like that's there. There's no comparison between Iran and Iraq. We have some extremely well-knowns. And you can disagree with that. That's fine. But I think what we're doing is we're pushing off a war now so that
I don't think Iran would have any. We wouldn't have the problems that we have in the Middle East if we weren't financing Israel's agenda and backing it.
I don't think we would have the problems that we had in the Middle East if Iran didn't exist. I mean, 90% of the terrorism is conducted by Iran, by the Hezbollah, all the different organizations I just named. Like, also, October 7th wouldn't have happened without Iran. You understand?
October 7th wouldn't have happened without a stand-down order.
There was no stand-down order. You have absolutely zero evidence.
There is testimony backing that.
I would like to see that testimony. And I'm open to that, by the way.
Okay.
I have questions about the slowed response to that, and I'm open to it.
And the Hannibal Directive.
What's that?
The Hannibal Directive.
Send me information on that. Never heard of it.
I will. Oh, yeah, we don't have to every plot point.
Yeah. This guy has zero evidence, is yammering about his feels. You don't get the evidence before the trial, no matter how hard you scream and rage. He didn't shot him with a 30-06, Gary, and damn well know that. Internal, external, and terminal ballistics are all important factors, but that doesn't change the facts. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you, Jane. You clearly know more than I do. Tyler carving the bullet could affect it as well. This is another thing that I've talked about too. Again, if he is, we know, well, allegedly he actually engraved on the bullets. And what we're talking about specifically is the brass casing. If he started engraving anything on that projectile, there is no way that it would be stabilized. No way that, so it would yaw and we would see exactly what we saw. So I've given people plenty of reason to understand the possibilities of this and understand that the possibilities that everybody says the statistical possibility of being so low that it couldn't happen. I've given you that information. I can't confirm that. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to.
So why don't you do that?
Do what?
Make a video where you engrave on the bullets and shoot it and see what happens.
Yeah, we could do that.
Find a way to test the velocity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I'm being serious though. It's a good idea.
It doesn't mean so. Here's what I've said from the beginning of this. It is almost impossible to replicate what we saw there. But here's what I have to
shoot it 100 times. And even if you engrave it, and this is the problem. This is the problem. If you, because you know, people's perception and spin. If you do all these different anomalies that made it happen, you fire 100 rounds, you might only get 10 that stay in.
Sure.
But people need to understand the difference. That 10 is a high number. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing too. Like, I can definitely load a round, make a 30-06 to where it would have very minimal penetration. As a matter of fact, like, again, I got pictures of 30-06 rounds with minimal penetration. Let's look at this.
Like, even with all these details, if Tyler Robinson really did this with the 30-06, if what happened on September 10th, if that's the case, happened 100 times, it probably would have played out the way that it did a handful of them.
Yeah, I mean, here's a ballistic gel. We have right around 11 inches of penetration, and that's not hitting bone. That's not hitting anything. This is 30-06, 155 grain AMAX, 24-inch barrel. So, like, there's plenty of information out there to understand that the probabilities of this are not some sort of astronomical number. And just the fact that I've already told you, I've given people 4 different examples where 30-06 hit people at very close ranges and didn't exit. And if they won't accept that, they won't accept it. And again, I've said this from the beginning. I can load a round. I can make a 30-06 not penetrate. Is that honest?
No, you have to do it objectively, and people need to understand what you're aiming to do and what the practical goal should be. Because if you're just doing it where it's just not penetrating every time, it's not genuine, and people are going to see through that. But if you do it the right way and you say, look, I'm only expecting this to happen like X amount of times, and that's how it goes, it adds credibility to your argument. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying.
I mean, for me, maybe not for the men. Okay, how about make the video, send it to me.
I'm just telling you right now, like,
so try again, Gary.
No matter what is presented to this point, until we get to the trial. And here's the other thing too. Let's say that I do that, but that's not what was done, and it happened for a different reason. Now it's like, well, Gary, you're presenting something that didn't actually happen, and we now look at the trial. We know exactly what happened, and this is why I did it.
Why don't you link up with Jordan Henshaw? Get somebody on the other side of the argument that does this sort of thing.
I mean, those are possibilities. We'll look at. Like, I am 100% convinced that there's nothing that you could show. Like, again, here we are talking about the exploding mic, folks. I'm just telling you, if you can be convinced of the exploding mic theory, then you can be convinced of anything. That's just a fact. Like, it defies physics on itself on so many different levels. And no matter how many people, no matter how many experts come out and explain this to you, no matter how much you look at it, no matter what, like, nope, that's what killed him, was exploding mic. Maybe, is there a possibility that there's some experimental crazy weapon that does defy physics? We just haven't seen it yet, and they decided to use it on Charlie Kirk as opposed to, like there's nowhere to go with that. There really isn't. Gary said Israel will be pulling back from our tits. Read section 224 of NDAA. They will be intertwined with no way to track money. All right, I'll take again. I need to look at it again. I remember researching it, looking at it, and then I ended up, when it was coming out, and I brain dumped it. Gary, explain Lance Twiggs' ramble with the pediatrician Jerry D. Twiggs and registration in Utah with 435 Tactical LLC and Firearm Store LLC holds level 1 FFL. I don't know what you're asking me to explain. Because Twiggs grandpa and pediatrician Jerry Twiggs and registration with Utah, so they have a FFL.
He's cramming a lot in here.
Yeah, I don't. Just because, I mean, a lot of people.
I'm not familiar with these details, so.
I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of people in every city that have FFLs, not just stores. People get personal FFLs all the time. This is an incredibly misleading video. Okay. I used to compete long distance, Gary. Great. I don't know what to tell you. Bay, so proud of you. Gary, keep false narratives. Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Became a YouTube member. Rico, 18 USC, using Enterprise Network. I don't know what we're talking about. Secret deal shielded helpers, conspiracy 49. I don't know what that is. The evidence will literally come out at the trial. Need a moderator here. Gary talking way too much. What?
They're used to me cutting people off. You should see the comments in my videos.
Oh God. Jane Doe. Jane's clearly my favorite. I'm her favorite. She's clearly a big fan of it. How's that boot leather taste, Gary? Tastes delicious. Tastes like freedom. Gary equal Josh Hammer and Dave Smith debate. Need Charlie. Cool. Is gay. Josh Hammer on the debate stage. Listen one first. What is happening here? Gary proved Mitch was there. I've never said that Mitch wasn't there. From the very beginning, I said that Mitch was there. What I said was that Mitch didn't see the people that he said he was there. Don't know why this is still a false narrative that was created, manufactured, absolutely manufactured by Baron Coleman, and lied. And I sent him information with that at the very beginning of this. He continued to push the false narrative. I've proven it time and time again. I'll play the video now if people want. I don't really see the point. But the point is that anyone saying that Gary said that Mitch Snow wasn't there is a liar. I said it literally the day that I watched Candace's first video and reacted to it. I was like, I don't doubt that he was there. I'm sure he's there, as a matter of fact. So I always said that Mitch Snow was there. Oh, I get it now.
Mitch Snow on. He's fucking hysterical.
What's that?
I said you should have Mitch Snow on. He's hysterical.
No, he's a literal scumbag piece of shit. Gary's discernment is better. His data points are proof, while yours are Fugazi conspiracy. He knows better. We don't. Can we blow the popsicle stand and get after the party? I need a stiff drink and a hot shower now. CK said he had threats from blue-haired jihadis. Absolutely. Candace did the murder. Proof she didn't. I need itinerary, flight logs, etc. Proof she didn't do it. Seems to be the new rule. Get after it. That is the problem that I have with that. One of the things I've talked about is content farming through extortion. Is when you are accusing people of
She's saying Candace killed Charlie.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's just putting the shoe on the other foot, right? So This is a problem where people start accusing people of things with zero evidence, and then they're forced to prove themselves wrong or innocent, rather. So if you're going to prove, if that's the standard, like we have, like that is an American principle that we've completely turned back on. It's not how things work. If you're going to accuse somebody, you need to have evidence first. And without evidence, you don't just accuse them and force them. And this is the problem that I see with this is like, you either get forced to prove your innocence. If you don't, not only are you going to be hounded by the person making the accusation, but now their followers come after you. That's crazy. But then if you do provide evidence, that evidence is never good enough. Or it's even said sometimes, why would, like, you've given me evidence to prove you weren't guilty? Like, that just means you're guilty, because why would you do that if you weren't guilty? It's a game that I don't like seeing played. And I think it's un-American as it gets. Mike Shards burned, paid over scene, dirt taken, lost videos, dogs, lies upon lies, 90 from Erica and TPUSA, thanks, Gary. Lies about car, ride, hospital. Why are you talking about guns? Way to play some dumb role you always do, Gary. I'm out. All right, we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. It was Israel. Everything is Israel's fault. Israel made me late to work today. They'll do that. Explain the people interviewed afterwards, then Gary. I don't know who you're talking about. Do you know what he's talking about?
There's so much stuff. Yeah, that's the problem with this. To try to have people with different opinions like you and me and cram it all into one. And I really appreciate the fact that you took the time. Like we've been doing this for over 4 hours. It's like we're trying here. Like we're trying here. And again, considering how we started off, I think it's gone really well. Even if we disagree on multiple things, which we clearly do, we have found that common ground where we could have the dialogue. We're both allowing each other to speak. We're both, you know what I mean? Like that's what it should be about.
Gary, who was CK afraid would kill him? The leftists. He said that multiple times. That is the left. He was always afraid of the left. Go watch his interview with Bill Maher.
Well, there was reports that came out a couple of weeks before Charlie was killed. Who was that? I believe Harrison Smith said he had a source close to Charlie that was saying that Charlie thought that Israel would kill him if he ever left the cause. Now, again, that doesn't mean that they did it, but it has to get brought up when you're mentioning the left.
Sure. Do you believe they should have moved him? Answer is no. The answer is yes. You absolutely should have moved him. I mean, this is one of the things that I teach. Our company is NAMT certified. We teach TCCC, TECC. The protocols are that, number one, the first thing they're going to do under threat is get them off the X. You got to remove Charlie from the point of impact. That is number one. And that's what they did. They did a quick assessment. Within 20 seconds, they were moving Charlie Kirk. You absolutely do that. Now, the other question that always comes up is whether or not they should have moved him because of a neck injury. You're worried about that. The number one threat to loss of life is, number one, massive hemorrhaging. That's what you have a known versus an unknown. And when we're talking about tactical field medicine, that's what you're going to concern yourself with. This is taught. This is National Association of Emergency Medical Technicians. This is what they teach. If and when you have time or capabilities, yeah, you should be cognizant potentially of the neck. Most of the, I don't want to get into backboards and everything else, but what they did from an emergency medical protocol standpoint was exactly textbook. You don't have to like that. You may not understand it. Go take your TCCC course and you will.
I just want to say something real quick, because there's been a lot of points here where I noticed my chat is like, don't roll over. Tell him. It's like, guys, you need to understand something. It's one thing to say what I would do or what you would do in that situation, but what really matters is, did the people do what they were trained to do? Did they do protocol? It's not about what I think should have been. Hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah. It's
not about, oh, I would have done this. I would have drew my gun. I would have done that. It's like, did they do what they were trained to do? And did they do what they were supposed to? Gary's the one with the training on this. Whether he's right or wrong, I don't even know. There are a couple of things that I disagreed with you on where I will chime in and bring my points. But if I'm not trained and I don't know, I'm not going to open my mouth.
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, everything that they did, the number one thing that they should have been concentrating on is getting to the next higher level of care, treating the massive hemorrhaging and getting to the next higher level of care, whatever the fastest means possible. They made a decision. You can sit there and go back and forth. Like right now, if my kid, something happened to him, I would pull out a trauma kit and I would do everything I can to treat him there and get him to my vehicle and rush him to the hospital. I'm not going to wait for an ambulance, depending on what's going on. Like, everything is situational dependent. Given what we saw there, I think they made the right call. People would have, you could also have 100 people there doing an after action review. And even in military operations or military training, people will have different, like, I think you should have done this. Some of this is opinion. And you can look at it a couple different ways, but according to protocols, they did everything that they were supposed to do. And you don't have to like it, but that's true. Why did Charlie's team block the EMTs from stepping in to help? Why didn't they stabilize his neck? No one supported his head. They carried him like a rag doll. No. So again, what was killing Charlie? And he almost certainly was dead. But what was killing Charlie was the massive hemorrhaging. That's what you have to concentrate on.
Well, now that you talk about the massive hemorrhaging, there's a lot of recordings that, we referred to some of them earlier, but the recorded videos of them actually carrying him into the car, there's no blood dripping anywhere. There's another image where his shirt goes all the way up and it's still white. Like, from what I would believe,
well, there was
from the movies, because I didn't do any tours or anything, and the amount of blood that I saw gush out on the initial shot, I expected more blood. I expected more blood on Brian Harpole. He was the only one that really had any visible blood on him from my perspective, and I would have expected a lot more blood on that scene.
If you look at other pictures, including, there's other maybe I'll share them with you. I'll send them to you. Look, there's plenty of pictures with the other security guys that have blood on them. Now, what we saw at the immediate was an extreme amount of sanguination, right? So we had what I think was, and this was actually confirmed, the carotid and the jugular vein were both hit. So we had an extreme amount of blood that came out. You saw how much blood came out.
That's why I thought it was weird, because so much came out initially, and then they're carrying around. It's like, where's all the blood?
So a couple of things there, and I had this discussion with somebody, and we can go into CPR and talk about the protocols with CPR versus stopping the bleed. When you have that much blood loss, and by the way, it probably took, I don't know, there was another 10 seconds or so ish, probably before Brian Harpole got his finger. Like, there was so much amount of blood loss, like his blood pressure went down to zero or almost zero. He had very little blood pressure. And if you don't have blood pressure, even if the heart's pumping, we don't even know if his heart was pumping at that point. But we have two things that are going on there for sure. Number one, we have an extreme amount of blood loss, and that is going to result in extremely low blood pressure. Like, there's not enough, you know how a hydraulic line works? Like, we need fluid in there to push this through there. So the heart could be pumping, even if it is pumping. Now there's not enough pressure to actually, in this pressurized system that we call our circulatory system. So it's not going to push out a lot of blood when that much blood is lost. And of course, whatever he lost in the ground as well. So there's that. Now, the other option too is, even if the blood's pumping, even if the heart's pumping, there's still not going to be a lot of bleeding after that. But potentially his heart wasn't even beating. I don't know. And this is speculation. But the point is, once they get down there, and he probably wasn't bleeding a lot beyond that, but there's definitely, the security guys have blood on them. I know a lot of pictures have been shown. I've made a whole video about that. I have additional pictures that I've seen since then. I'll send them to you. There's blood. There's blood. We see the blood everywhere inside the SUV as well. Everybody's seen those pictures now. There's plenty of blood on everybody. And by the way, there have been eyewitnesses that have come out that talk about, I think it was a nurse, something like that, that talked about, confirmed that, when everybody showed up, they had blood all over them. I know that report's out there, but there's plenty of blood, but you're not going to see a lot more bleeding take place. And then on top of that, if they were maintaining manual pressure, it's hard to see as they're trying to carry him. If they were maintaining manual pressure, we wouldn't see, additional blood loss either. But I think even if they weren't doing anything with manual pressure, there wouldn't be that much more. The body just wouldn't have the ability to continue to bleed. Hopefully that makes sense. What about Gary's government contracts? What's he getting paid for? Definition of suspect. I've talked about this multiple times on my channel. If you guys want to know about it, I'll talk about it again right now. Look, folks, I've always sold guns, gear, night vision, all those things. Just so happened that a military unit in June, by the way, look, military contracts take a long time. And I have a disabled small veteran-owned business, something along DVSOB, whatever it is. So I could go after military contracts and government contracts all the time, and I would be given those contracts. I have never pursued those because it's a pain in the ass. It really is. And people will tell you, anybody that's ever done any government contracting, it is a pain in the ass. Well, I had a military unit come to us. They wanted night vision goggles. All right. And it's a low speed, nothing crazy, but they were doing some training there and they wanted. So we're like, okay. And I thought it was going to be like, we wanted a few. And then they're like, oh, this is how many we want. It was like over 40 sets and additional gear. So that started happening in June. And then we put in a bid for it. We ended up having to bid for this. So we put in a bid against like 2 other people, whatever it was. And so this takes weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, folks. And then, by the way, we had the price set for a certain amount. And so it was $190,000. Folks, we do $190,000 or more a week in sales. So like to sit here and pretend that $190,000 in sales would convince me to change
it not so much. When did you start changing your mind then? Like when did things like start to click and you change what you believe?
It was after. So I started seeing right after the time with VFT, and I started looking into, within a couple of days of that, I started like like you're saying, the one thing that was holding me back from buying it all was the 30-06 terminal ballistics. I was like, I just don't think that, but I hadn't really studied that, and definitely not 30-06 specifically. So it was after that VFT episode where I really was like, all right, Gary, you don't actually know that much about terminal ballistics. You don't. So have a little humility and let's go figure this thing out. And really, I studied the MLK event at length. I looked for this days and days. And there was a lot of controversy around MLK, who shot him, did this, did that, whatever. But what was never contested was whether or not he was shot with a 30-06.
No, it was.
Okay.
It took decades, but it was.
Yeah, later. During the investigation, that never happened. Nobody questioned that. Yeah, I mean, everything's questioned decades later. Look, decades from now, this will still be being questioned. They'll be making videos and movies about it.
Well, that's what everybody believes, because they see, what happens to Martin Luther King Jr., and then decades later, it's like, oh yeah, it was a conspiracy. That was us. JFK, decades later, maybe it was us. Maybe we're not going to tell you. Charlie Kirk, it's like, a couple decades, like, hey, you know what? You were right about so-and-so. You know what I mean? Like that's how we feel, and we see it time and time again.
Sure.
It's a pattern. It doesn't mean, again, it doesn't mean that this isn't something different. It's just and this comes down to lack of transparency from our government.
The moment that I have some sort of evidence, and I've seen no hard evidence from anybody on this side saying anything else, give me an alternative theory that makes sense. Give me some evidence behind it, and I'll happily go down, and I'll be the biggest advocate of it, because I have no problem. I have no problem if TPUSA is guilty of something. Give me the evidence. I'll be the one going after them the hardest. I promise you. If Trump is guilty of this, give me the evidence. If Tyler Robinson is not guilty of this, this is
what makes it so problematic, because you look at the state of the world right now. You have the Democrats and the Republicans both at each other's throats. You have one side that's pandering to Israel, another side that's pandering to Israel, but then they got a faction that's pandering into other places. You have all this different mess going on. I mean, so it's impossible. Nobody could say it was exactly this person, and this is why. It's a lot more convoluted than that.
Well, there's definitely nobody involved in this that doesn't have some sort of conflict of interest. That's just a fact. And we can say that with Candace Owens. I could say that about whatever else, about all these other people that are making millions of dollars promoting conspiracy theories that don't make sense to me. And by the way, don't have any evidence. So there's all that.
I literally put myself in debt making my channel. That's another story, though.
Like, there's no way I lose money on this channel, for sure. Like, the only reason that I can do what I do is because I have a business that I make money on. All right. And you don't have to like that. Whatever. So anyways, going back to the night vision. So we had a whole price going on, and they're like, oh, by the way, that price has to include ruggedized cases. So like, what? That's not what we talked about. Well, like, we're gonna have to charge you more for that. Well, we're gonna have to go back to the process. So this dragged on forever. And at the end of the day, folks, we made single-digit percentage points, and I have no desire to ever do a government contract again. And to the point of this, if that is what you're saying, then why don't I have tons and tons of government contracts? Like wouldn't they continue to support me if that was what they were doing? And like, it doesn't even make sense, folks. So I know that is an easy smear, but that's what it is. What you can't do, most of what that is being done is because you won't stick to the actual arguments. It's easier to write me off as opposed to what I'm actually telling you. And that's fine. That's your choice, but it's not true. And just know that you're engaging in something that is wrong. All
Well, I will give you a data point that stands out.
Give me a data
I always give credit where credit's due.
Sure.
Throughout this, and we've been going for a long time, you haven't tried to silence any of my points. You've let me speak. You've let me get it out, and you've platformed it, and that I think says a lot.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That goes with anybody. Oh yeah, we already got that. Definition of suspect. Sorry I'm late. Hi everyone. What's up, Colton? Thank you, buddy. Can you ask Gary about doxing himself and the intentions by asking Grok to collude with others, promote a narrative online with group creators?
Nobody with kids wants to dox themselves.
First of all, I didn't dox myself. I posted.
Oh, they're talking about the Grok thing?
Yeah.
You got caught with the prompt? Was it as bad as Matt Nuclear's?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't anything. It was
Paramount Nuclear.
I don't even know what Matt Nuclear did recently, but it doesn't matter. I actually want to see if I can find that specifically, and I will put it right up here on the screen. So, yeah. So, if you post a Grok, and I didn't know this, I'll be the first to tell you. If you do a Grok inquiry and then post a link to that, anything else you've done during that time period, it links up there. And if you want to hold this against me, then I don't really care, because I literally said, what's the best way to fight disinformation? That was my prompt. Working collectively with people. And if you have an issue with that, I don't say it, because
that's all right. I had ChatGPT tell me that Mossad was going to kill me once. You should have seen what my prompts were for the next fucking week.
Anyways, so again, go look at that prompt. You're welcome to look for it. I'm sure it's out there. I don't care. Couldn't care less. And I got nothing to hide. To the left, everybody lame is still being lame, just a little left. Say it, Gary. It was Obama. Gotta go take Gary and clean up with TPUSA. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know. It's not even coherent. Not against conspiracy, but how many people could realistically be involved in this whole CK conspiracy? Like, that is part of the problem that I have with this whole thing. Like, how many people do you think would have to be involved with all these different government agencies?
For a particular operation? There's a difference between being involved and being in the know. The operation itself could have been two people.
And keep talking. I'm just gonna go over here.
Yeah, the operation itself could have been two. It could have been two people. As far as who would have been in the know, that's a completely different story. I'm not gonna make up a number to try to pretend that I know. But I don't know. Hold on. Oh man, I wish I could pull them up myself. We're gonna be here all night. Sorry guys, I don't got access to the supers. It's his stream. Hold on. Let me try to catch up to the chat. I'll read some comments. Let's see if I got some of my Paramount tactical. Hey, where are you fuckers? I want to see if I recognize any name. Where's Rage Bronson? He's always got something to say. Yeah, shout out to Rage Bronson. Me and him have friendly spars behind the scenes. No, actually, friendly spars here. We shoot the shit behind the scenes. Should have done his homework better last time.
They just keep going. I'll be right back in 10 seconds.
You're leaving me here. My God. Hold on. Let me find a clip. Oh, man. I could do him dirty right now. I could play that Ian Carroll clip. I'm not going to do it, though. Let's play some Charlie. I'll keep it objective. Oh, no. I can't even fucking play it, though, because he's got to pull it up. That's not good. Oh, you can still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. I heard all the shit you were talking.
That's pretty funny.
All right.
I wasn't talking about.
Dude, I had to piss. I've been holding it. I had to go. All right. Yeah. So 2 people conduct the operation. Why 2 people? What was the other person doing?
I don't know. It's just I got that from somebody else that that's also qualified like yourself from a private conversation.
Okay. So what was the other person doing?
Oh no, I don't think that this was done by itself.
Okay.
Think about it, if it was an operation from high up, you think they would just send somebody to do it alone?
I don't think that if it was operation from high up, it would look anything like this. I think there would be so many better options and better ways to do this with less.
I don't know. I think what regardless of who did it, what came after that, the way, I don't know. I got a bunch of different theories.
I'll let you on a secret of who did it. That's Tyler freaking Robinson. All right.
You should have said Lance Twiggs.
Charlie's parents are talking because of their grandkids. Erica has already been withholding acres to them. I think we're missing a word there. I don't think it's supposed to be acres. Erica's already been withholding. All right. ODNI is helping to marshal all of the intelligence community relevant resources. 1216 joint FBI statement. The FBI, CISA, ODNI, and NSA. I don't know what you're talking about right there. The NCTC is different than the ODNI, just so we're clear. Items on the site are items that can be transported. Do you know what he's saying?
Items on the site are items that could be transported. I'm not sure what it's being referenced to. Probably the lapel mic, if I had to guess, just because that's been the hot topic this week.
Gotcha. Multiple devices can be carried by others, i.e. Lance. Okay. Just because Andrea Burkhart said they would be able to track, notice she didn't say they have definitely tracked it and they're going to prove it. Well, that's true. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. Gary, why do you keep bringing up these pesky facts? You're fucking up the what if narrative. I know.
Listen, look into the stuff that I said tonight, and then, you know.
The guy is missing the forest for the trees. That was Roberto Calamari. Why don't you make a 30-06 stop, Gary? The gun EXP.
For gun experience? Gary, the expert.
I mean, this bullet would have definitively has stopped in Charlie's neck. This is a 30-06. It's only 10 inches in ballistic gel. Didn't hit bone. This bullet would have stopped in his neck. So just be aware of that. And that's without any other potential external factor going on. If it
fuck, don't answer this one.
What did Candace Owens lie about? Thank you for the stream, guys. You can go back through my content and live streams and talk about it on a pretty regular basis. Great discussion. We need more like this. Gary, I've watched you for 5 years. You helped me a lot with long range and PRS. Love my PMR. Your info regarding Charlie Kirk is appreciated, though I conclude differently. Bayes is based. Well, there you go. Gary, anyone with any form of training will know that even flashbangs leave burn marks on concrete or light fire on carpet. The exploding microphone theory is stupid. Also, hello, obscure YouTuber.
What's your take on the paving? And again, this is where I go back to UVU specifically. Like if my intention, you know, if I was really gonna like do an investigation, yeah, I would be focused on UVU, because that's weird. That right away they dug up 10 inches of soil and called an emergency paving operation.
Well, what do you mean by right away? When did they do the paving?
Everything was done pretty quickly. I don't know the exact days, but it was
done on Sunday.
It was done within days.
He was killed on Tuesday, and it was done on Sunday. What I do know,
I want to know when they dug up the dirt.
It was Sunday. It might have been Saturday night or something like that. I don't know. But the point is they had to dig up any of the biologicals, right? So they had to pull up the sod or whatever else. Look, and this is something you can research, but this is there's been a couple of people that have created content on this on X, and maybe I can find it for you. For instance, if there was a murder in your house, would you not clean that up after the FBI was done with it? And by the way, folks, I've talked to police on the ground when I was at UVU. Matter of fact, the same cop that basically said I had to take down the drone. Not basically, he said I had to take down the drone. But later on, I went and talked to him. I'm like, hey, look, tell me what was happening after this. And I was trying to get questions. He's like, I can't answer questions. But I was like, well, let me ask you this. I kept asking him questions to see what he could answer. And one of the things I did get out of him, he was like, look, I was like, how many people were here? How long was it locked down while SBI, Utah authorities, and the FBI and other agencies, and ATF, among other agencies, were actually forensically processing the entire place? And it was 3.5 full days, 24/7. He said there were hundreds of people here. I don't know if that's a literal, could be, but there was people there processing evidence 24/7 for those days. And then come Sunday, they have sod taken up and everything else. It only makes, you can come to whatever conclusion you want, but it would make sense to me that they would actually remediate that site and put pavers down and trying to renovate the site and make it less traumatic. And by the way, insurance companies recommend these types of things, especially when you have a traumatic event in a public area and they were trying to open up school on Monday. I don't find it all that weird, to be honest with you. Now, if you're going to believe there was explosives used, I get it. I understand why you think that. But this is something that I think most schools or most businesses would try to do to make it less traumatic for the students there. Change it up a little bit, clean it up. Obviously, they had to pull up sod. They had to do something with that, with the blood and stuff that was on the ground. So that's the reason. You can disagree with it and you can think that there's ulterior motives, but that's the reason. And it's like there's a lot of good information out there why insurance companies would recommend that too, by the way. Gary, what do you think of John Bray's information? I would tell you to go, I would actually point you to Matt Tardio. He has went through everything that John Bray said. He's went through all his measurements, his calculations, and he completely obliterated them. And he is an actual explosives expert. I would say when it comes to explosives, that's outside of my expertise at that level. But what I can tell you is I know enough about physics. I know enough about actual explosives, just working with them and knowing the characteristics of them to tell you that what happened and the idea that there's an exploding microphone, it's debunked. I mean, you don't have to like that. You can disagree with that, but it is. But I will tell you, Matt Tardio went through every element and showed him why he was wrong or showed the world why he was wrong. And I think he's invited John Bray to come on. Gary, just so you know, I found out the microphone is encased by plastic called FR1 or something. It's plastic and fire resistant, not glass. Yeah, so the very front of that, and I showed pictures of it earlier, the very front of it, I have it over there. The very front of that is a super thin piece of glass. It's not the big chunks of, I mean, it almost looks like safety glass. And also when you break that glass, like it just turns to powder. It's like so fine. It doesn't represent anything that we actually see in the vehicle. And again, I don't have a problem with the Rode mic being in there. I would almost expect us to see the Rode mic in the vehicle.
One of the things that I thought was weird was first, how would it have gotten there? Like wouldn't have fallen off? Like it could have been tucked. And then like, why would it have been left there? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like if that was there and the pieces, like someone would have saw the pieces, picked it up. Like that's why it's just weird. It's just weird.
Weird as
I wish that necklace was in evidence, though. I do wish that necklace was in evidence.
I mean, you still have the same problems, man. Like if you're saying that was some sort of, I don't know, a shape charge. Look, Matt tells you exactly. Number one, a shape charge is a very limited range. It's I think he said 2/3, or maybe it's the relation to an effective shape charge is related to its size. And I think it's double the size of the actual charge itself. So for a shape charge to work, it has to be, so for instance, if we're talking about a necklace that has a shape charge that size, and also it has to do with the size of the cone itself. So you have to have a cone inside there. The explosives have to be packed around that cone in a very specific way. And then I think the optimal range for it is half the size of the cone. So if you're talking about putting a shape charge inside of a necklace that's small, like you're talking about a millimeter as far as its capabilities, as far as distance for optimal range for a shape charge. But not only that, you're still not going to get enough explosives inside that small little cross. And even if you made something like a gun in it, right? Like actually it's shooting a projectile instead of creating a shape charge. You're still going to see blast residue. You're still going to see all this, and you're not going to convince me that you created a gun that's lethal, where we can see the energy dump that we saw in a little cross. Like again, we're fighting physics here, and you're still going to see observables, and you're also going to hear the sound of any of those things that go off. Like there's nobody. As a matter of fact, we see cameras. The sound doesn't come from Charlie, folks. We see no burning, no charring, no smoke, no flash, no equal and opposite reaction. Like, it's out of all the theories, it's literally the dumbest one. If I kicked right now, I trust my wife with all my race cars and weapons, period. The pillow talk goes a long way when you're planning your life. Yes, Bays, that is most odd. I don't know what she's referencing. No bails, Bays. All the extensive research with no receipts. Streaming Bronson and you at the same time on different devices. Got to support those who are in the fight. Keep it up, boys. Thanks. If the yaw happens, can that be tested with the gun? Yeah, I mean, you can test for yaw. There's no doubt, and I could probably. It's like I hear this all the time. Gary, recreate that. If you say just recreate this, then you don't understand what actually goes into trying to recreate exactly. And I think it's a dishonest venture to begin with, right? I can absolutely recreate something that will make you all believe like this. I don't know that that's what happened. I don't have the gun. I don't have the ammunition that he had. I like there's 1,000 other variables that go into this. Again, just like I said earlier, depending on the rifling condition of that rifle, we may be able to recreate that every single time. But
and you know, one of the things that I do have concerns about is the chain of custody of the evidence.
Sure.
Just to get on the record.
Sure. When did Iran a nuclear weapon from the U.S.? I'm really curious now. When did Iran take a nuclear? He was talking about Israel. And it wasn't the nuclear weapon. I believe it was nuclear material.
Yeah, it was twice. I think once was it Germany that it was getting shipped to, or getting shipped through, or in that area, and then the other time was allegedly in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, something going on there. Gary, Hamas, Hezbollah et al. Didn't exist before Israel aggressively, grotesquely on its neighbors for decades. Do you believe in give me liberty or give me death? Yes, I definitely believe in give me liberty and give me death. And I don't know what to tell you. I fought for this country, so don't tell you there. Look, Islamic Jihad has been going on for almost 1,000 years. So you can say whatever you want about Israel. It is a and I'm not going to pretend that any of that stuff is black and white. And there's things that I disagree with Israel and some of their approaches and all of those things. But all of that can be true. And still Israel, until you give me evidence, you're not going to convince me. I'm not going to accuse somebody of something, a nation or anything else, until you show me evidence. Just show me some freaking evidence. We don't get to just say that why couldn't it have been Mexico? I don't know. Like, I'm sure we could go back and find some things that we definitely could talk about Mexico as far as Charlie goes. Just talk about immigration. They killed him because he was against immigration and illegal immigration. Like, you can come up with all these reasons, but until you present some facts or evidence, it's just noise and it's opinions. The $1 million question: are you a descendant of the Kandahar giant? I mean, no harm. Just joking. No harm. I don't have feelings. You're not going to hurt it. Do Oppressive Liber do the due diligence, Gary. RealBayes, keep up the good work. And as a Gold Star family member, I expect more from a Green Beret. All right. Well, let me tell you something. I know a lot of Green Berets that agree with me on this. There's really only one that I know disagrees with me on any of this. So take that for what it is. I agree with Gary on the road mic. How can it be a road mic? There was too many fragments in the SUV to make one road mic. 2 to 3 things happened. Doctor footage allegedly there. Where is the SUV? All the evidence in the crime scene. Also, are you mid-gray, Gary? I'm not mid-gray. We need to have mid-gray on here. I just talked to him, I don't know, like a week ago about this. Like, you just need to come on just so that we can put this nonsense to bed. CJ Correnti, get that 5 Paramount Tactical memberships. Thank you, buddy. Bayes can't change his mind or he will lose all his crazy cat lady dollars that are in his comments. Bayes knows the truth. He just doesn't care. This was a pathetic Bayes. Grow up. Look, I will say that I believe that Bayes believes what he said. And I don't. So, I mean,
I think that I've been very objective, and the
I don't know about
information.
but
No,
I think I believe what you believe.
I have been the information that you presented as to why, you know, like the probability of it being a 30-6 went up. I said is legitimate.
Well, I appreciate that. No,
To what extent is you know, that's a different story.
Sure. No, I think it's been a productive night, and again, I really enjoy talking to you, Bayes, and I think you're operating in good faith. Obviously, we disagree on many things. I'm not sure that we've changed each other's minds on anything. I'll think about it. I want to process this and make a good, earnest, honest attempt to take some of the things you said. And by the way, send me some of that information on Israel that you referenced. I'd be happy to look at that. But that doesn't change anything when it comes to all of the tropes, all of the narratives about Israel can be absolutely true, but it can also be true that they didn't kill Charlie Kirk. All of the things that we said about JFK, Martin Luther King, that could be true. But not every event is a government-ran event. And sometimes there are actual crazies out there, and we see this many times with mass shootings and everything else with the left. Look, I'm completely open to the idea that somebody radicalized, recruited, and weaponized Tyler Robinson for this. And I also am not only open to the idea, I think it's likely that there were some other people involved. I think Thomas Crooks knew about this. And when I look at some of the text messages, I almost look at those that look weird, and I admit they look weird. I don't know how furries talk to one another, but I also think that was intended to exonerate. Those were text messages that were planned out to exonerate Lance Twiggs from guilt and knowledge of this. I don't know what extent he was involved. All of those true. The other thing I know is that, look, I think we're going to see a lot more evidence. I think the evidence that we know about is 1/10 of the evidence. And I would at least tell people, wait for some of that before you start accusing people of some of the most horrific crimes possible. And I just think that is a tenet of American society. And I think it's immoral and unethical to start accusing people with zero evidence, or just the way feelings or your perceptions of things like that. I think that's wrong. And I don't think it should be done. And I have a real problem with when people are making money off of it. So that's where I'm at with that. Bayes, I'm going to give you the last word, man.
I think that this was very productive. I enjoyed this. I did. And I wish that I would have reached out to you first and did this first before I just started making videos. And going forward, you know, like, we pick up where we left off when we last spoke.
Yeah, no.
You shouldn't be expecting me. You know, I wanted to stay out of the other content stuff here, which, you know, we both did for the most part. I mean, you name dropped a bunch of stuff. I'm trying to, like, just keep focused on my points. But yeah, I don't think that the back and forth so much. If there is, it should be in the same matter in which that we debated here, not the person.
I got no problem with that. Yep. No, look, hey, man, I like you, dude. I think you're a good dude. We obviously disagree on some things, but like I said, some of my best friends are the people I disagree the most with.
You definitely gave me some homework to do. A lot of the answers that you have that I'm not so knowledge of, I'm gonna do some homework, and we're gonna be in touch. And I hope that you will do the same with some of the stuff that I talked about, even if it's off topic.
Sure. No, I'm completely open to any of that information. So send it to me, and yeah, I don't know what to say. Well, listen, folks, we appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully you found this interesting, educational, I don't know, at least somewhat fun and interesting and entertaining for sure. Bayes, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being a man of your word, coming on here and operating in good faith. I saw nothing but that. So salute to you. We appreciate you. For everybody else, Fortunately, we don't have a cool outro, so we can be like
It's all right.
Anyways, folks, you guys have a wonderful night. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you. I think we're gonna have a live stream tomorrow. I'll double check on that. But Bayes, thanks again. You don't go anywhere, but everybody else, have a nice night, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.